recommendations for discipline and or firing to select board. Negotiations. A lot of the other things that we hit later on, we could all put in a bullet point under that E.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
You know, Sandy, I was having a hard time following you as I was looking at my budget information for my school. So give me a moment to catch up here. I was looking at the wrong stuff altogether. So what section were you in? I'm sorry.
Under administrative essential duties and responsibilities.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
And it was letter E especially.
Yes.
Where you could just lump so many of the others things under there in the bullet points, and it just to be easier to see and know what you're doing if you're the person applying, or if you're the board and you're evaluating. And from that, you could make out your evaluation form.
Sure.
So that's pretty much like putting the things in letter N into that one, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Sandy, I'm going to interrupt here for a second. Jeff, you have missed absolutely nothing other than Sandy has requested. Well, on the first page under essential duties and responsibilities, Sandy has asked under letter E that some of that go into like a drop down bullet point type thing. So at that, you are all caught up.
All right, thank you.
Yep. So Sandy, did you have anything else there?
Sometimes like provide administrative support to town departments. Maybe we should add when requested. You know, maybe some departments don't want the administrative support.
Jean?
Okay, so K in that same section
Right.
looks like it was going to be deleted, but I think we were just going to delete supervise.
Yes.
Somebody's got to coordinate that stuff. What else did I have? I also had noted, like in the last meeting, if more should be addressed, like, you know, that they'd be required to attend all select board meetings, take care of the select board correspondences, and make sure anything that we've asked to be done gets done. And I have a different way of wording that, but a lot of, I don't know, that's a lot of the duties that go on.
Right.
And I can kind of write that out and send it to Tom.
Yeah, I think as far as with where you're headed with the information and stuff, the packets and all of those things need to be, somebody's going to be, or
I thought of that, but then we talked about having a secretary doing that part. So I said, okay, maybe that doesn't need to be in there now, because we're also talking a drop in the hours on this position. So I said,
that, yep.
Their job anymore. And the thing that I felt was lacking when I read this was the grant writing. See, the researching and grant writing, which also could go under qualifications like knowledge and experience in grant seeking and grant writing.
That
and
was
somewhere
addressed
in the duties.
under financial. It said research and present findings on grant opportunities.
Oh,
Right.
there it is. Okay.
Because that's important.
Yes. Okay. I missed that there, but probably qualifications, maybe it could get mentioned in there too.
Yeah.
You may want to put it right in your advertisement as well, of course, so people know right up front when you're advertising for the position that that's a big piece of it.
Right.
Right. I think that's it.
Okay. Michael,
Nothing else to add.
Jeff,
I'm satisfied with what we've got so far.
okay. So I had sent this out to Tim and Seth, Cindy and David, and just asked for some feedback from them. The only one that I got any feedback from was our treasurer. And so I'll go down. I told her that I was going to read this evening. So under administration, letter F, provide the select board with information for the town's annual report. She is saying here, information in the town report is provided by the treasurer's office, department heads, and committees. So the town report is put together by the administration, but the information, so I'm not sure if she's asking that that be removed or amended. Does that make sense to anybody?
Maybe amended.
Okay,
Maybe collect the information to present.
Yeah, I agree, Sandy. I mean, somebody still has to be responsible for rounding up all the information and sometimes hounding people that are responsible to get information in for the report.
okay. So how do we think that should be worded there? Provide, gather information to present to the select board for the town's annual report.
Yeah.
Tom, did you get that?
He's got his mic turned off.
Gather information to prepare, to present to select board for annual report.
All right.
Is that close enough?
Yep.
Okay.
I think so.
Under knowledge and skills and abilities, point number 4, that looks like, wait a minute. Oh, possess a positive attitude and be an effective team member able to manage and resolve conflict and to direct and supervise staff as needed. The supervise word is a cause of contention there, and I'm not sure how anybody else feels about that.
Yeah, I can see that would be a problem.
Yeah, but will this person oversee the administrative assistant or the secretary that comes in under? Maybe you can delineate just that person.
Well, you've got as directed by the select board. So if we just tell him to supervise, the secretary, that's as directed.
As directed by, okay.
Well, yeah, because, yeah, well, that would be fine, but that piece is missing. So
Right.
direct and supervise staff as directed by the select, but that sounds funny to me. What are we missing there?
There's a conflict and
Is what am I trying to say? Is that last part even necessary?
maybe not.
The and to direct and supervise staff as needed. Does that have to be in there somewhere? I don't really see, I think you're kind of talking about two different aspects. The possess positive attitude, conflict, blah, 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 and to direct and supervise staff as needed. Either, I don't know, either that should be a separate bullet point or just plain deleted from the whole section.
I would agree with taking it out of there as long as the other stuff remains. Because somewhere in there, it's also, and maybe it's not in here. No, it's good.
Well, I mean, it's not really a knowledge, skills, or abilities. It doesn't fit into, to me, under any of those three. To me, it's more of a responsibility, or I just don't see direct and supervise anywhere under those three categories.
And when you have provided administrative support to town departments from the crest or whatever, that kind of covers that.
Yeah.
The only thing somewhere on here, should it clearly state that there is, kind of what we were talking about at the end of that, as directed by the select board? Should there be something else in here that says that, this is kind of what we want of you, but there's always more that could be asked of you? And am I missing that in here?
And other duties as assigned?
Yeah, should always put that into any job description.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't I know it?
Yeah.
So the next thing she was just pointing out to us that if we dropped it to 29 hours, we would reduce the cost of medical and dental insurance. So from 32 to 29. I'm not sure that I understand what she's saying. I'm not sure that I agree with offering 29 hours and expecting to get anybody that, yeah.
Yeah.
Under 30 don't provide benefits.
Right. No.
I think town policy is 32 hours to get those benefits.
Right.
So it would just be, well, she's specifically said 29 hours here, so I'm not sure. Either way, I don't think that we would get anybody that, I don't think we would get what we want at 29 hours.
Right.
Agree.
So we appreciate Cindy's feedback on that, but, and then she says, I think there should be wording that the person needs to be accountable for hours they are paid for both in and out of the office. And I know that this has come up previously, and I know that there was mixed feelings on this. So I'm raising that question. And Jeff, I'll start with you on your thoughts there.
I mean, I think everybody should be. I don't think we need to single out one employee to be accountable. I mean, I think I understand where she's coming from, but that should be unsaid for every employee to be accountable. And I mean, by accountable, does that mean that the person has to list everything they're doing every 5 minutes?
No. What our town policy right now is that, you could put in the hours that you're like at your workstation in your office. But if you're gone from there, you need to indicate those hours and where you were. So it's not detail of what you're actually doing. It's just when you're not in the office, you have to show why you weren't in the office.
Wouldn't that just be to the select board? This week, maybe you get a weekly report from the administrator saying this week I anticipate, I used to have a form that I'd fill out. I anticipate I got to go to the county. I got to do this. I got to do that. And I'll be out of the office for that. But the administrator is not accountable to the treasurer.
No.
The administrator is accountable to the Board of Selectmen.
Well, but it's a personnel policy. So that's why it ends up on the timesheets.
So,
But does every town employee, do they list where they are?
exactly.
I don't believe the road crew does.
And I think that's where it became a cause of contention previously, was that we were singling one person out when so it wasn't fair across the board. So yes, I think that everybody needs to be accountable, but we also need to make sure that we're tightening up that same accountability on everybody, or that we're expecting that same accountability from everybody. And I don't think that everybody is doing that. And that's not to say that anybody's trying to pull a fast one. I just don't think that it's ever been anything that was enforced. I think a lot of, Sandy had mentioned that we've been through multiple payroll systems that have never been used. And there's always an attempt to try and put something in place, but then it never carries out. So I see what you're both saying, and Jeff, I agree that everybody needs to be accountable. Gene, I understand what your explanation there is, but we need to make sure that that's true for everybody that's in those offices. I mean, that would mean that we would be asking Tim to let us know, or I guess that doesn't, because he's elected, so that's a terrible.
Elected officials one.
Right.
There's still, but even the elected officials function under the town employee policies.
So,
and
so
he
if that was the case, then
usually, he does note when he's gone, spent a day at a training or a meeting or such. That is on his timesheet.
That makes sense, but if you just run into Brattleboro to go to a commission meeting for 2 hours, I don't know. That's what you're hiring a professional person to do. Do you have David write down on his time card if he's running up to the auto body shop to pick up parts, to work on a vehicle?
well, that's what we're saying, Tom, is that is the way that the policy is written, that yes, they should be filling that out on their timesheet, but they're not. So it would need to be, it needs to be fair across the board. Sandy?
I think you need to document it someplace. I'm not sure on the timesheet. Maybe you have a diary or something, because Tim's going to get a call to run down to the nursing home to notarize something. Should he put down on his timesheet, I was gone from 9 to 10:30 notarizing something? That's part of his job. He's to be expected. I almost think we're straining at a gnat here.
Well, I think, the problem arose because we never knew where the previous town administrator was. And there was just a lot of empty office time. So, and the other employees see that, the residents see it when they come to try to speak to someone. So, and none of us could justify what was going on, so we didn't know.
Yeah.
So like maybe a diary would be helpful.
But isn't this as easy as just putting in here that you are accountable to the select board for everything that's in this document, which would include your town's personnel policy? I mean, that kind of covers us, doesn't it, by saying that you're held accountable to or by the select board, and I don't know.
And maybe you're accountable to the select board and not to a lot of other. I remember Sally saying, she would go to the bank and to do the town deposit. And if she stopped to get a gallon of milk, she felt guilty because someone's going to see her in the grocery store getting a gallon of milk on town time. It's kind of like really pushing it.
So
I know what she means, because I've felt the same way.
I bet you have. You do.
We used to have a common sense approach where the
no
employees
such
would
thing
ask me,
anymore.
I know, I want to stop at X to pick up an order that's coming in. And I'd say, that's okay. But if you're stopping at X to do your Christmas shopping for the afternoon, that's not okay,
Right.
Right. I think we need to trust and to, if someone comes to us and says, okay, Jean Carr is supposed to be in the library, you know, for all these hours, and I know that she was at Brown and Roberts, I think we need to say, if she was at Brown and Roberts, she had a reason to be there. Now, if she does it every week, we might want to check and see if she's doing another job up there. But I think we need to start trusting and giving the town residents the idea that we're on top of things, but we do trust. And if you break the trust, that's bad.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like with a kid, if you plan on them doing something bad, they will. I don't know.
So because that's in the town policy and they, or the personnel policy, they would be given that at the time of employment anyway. So it doesn't need to be listed in this. It's
Right.
just part of the town policy and we have that to fall back on at any time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, one would think.
That's their employees.
Yeah. We've been wrong before, haven't we?
It worked for me before. Let's put it that way.
All right. So is everybody all right with, of course, after Tom types these up, but the few changes that we've made, in addition to the changes that we made last time, everybody's feeling like we're in a decent spot and probably
Yeah.
time to start looking towards the next chapter of this search, which would be what? Are we reaching out to VLCT? Tom, did you reach out to them at all? I thought we were going to check with them to find out.
Yeah, I've got 2 emails to Mr. Gunn up there, and they've been kind of busy with COVID, so he hasn't gotten back, but I imagine he will. I don't have any messages on my machine that they've called back, so, but I can check with them again tomorrow, but I do have 2 calls into them since our last meeting. So,
Do you,
I'm sorry, what?
do you have ideas of other routes to seek out?
I think Chris had a really good idea. I think that the board could probably do this themselves. If the board wanted, I could assist. I've done some recruiting. I'm not going to charge you for, and that's not what I mean, but I could help with that. And I do have someone that could do more extensive background checks than just a query or a sorry. You know, query really doesn't tell you anything other than they don't have any trouble in Vermont. It doesn't go national. It just really does in the state. But there are some other things. And then, you know, you can do the reference checks. I could certainly help with that. But you probably could do this. The advertising is going to be what the advertising is. It's going to cost you whatever the ad is in VLCT. You're going to want to put something in probably the Rutland Herald. You know, maybe the Commons or the Reformer. The papers get expensive. I'd put it up on Indeed because that's free. There are ways to, you know, there's some ways to market. The other municipal associations, Maine, is $90. At least the last time we advertised for something with Maine, it was $90. You know, MMA, Mass may not get much from them, and they're not expensive either, but probably Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, in the local ads. If you want to put something in ICMA, that's going to get a little pricey, and I'm not sure that's in the same, given the number of hours and what the salary schedule will be for this. I'm not sure ICMA is a real worthy expenditure. It would be if it was a full-time, you know, 40-hour position at X amount of dollars, but 32 hours a week at $45,000 or whatever it may be. It may not be a good place to put your advertising money. But I leave that to you. I think the board could do it themselves.
And I had mentioned that to Tom previously, that I'm just not, $6,000 to have somebody else collect resumes for us and send us the cream of the crop, then that just seems like an awful lot of money to me. However, I did not go through this the last time, but I don't, did it go through VLCT last time, or did they do it?
Yeah.
It did?
It did. I think they got back like 10 candidates for the select board to filter through and interview.
And do you remember how long of a time that was? I guess
I wasn't on the board then.
All right.
I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm just looking at the calendar and where July is, and that we're, call it 2 months away, so.
Yeah, pushing it.
And
Right.
and Tom brings up another point that I don't think we ever fully decided on the 32 hours and what salary would be for that. And that kind of needs to be hammered out before we put an ad out there. So thoughts on that?
We have a range for the salary depending on qualifications and experience.
Good point, Michael.
The budget line item is $50,000, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the figure Tom threw out, 45.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I would say
Yeah.
between 35 and the max, depending on experience qualifications.
So the guy up in Grafton's making what, Chris, did you say $26.75 an hour or something like that?
$26.01.
Okay, he was getting, I knew, all right, so we'll call it 20. Just for giggles.
32 hours a week is what he's at.
You get benefits?
So at $50,000, that'd be $29.50 an hour.
Yeah, so at $27 an hour times 32 hours a week times 52.2 weeks per year, because that's how it averages out. The way the payrolls work, that's $45,100.80, just in case you needed that. But so if you advertise 42 to 48, 45 to 48.
Depending on experience.
Yeah, depending on qualifications and experience, yeah.
Is that commemorate? Oh yeah, whatever. Oh, never mind. We do have that. Okay. So roughly 27 bucks an hour. So yeah. I'm sorry, I was trying to read at the same time. We're between 42 and 48 or 45 and 48. Is that what you said, Tom?
Right, and that's just something the board's got to decide. I think you know 45 for 32 hours is
about 20
is okay. Is okay.
Yeah, about $26.50 an hour. 48,000 is about $28.30 an hour.
Got to remember you're in Vermont now, Tom, not in the big cities of Mass. I mean,
yeah, well, if you're in the big cities of Mass, this would be paying 70.
Right.
Ashfield just advertised, and it's 35 or 37 hours at 58 to 63.
In Ashfield, is that what you said?
Yep.
Woo. Wow.
So it looks like the Grafton salary at the 2601 is coming in at 43,447. So I think that 42 to 48 is I think we're in there. You're between $26 and $28 an hour. And that gives us a little bit of wiggle room as well as the potential candidate. I don't know. Is everybody else all right with that?
What does that leave you for administrative secretarial money?
Well, that was a separate budget line. Did we
Okay.
scrape that all together, or is that still in there?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember what we did with that.
I believe it's still in there. We didn't expect to have things change.
Oh, that's right, because we were planning on hiring one, and then we said we would hold off until we did this anyway. So
We
that's
did
still gotta
reduce-
be in there.
We reduced it to 3,000.
Right. So at that point is 3,000, because Michelle Miller, she was not doing our correspondence and she was not doing our packets. Michelle was doing that.
Right.
So is $3,000 enough for that position to expect that added work to be done? And I'm not sure that it is. Like
So let's say 10 hours a week times 13.50 an hour times 13.5 times 10 times 52. 70, that's 7,500 roughly.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a weekly thing. It should be a bi-weekly since we only meet every other week, right?
So you want to
I would-
hire somebody for 5 hours a week, roughly?
I mean, I don't even, when Michelle was here, she was getting $50 a day unless it went over a certain amount of, unless our meeting went for a certain amount of time. Is that correct?
$50 per meeting?
I think
For
that's,
meeting, like $13.50 an hour to type up the minutes.
I'm just
And-
not sure that a $3,000 budget leaves enough for that person to do the correspondence and the packets, which we had talked about putting on to the secretary.
Well, I would kind of think that the town administrator would have to develop like a packet.
Right.
That would be the person that would be deciding what goes into it. She's doing the correspondence. The secretary would just be making all those copies, getting them into our mailboxes, just that,
The
you know,
correlation,
secretarial.
yeah.
Yeah. I thought, I visualize that.
Or does
Last-
it make, and I know that we've touched on it before, but does it make more sense to leave that at a 40-hour-a-week position and they do it all, the town admin? At the $50,000, but they do it all. Thoughts?
I guess I worry about in meetings, sometimes it just being too distracting for the TA to be trying to make
Yeah, you
help us,
miss,
whatever we're dealing with.
you miss stuff.
Yeah.
Jeff, what do you think?
Oh, I guess I could probably see it both ways. I understand the part about missing stuff. But the flip side, meetings are recorded. And if there's something that a TA misses, could review the video at a later time though. So
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, I guess I originally, I kind of thought 40 hours and the TA would try to take minutes and do more of the administrative stuff and have 40 hours. So, but I mean, I can see either way. I don't have a problem with 32 hours or 40. I guess if I had to have a preference, I'd say 40, and the TA does the minutes and what he or she misses, review the video afterwards.
Michael, what do you think?
I agree with what Jeff's saying. Do we have minute taking as a qualification on there, if that is the case?
No, because we had started to plan this around a 32-hour, I believe. So we started to skim some of that out of there. I don't think it was in there. It might have, there was something in there in the previous one, I believe, but, and I could be wrong.
I'm not adamant either way. I mean, but like I said, if I had to have a preference, I'd say 40 and doing the minutes and some of the administrative stuff.
Because I think even Michelle was, like she was still recording with her phone for those meetings, specifically for in case she missed things, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Right. Some towns, their job description for the TA does include the minutes.
Yep. And, you know, I watch, well, Jeff, you've got experience from your planning commission meetings. Martin sits right there with his computer and he knocks those notes out. I can only imagine it's with a lot of abbreviations and things that he would only understand, but he goes back and corrects it into something that's legible for the rest of us. Sandy,
Yeah,
what are your ideas?
He gets the minutes out that night even.
Yeah. Sandy, what are your thoughts on this?
I agree with Jeff and Mike. As far as making the packets up, they could probably find a high school kid that needs some community service as long as there's no confidential stuff to do the packets. Because that should take more than, if the TA has the stuff, the master's ready to go, it shouldn't take hardly any time at all to make those copies and pop them in the boxes.
Right.
Yeah, like no time.
Yeah, right.
You know, because you make it copy so it's each packet's already there, just clip them together.
So if that's the case, then we're gonna scratch everything that we just talked about for the 42 to 48. We'll keep it at our budgeted $50,000. We'll keep it at a 40-hour benefited position. And somewhere in there, we just need to make sure that we are putting that the minutes, and along with the minutes, that it says very clearly in there that they need to be out by a certain time.
Yeah.
Right.
Follow open meeting law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's going to have to go in there somewhere. And I want to make sure that correspondence and packets, that we really spell that one out so that there is no confusion on that one.
What I have, Chris, is prepares select board meeting packets for select board meetings. I'm just jotting stuff down here. And assures minutes are drafted
You can
and
follows
posted,
open meeting law.
Yeah,
posted according to Vermont law.
Okay.
Vermont open meeting law, fine.
So everybody's all right with that. And then we don't have to worry about a separate secretarial position. Look at us. We just saved $3,000 right off the bat, right there. Look at us go.
And if we put in 45 to 50,000, so we have, maybe someone's going to come in at 45. I hesitate to put the 50,000, that the only figure there. I think we should have up to.
I like it, Sandy. $45,000 to $50,000, dependent on experience, education, whatever. I like it. Get down, Tom. 45 to 50,000.
Yeah, I've got 45 to 50, depending on qualifications and experience.
Okay. All right. So I think that we're to a point where we need to decide, are we doing this with VLCT's help, or are we going to do this on our own? Sandy?
I think we could do it on our own. I think we should still advertise in the VLCT news and on their board, but I think we can do it on our own.
Gene?
Oh. Well, that sounds good, that we could advertise with VLCT without, paying the $6,500.
Right.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you can do
Oh,
that.
yeah, we should definitely do that.
Jeff?
Do it on our own.
I'm sorry, Gene, I cut you off. What was that?
Definitely do it on our own.
Okay. Jeff, your thoughts?
Generally, I'm a big believer in professional assistance and paying for it. I think we probably could do it ourselves. I mean, Tom would be of great assistance, I'm sure. Advertising, I think it definitely should be very focused and not just, just put it in the local paper, but the most cost-effective and most focused advertising possible. Well, I don't know. I guess if, like I said, I'm a big proponent of professional assistance, and I would spend the money, but if everybody else feels comfortable in us doing this ourselves, then I'm fine with that. It'll save a little bit of money too.
Michael?
I agree with the not spending on a VLTC. I think we can make some calls to the BDC and Department of Labor and see if there's anything they can do to help as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the BDC has really been almost itching to help Vernon, but at the same time, they obviously want things from us in return. But I think that if we did reach out to them for this, that that could prove to be the start of a great relationship between Vernon and that organization as well, that we may see some extra support that we didn't have. It's a different setting. It's a different group. It's, I think that I'm glad that Michael brought that up. I hadn't even thought of that. And I think that that is, would be beneficial to us. So, so it sounds like we're okay to go ahead and do this on our own. I think that the five of us have a clear idea of what we're looking for, what worked, what didn't work previously. We've heard the comments and the concerns from the town employees, and I think that every one of us has taken those to heart and really taken those into consideration. So I think that we're in probably the best place that we could be to move forward and do this on our own. Certainly knowing that we have the VLCT there, should we all of us say, hey, this just isn't working out. We've got them there. They're not going anywhere. So we have that ability. So let's go ahead and we will still advertise with VLCT. We'll do the Indeed. We'll do whatever, the couple of papers. And Michael, do you want to reach out to the BDC, or do you want Tom to reach out to them?
Tom probably has more time to do that. If he needs help, let me know. I have lots of contacts there.
No, I'm in pretty good shape with the BDCC. My question is, I guess, is what can they offer you as far as the recruitment is concerned?
We don't know. That's why we're reaching out to them.
Okay, I'll call Adam.
What about
our team.
Sevens?
Seventh is
Seventh.
run by the BDCC. I used to be on the professionals. They
There's
have a recruitment program that helps bring professionals into the area. I'm not completely knowledgeable on it, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, the young.
good.
All right. And then I think that we need to decide on it's what, May 1st is Friday, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think that we really need this typed up and ready to go into all of those formats by, pick a date, but I think it needs to be soon. Tom, what do you think the soonest that can be taken care of is?
Let me draft up an ad for you in the morning. It won't be that hard to do. I will pass it by all of you for wordsmithing. in additions, detractions, and once I get concurrence from the 5 of you, we can put it out. I think, you know, if you advertise the first week of May through, let's say, the 21st of May or the 25th of May, depending on when the publications can get them out, the print publications, indeed, you can go up right online. You should be able to have somebody on board, interviewed and checked out for July 1st. You put a July 1 start date on that, and you should be well within a good time frame for that. If you want to move it faster, you could probably push it up 2 weeks. But 6 weeks, 6 to 7 weeks is generally your turnaround time for advertising, going through the resumes, getting reference checks, getting interviews done. Maybe there's 2 rounds of interviews that you end up doing.
Yeah.
You know, and working through other people's schedules as well. It's 6 weeks is pretty fast to do that.
So the first is this Friday. The 22nd is the 3rd Friday of the 4th Friday of the month. And then we have our last meeting would be on the 19th, wouldn't it? So that would put us into the 2nd before we would be able to, or we would have to hold a special meeting that following week.
I
Does
think
it?
we should hold a special meeting, because if we're going to want to interview, we don't want the names out. That should all be an executive session.
Right. I was certainly going to suggest an executive session just to go over the applications that we had. So Sandy, do you have or anybody have a calendar in front of them so that we could look at these dates and decide when we want to have that deadline and when we might all be able to come together in executive session, either at a regular select board meeting or at a special meeting to discuss these things?
I've got May and June in front of me.
Yeah, I've got them here. I think we should do it at a special meeting,
Okay.
personally. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. Right.
So if we closed that on the 22nd, which is a Friday, and we had a special meeting on the 27th, which is a Wednesday, does that give us enough time to?
Well, you could perhaps on the 27th be weeding things out.
Correct. Right. That's all I wanted. That original special meeting was just for us to look at, because we're doing this without the recruitment help.
Right.
That would be our chance to kind of look over everything and try and come up with 2 piles that we could then make some decisions on. Does anybody think that that's too ambitious, that we need to go further past the 22nd?
No, that's fine.
No, I think you can do it in that time frame.
Okay.
Sandy, you all right with that?
Yeah.
Michael?
Yep.
All right, so it sounds like we have a plan. We are going to post this position for between $45,000 and $50,000 based on experience. Tom's going to draft up he's going to make the changes to this, and then we will draft up the actual ad that would run.
Yeah.
And you will submit that to all of us so that you can get an approval on that. I would ask that before we end this, Tom, give us a realistic time when that could be done so that everybody could check their emails around that time. Then we will go ahead and post it. We will have a deadline of the applications for the 22nd of May. We will hold a special meeting on the 27th, and that will be an executive session to go over the applicants that we have and try and wean those down. Does that sound right to everybody?
My only question is, that is a Friday, and the building's closed on Friday. and that is Memorial Day weekend.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
Sorry.
good point.
So if we ended it on the 21st with a special meeting on the 28th, does that work?
Yeah, that's for me.
Yeah.
Jeff, you all right with that?
Yep.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
All right. So
I got
application,
that changed. Yeah.
okay, deadline the 21st, special meeting the 28th.
So what, to answer your question, Chris, I should be able to have an ad for your review, for the board's review. I have to meet with, I've got 2 meetings in the morning with Dave Emery. We're going over stuff for FEMA. I should have this to you before I leave for the day tomorrow. And if you can have it back to me with your edits and suggestions, I can get it, I can get it done over the weekend. It's not heavy lifting. And send it back out to you over the weekend, get a final blessing and get it up online Monday.
Sounds great.
Okay. Now, what I'll do on the 21st, when the mail, well, you got to really give it till the end of the day on the 21st or 5 p.m. on the 21st. So you're not getting something at 11:59 p.m. Because that happens too if it's electronic. I'll come in that Friday. And I will scan them all into one big PDF and send them out to you electronically. I will also have hard copies made so that you can, play with them a little bit on Monday or Tuesday of that week. If you can come in and pick them up, or we can drive them around and deliver them if you want.
Yeah, if you, whatever we get, if you want to print those off, put them into sealed envelopes, I would be happy to drop those off for everybody.
Okay, we can do that. Then when you meet, you'll have them for a couple of days anyways, that you can, read them to yourselves, and then you can come together on the 28th and figure out, where there's agreement and how you want to move forward with interviews.
Sounds good.
Everybody good with that?
Sounds good
Yeah.
to me.
All right, awesome. So I think we've got a pretty clear idea of what we want to do.
Could I ask one more question, Chris? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would it be okay with the board if I asked Sandy, to work with me perhaps after you figure out who you're going to interview on an initial set of questions and reaching out to the board on what you want to ask, because you have to ask everybody the same thing. And then you'll have a list of questions that you can go through when you go through the interviews, and that would give you a couple of weeks, to hone those down too, like on grant writing ability, or how do you work with elected staff, elected people that are fulfilling major pieces of the town, the treasurer and that type of thing. All of the questions that you want to ask, we want to get down to be sure that you're not missing anything.
Maybe we should all just send you questions.
Well, that's a good way to do it too. But I'm going to send it to you anyway, Sandy.
I know. That's okay. But we're all gonna think of something that someone else didn't think of. So I think we should all put them together.
Okay.
That's just something to start thinking about, because you're going to want to be ready to go on the 29th. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, that 29th would be, or the 28th rather, not the 29th. Right?
Right.
Right, Tom, the 28th?
Yes. Well, you're going to meet on the 28th, but you're going to want to, my point is, after the 28th, you want to move forward quickly. That's why I said the 29th.
Got it.
because you'll have all your people done the 28th.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any other questions, concerns, thoughts? Everybody good?
Yep.
Awesome. I think that we're in a good spot. I'm looking forward to this. As our governor continues that quarter turn, as he likes to say, I'm excited for things to start coming back around, for the town to start getting back to where we should be. The gray t-shirt thing, I think, is going to be a lot of fun for the town. I think we're going to get a ton of support out of that. I certainly hope I'm not wrong, but I think that people are looking to get back to it. So if that's kind of the first break of that and gets people headed in that direction, I think that we're in for a good couple of months coming up here. So
Yep.
Hopefully. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Good
Thanks,
night.
Mike.
Sandra, I'm gonna call you because I may have missed some of the things that you were asking early on. I want to make sure I get those into the job description correctly.
Okay.
Thank you, folks.
We'll call the meeting to order at 6:30. Present at this Zoom virtual meeting is Rich Melanson from BCTV, Will Bissonette, myself, Crystal Mansfield, Rob Wright, Carla Lumbra, Helen Holt, Irv Stoll, and Steve Frisk. So first we'll do approval of minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the EMD briefing minutes from April 10th.
So moved.
So moved.
That
Second.
is, okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the EMD briefing from April 10th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the select board virtual meeting from our regular meeting, April 14th.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the select board regular virtual meeting of April 14th signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the EMD briefing minutes from April 17th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the EMD briefing minutes from April 17th signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. One more. I'll entertain a motion to approve the special select board virtual meeting from April 15th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the special select board meeting minutes from April 15th signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I do have a couple of additions. We got some correspondence. We got a letter from Pam and Brad Horn about a real estate transfer. And then we got a email about a tire replacement due to trap rock, which Steve is aware of. And then also under new business, I just want to make everyone aware that there's a VOSHA training that everyone has to go through who's a town employee. And there will be, Sherwood Lake will join us in a little while to go over the COVID-19 town policy that he put together. So moving on, we'll do the warrants. Who wants to read warrants?
I don't have it.
Okay, I have, well, I don't know what I have. I have a couple in front of me, hard copies.
Did you guys receive a,
Warrant number 3, though.
did you guys get a,
I can read them if you want. It's not a big
did
deal.
anybody receive an email packet with a whole bunch of things?
I did,
I
Carla.
got some
I
things.
just
I'm
didn't
going
get
through
the
how many
complete.
warrants I have here.
Okay, yeah,
I don't think I got the.
I sent the
list.
cover sheets out for the warrants at like 2 o'clock. And I think, Steve, you went into the office and went through them, right?
I did, and I signed off on them.
Yeah, and Irv, you did too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Gigi,
So
I'm on a
I'll,
meeting, Gigi.
so I'll just make the motions, I guess, since I have them in front of me.
Okay.
Great,
So,
thank you.
all right, so I'll make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of, everybody, okay. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of $10,045.60.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying the check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of $10,045.60 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll taxes in the amount of $4,274.28.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 2 out of the payroll taxes signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $19,557.23.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 3 of the general fund in the amount of $19,557.23 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $867.61.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none.
I
All
just
those
wanted
in
to-
favor of,
I
oh, go
just
ahead.
wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask, the hand sanitizer is for all of the town buildings?
Yes. Yeah, it'll be for the town hall, the garage, the library, and the fire department.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 4 of the general fund in the amount of $867.61 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund.
I'm on a
in the
meeting,
amount-
honey.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund in the amount of $5,626.92. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the highway department in the amount of $5,626.92 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,499.30. Any discussion? Hearing none.
I have a question.
Yeah,
I have a
go
question.
ahead, Crystal.
I'm sorry, because I didn't get to see them. I'm just asking about this program, mobiles and portables. Are those phones for $375? What is that line item?
It's the radios, the new radios that Sherwood had
Right.
gotten.
For emergency preparedness?
It's
Do you
to
think?
it's to allow the fire department, the highway, and the town hall all to be on the same radios, so that they can all talk to each other in the event of emergency.
So are we anticipating this money will be reimbursed by the feds or the state or something at some point? It's not a huge line item, it's just a question.
I think some of it was, we got grants for some of it, but I'm not positive about that.
Okay.
It's my understanding that this has been a project that's been going on for a little while.
Yep, the radios in the past, they've been able to, mutual aid, they've been able to talk to the highway department from the fire department.
The radios that we now have increased from 25 watts to 50 watts in an effort for me to be able to talk when I'm on Jordan Hill, to be able to talk to Billy, who's on Buck Hill, or Jeremy, who's on Hazel Hill, in the past where we could not communicate with each other. So if someone got stuck, they were stuck there until someone got into range that could pick them up with a distress call.
So my question is, this has nothing to do with COVID. This has to do with just upgrading our radio systems that are currently in place.
That is correct.
Yeah, because I'm gonna say the
Thank you.
radios, the radios that were in the highway department, I could talk to Acton Hill, I could talk to Townsend Acres, and I could talk to West Townsend with the radios we did have.
Well, that wasn't the case a month ago or this past winter.
I don't know, maybe they haven't kept them up or whatever's going on.
I don't know. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,499.30 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, we can go now to reports. Steve, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. This Saturday was supposed to be Green Up Day, which has been pushed out for at least a month. So my question is, we now have 3 couches laying on the side of our town highways, and I would like to know what the board would like me to do about that. If I pick them up and dispose of them at Wyndham Regional, that's going to cost us $60. Bob Spencer did not get back to us on whether Green Up Day was going to be free or not. At least maybe Irv, you heard. I haven't heard.
It's not free.
Okay, so it's no longer free. So
no.
If the board wants to approve spending $60 to dispose of 3 couches, I'll be more than happy to do that.
Can we put them in the lunchroom?
I would have to expand the lunchroom. And by the time I got done spraying them with bleach and water, there'd probably be nothing left to them.
Right. So somebody want to make a motion around this?
I make a motion, we get rid of them couches.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of allowing Steve to go pick up the couches and bring them to Wyndham Solid Waste signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Go get the couches.
It'll be taken care of. Next on my item, the weather, although it's been crazy above 1,000 feet, I want to ask the board about the park benches. Do we put the park benches out like we normally do, or in an effort of social distancing, do we not put the park benches out? I'd like the board's opinion on that.
That's a very good question. Yeah, I think you have a good thought, and then if we put them out there, it's going to encourage people to be on the commons and probably not follow social distancing.
That was my thought. That's why I brought up the question.
Yeah. What does everybody else think?
I think leave them right where they are.
I think, my opinion is, I'd hold up on them for a while.
Now?
Okay, so we can revisit this in the 1st of June or 1st of July. Let's see what happens.
That makes sense.
But
Yeah.
because we got 2 more meetings in May, so things may change.
Yep, I agree.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I guess we'll just leave them in the shed for now.
Okay. Do you want to cover the email on the tires?
Sure, we can do that.
So let me get my copy.
Let me get my copy.
So I received an email from a person who lives in Townsend, rents a house up here on Acton Hill. And do I need to read it? Did everybody get a copy?
No.
So I received a copy. Thank you.
I can read it if you want.
The email says, "Hello, Steve. Today, I contacted the town hall and spoke to Anita, town clerk in parenthesis, about my issue with my tires leaking due to trap rocks getting stuck into 2 of my tires. She advised me to contact you. I had 1 tire repaired and the other replaced because I was told told the one had a hole puncture in the sidewall of the tire, cannot be repaired, so I had to buy a used tire. I would like to be reimbursed for the damage of my 2 tires due to trap rock. The rear driver's side tire was reported by Riverside Auto Mechanic to have had a broken belt due to the trap rock embedded into the tire. So I think that tire should be replaced as well, which would be an additional $50. I don't feel safe driving my car with my tire in this condition. I have receipts which I have attached to this email. And she has a photo of a Pete's Tire Barn receipt and a picture of the puncture mark in the sidewall of her tire. So it doesn't say when this happened. It doesn't say where this happened. I can assure you we do not use trap rock on the roads. And I don't know if the town historically has ever reimbursed anybody for what they consider to be road hazard damage on our dirt roads. I'm certainly not in favor of doing that. I'm open to anybody's input.
No, I think
that was my big question.
I just
You don't use trap rock. I mean, what the heck?
No, we do not.
What's the size of the stone that you are using?
So we use a 2-inch minus when we're filling in ruts during mud season. And then our gravel is 1.25 inches minus for the crushed gravel that comes out of the pit. And even the 2-inch minus is what comes out of the pit in the gravel making process.
I realize that, but 2 inches pretty damn coarse for a road. When you scrape it, it's going to be right out in the ditch like a lot of your places are.
Well, no,
you got gravel and leaves and everything mixed right into and plugging up some of the ditches.
You know that we put gravel down during mud season to fill in the ruts, and then we cover it with gravel.
But you still, when you scrape, you're going to roll them rocks out. But
Steve,
not only that, you're wasting your gravel, because I can show you places where there's leaves and dirt and everything, gravel all mixed together, and that pit ain't gonna last you long if you keep going the way you're going.
Well, I'm sure you know that the ditches
because you've got ledge right there where you're crushing right now. And I can show you at the end of the dam where the dam road comes in. Between you and the foreman before, they've raised that dirt road is a foot higher than the blacktop, and the blacktop was the same height when that washed out in the flood. But a lot of your trouble is why you have to keep putting gravel down is you don't cut the bottom, you get down below the bottom of your potholes and they keep coming back.
Crystal, you had a question?
Can I just ask you?
I thought we were talking about tires.
I have a question. Thank you. I'd like to ask Steve, the highway foreman currently, if he thinks that this is a legitimate complaint. And if, I don't even know what track, I actually don't even know what she's talking about, but I'm just wondering if she has a legitimate complaint.
In my opinion, she does not.
So then I would say, as your colleague on the select board, that I would support your opinion, and I would like to move a motion.
Can I just say something as a consumer? In that the fact that it's on the sidewall, it seems like she was a little too close to something that she shouldn't have been close to. And I don't feel like the town should be held liable for that, because I've been there before.
Thank you for that, Carla.
What was that?
All right, so somebody want to make a motion to either approve or deny this?
We can't make a negative motion, so I would
make a motion. Go, Rob.
Fire away, Crystal.
No, I don't have the letter in front of me at the moment, so, but I would make a motion that we deny this appeal to have the town
replaced injured tires on this particular taxpayer's vehicle.
Right, I think Rob's right. We can't make a negative motion, so we'd have to vote to replace the tires and then fail, move to replace the tires and then fail that motion.
Correct.
So somebody want to have at it?
So I would make a motion then that we move to replace the tires on this particular taxpayer's vehicle due to her complaint.
So second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of replacing the tires on the, from the letter that, or the email that Steve got for this, Kathy, I believe her name is, signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion fails. So Steve, do you want to contact her? Do you want to have Carla respond?
I can respond. I don't mind.
Yeah, have Carla respond, please.
Yep, if you could just email her back that the board voted against replacing her tires.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Steve, what else do you have? Anything?
No, that's it.
Okay. This is not a counter money week. So we'll move on to treasurer's report. Let's see. Excuse me. In the sweep account is $772,636.13, and the checking account is $30,000 even. So that's that. All right. Let's go. I'm sure what's not here yet, right? Okay. Let's move on to the correspondence that we got from Pam and Brad Horn. I'm just going to read the whole thing. So we, Pam and Brad Horn, sorry, it's dated April 26, 2020 and addressed to the select board. We, Pam and Brad Horn, currently have a contract to sell our property located at 993 Buck Hill Road to farmers from the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area. We have worked very diligently to try to sell it since we lost our beautiful son Taylor last year, as there are just too many memories of raising our boys in Townsend. We have followed our other son Colby up to Burlington so that we can be close at times like these. We, our buyers, last names Pritz and Wrong, and their attorney have all contacted the town clerk a number of times over the last 2 months to try to schedule a title search. Anita has informed us that she is, quote, is not letting anyone in, end quote, due to the governor's order. Although the governor has adjusted this order and currently specifically allows appraisers, realtors, lawyers, and others in real estate to do their work in the house selling process. He has said that work in a town office can go on if it can be done safely. I believe a title search can be done in a safe manner, more than 6 feet from Anita, with mask and gloves, by appointment only, so that only one searcher is present at a time, if necessary. Excuse me. I will come down personally and wipe everything down before and after a title search if necessary. I would also be willing to, quote, substitute, end quote, town clerk. Another alternative is to have these done on Thursdays when Anita is not in. Selling this property and paying off the associated mortgage is an economic must for us now that we have, now that we are renting a home near Burlington as well, or sorry, two. Our buyers are trying to get a mortgage and only have until June 1st for their rate lock to hold and would require a title search by May 15th. With the governor specifically allowing real estate to move forward as long as social distancing is adhered to, the next step that has to happen to sell the house is a title search. A way to make these safe soon must be designed. The town clerk should not be able to make this decision without other town officials' input. By the way, I have heard some towns have been allowing the searches by appointment all along. Please move Townsend in this direction now. Thank you for your consideration, Pam and Brad Horn. So, I forwarded a copy of that letter to Anita today. I went down to the town hall and talked to her. She and I discussed the fact that there is, by the VLCT guidance and the governor's guidance, it is entirely up to her whether or not she closes her office completely and ceases all transactions. But she said that she would contact the Horns, and what she told me is she would try to figure out a way to make it happen. She had dealt with other attorneys from different transactions. I don't know if she's specifically done title searches, but she has done via fax and email and scanning other document related things. So that's what I have heard from her.
I was going to say there's a time limit on when they can get that done, and you can't stop the whole world. I mean, I realize it, but you still got to carry business on somehow.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is, according to the language of what I read from the VLCT, it is up to elected officials to decide whether or not to close their functions. The only thing that I did read that I found interesting is that we, as the select board, because we control the buildings, could close the town hall despite whether or not the other elected officials wanted to keep working, which I don't see any reason to do.
Well, if you can't do business there, then why have it open?
It's a totally valid point.
Well, what good is it to be open if you can't get a fishing license, if you can't get a deed search, if you can't get anything? They might as well close it up, send her home.
Save the money.
We're not going to save any money because she's not going to take any discount in any sort of salary. So we're not saving any money except for on electric. I mean, I think it's completely ridiculous. Somebody's trying to sell.
If I got told to stay home, they wouldn't pay me.
Does everybody remember Putney?
Yep.
No, we tried to forget.
I think that people are still paying taxes, and taxes are coming in, and Elaine's still learning the tax, portion of the piece, because she'll go into the office, every now and then with Anita and do some trainings. So there are things being done, and I think the listers are trying to get the grand list stuff out, which is why they've been in the office.
So
I would have to ask, what is the barrier? Anita could do this title search on behalf of these property owners with no one else in the office, and she's there all day on the days that she's working.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the process to know if the title searchers have to actually physically view the records, or if they can be scanned and emailed, or how that process works.
Well, isn't a title search done by a law company?
Those are questions that could, excuse me, Carla, those are questions that could be asked of Anita, and if she's capable of figuring out how to do it electronically, we shouldn't hold up a real estate transaction in this town because, people want to keep the doors locked. The governor has said that there is entry into public places now if you observe physical distancing, and everybody wears a mask. I know for a fact that people in that office are not wearing a mask.
I am.
So not all people, I'm just saying, I was in there recently and I found several people in that office, first of all together, and secondly, not everyone wearing a mask, which is the governor's edict. So I'm not sure this is carved into like law. I think this is suggestions from the state of Vermont, and I would not support holding up a real estate transaction just because we can't do a title search. I think that's ridiculous.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, well, I can talk to Anita again over the next couple of days, see if I can figure out a way to get this to happen. The unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm also happy to talk to her, Will. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that there needs to be some accommodations made for people that are trying to still move their life ahead, and I think that there's opportunity to be helpful.
Right, I agree. So I will talk to her, Crystal, if you want to also talk to her, and we can see what we can do.
I'd be happy
to. Hey, Steve,
excuse me for interjecting. I think once Sherwood comes on and we talk about some of our policies moving forward, specifically the town hall, with some new guidelines that are going to be, I think, put into place, we will be able to manage these individual interactions as they come up.
Exactly. Yep. Agreed. Okay.
Agreed.
So I guess we can move on now. We did the letter. We can go to composting bags. So Carla did a little research into the organic solutions and got prices for the composting bags. The ones we originally looked at were 13 gallons, which are like tall kitchen garbage bag size. They also have a 5-gallon size, which I think people would be less likely to try to use as regular garbage bags if they're small enough that they won't hold enough to make it worth it. But we do also have to figure out how we're going to process them, where we're going to put them until they get loaded into the compactor. Irv, had you looked at, you had mentioned used shipping containers?
Yes, I have. Near a couple places I've found them, they're right around $2,000 for a shipping container, which is a 20-footer. That's about the smallest they have.
Oh, wow. Steve, is there any way we could section it off so we could use part of it for something and part of it for storage?
Well, there's only doors on one end of it.
Oh.
Right.
But there's nothing saying you couldn't put a partition in on one side of it and keep the stuff on one side and use the rest of it for storage or whatever.
Right. Oh, do we think this is, I mean, we're going to have to either do this or shut down the dump, right? We don't really have any choice.
Right. I do think we have to do something. I think we have to do something. Agreed.
Okay. So I guess the other thing is, so if we go with the 5-gallon bags, they're $25 per case of 100, which makes them, what, a quarter a bag, right? Is that right? No, they can't be.
Yes. Do you think there's any interest in like somebody local doing a compost pickup? You know, like organic farmers or something?
Well, the problem is that we have to collect it. Yeah, we're going to pay for it. And I don't think the other thing is with what Triple D and Wyndham Solid Waste is doing is they're taking things like bones, pizza box cardboard, so they can take a lot more stuff than like a local farmer.
Okay.
You take your paper plates and your paper cups and stuff can go in with it.
Yeah, anything that's compostable can go in it, including pretty heavy duty stuff because they generate enough heat to break it down.
Okay.
So do we want to pursue this, I guess is the question.
Well, we've got to close down on the other. Because that as the 1st of July, that's going to be a requirement.
Yep. Steve, do you have ample room in the yard for a container?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
But it'll want to be somewhere near where I can get back to it with the rubbish truck whenever before they go with it.
Yeah. Yep. What if instead of doing that, what if we just bought a, smallish dumpster that with a lid on it? Because the compactor could.
It's not going to be bear proof.
Yeah, the lid's not going to keep the bears out.
It's not.
You don't think we can build a lock for it?
We had that experience
we
at the
can,
hospital
you know,
where
if
we
we
were
had
trying
the
to
altar,
compost
put a
and
fire across the
it
top,
didn't work
to hold the
well
flaps down.
at all.
I don't know if I'm talking over Crystal or she's talking over me. I'm not sure.
Go ahead, Steve.
I mean, it's possible, yes. We can fabricate a dumpster where we can put a metal bar that goes through 2 hoops to hold the flaps down and put a lock on it. That's a possibility, yes.
I can show you pictures of a goddamn bear got right into a bucket loader that was holding the cover down and reached right around and pulled the cover.
Started the loader and pulled the lever back.
Oh, he got right up into the bucket of the loader. The loader had the bucket set right on top of the dumpster.
Wow.
And he
Well, we can
got right
shoot.
into the bucket and reached right down around and ripped the cover and reached right into the garbage.
So here's my other question. If we decided to do the use shipping container, spend the 2,000, whatever it is, the bags are going to cost us $0.25 a piece. What would we charge for? What would we want to charge for the bags? Like $1.50 a bag?
I would suggest that they would be free. I would think that they would be free if people wanted to participate. We're trying to encourage people to compost. If it's 25 cents for a 5-pound bag, I don't see the need to charge that back to, I mean, we're trying to incentivize people to do the right thing in town. We already charge for the trash bags. I don't know. I think you're going to get a lot of non-compliance if you also charge for the composting bags. Maybe we charge more for the trash bags, which is a whole other discussion, and we give the composting bags free. But
well, that's what we did when we did it briefly. My concern with not charging for the compost bags is that people are going to try to take the free bags and just put garbage in them.
Yeah, that's going to be
we
the
did
problem.
see. Yeah.
Yep.
Which we did see in the last go round.
But if you stay with the smaller, the 5-gallon bag.
The state is mandating that we compost, and you're going to ask the taxpayers to buy a trash bag. So you have to pay to throw the trash away. Now we have to pay to throw the compost away. People are either going to hide the compost in the trash bag or they're going to hide the trash in the compost bag if you charge them. So I don't know. To my mind, maybe the trash bags become 25 cents more expensive and the compost bags go away for free. And that's an incentive to taxpayers to put their compost in a compost bag because they think it's free, if you will.
Okay.
Is my opinion.
Well, then they save money on trash bags, though, if they're not using as much trash, too. That's a very good incentive.
That's exactly the point, is right. They're paying maybe $0.25 more for the trash bag, the purple trash bag, but they're not paying anything for the composting bag. So people think they're getting a deal. It's a wash for us, but anyway.
All right, so
I think this entire program is going to be incredibly hard for the state to mandate, but
yeah, I agree. So I guess what we're looking for is, do we want to order a shipping container and say, I don't know, 500 of the 5-gallon bags to get us started? Irv, do you know how long it would take us to get the container?
No, a lot of them, there's a lot of places have them right in stock. They're used, they're not brand new.
Right.
But you can get a good, decent one.
Are we really gonna buy a $2,000 20-foot container to put our compost in?
How is Waste Management
What-
supposed to
what
pick
is
that up?
it?
how long is it going to take? How long is it going to take to fill up that shipping container?
Well, no,
When
the idea,
is there another
Wait.
option?
the idea is we have an agreement currently with Triple T where they will take the bags. We just don't have anywhere, because we don't run the truck down I guess we do it like once a week in the summer, but it's like every 2 weeks in the winter, and they can't get mixed in with the compacted garbage. They have to be put on at the end. So we need somewhere to store them, really just for a couple days a week, maybe 2, until we
Yeah,
run the
well,
compactor down.
You gotta store them bags from all week on, and then after you close down on Saturday or Monday morning, that's when you put them in the truck.
Yeah.
You can't put them right in with the garbage.
You don't think it'd be easier to get a dumpster and just put them into a dumpster? I mean, we can chain equipment and drive across the country, but we can't keep a bear out of a container. I mean, let's think about this for 5 seconds.
I have to agree with Rob.
I mean, let's
We're
stop
not
and
going to
think
keep a
about this
bear
for
out
5
of
seconds.
a dumpster
A
full of
20-foot
compost.
container for $2,000 is way overdone. It's gonna stink to high heaven. Who the hell is gonna want to handle it? Get it in a dumpster. You can chain it to the bucket of something and go dump it. Come on. It's gonna cost $500 for
I
a
have
brand
to
new
agree with
dumpster
Rob.
thereabout. Modify it up to keep a bear out of it. If we don't have the technology to keep a bear out of a dumpster, then we need to stop and resurrect our situation. I mean, we've landed people on the moon, so to speak.
Okay.
We're going to start mining the moon. Come on.
All right, so let's start with this. Do we want to order the bags? We can order the
Yes.
bags now.
Yes,
We'll
we want-
have them, and then we can
Yes.
figure out what to do about the dumpster thing. Maybe Steve, you and Irv and Rob could research that, and figure out a way to modify it so that we can keep the bears out for a couple of days.
Yeah, I'll talk to Triple T about getting a container, a dumpster, whether it's 8-yard or whatever it is, and I'll start that conversation.
All right, so then I guess I would entertain a motion to order 500 5-gallon organics compostable bags from Organic Solutions at a price
So
of
moved.
be 5 times 25, be $125 plus shipping. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of ordering compostable bags from Organic Solutions signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, if you could put that in the works tomorrow,
Yep.
that would be great. Okay, and I see that Sherwood is now here. So I'd entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and go back up to members of the public / COVID-19 town updates.
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Mr. Lake, welcome, sir.
Hello, how are you this evening?
Doing all right. We got the bills paid this time. That was good.
Oh, that's cool. I heard the debate about the bear proofing. That was pretty interesting.
So we have, Sherwood has put together a policy in response to COVID-19 pandemic for the town and its employees and buildings. So you guys all got a copy of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so Sherwood, you want to lay out what's going on?
Well, basically what this thing is because everything is changing at an incredible rate. All of the information that's out there is either old, is incorrect, or is just not valid. So in order to create a kind of a platform so everybody is on the same page, and to help secure town employees and the general public from potential infection from this thing. And no matter what anybody tells you, we're not out of the woods by a long shot. I put together, based on the meetings that I've been going through for the last month, what the current information is that has been substantiated through the Department of Health, through Department of Labor, the Emergency Management, Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns. And it is an evolving document in the sense that most policies have a longer term of validity. This one can change every week. Matter of fact, the governor has made it known that he intends to make changes to this thing by every Friday. So this is in a sense a living document, and it just spells out how to secure, or what to secure as far as the building goes, the employees' safety and security, and the general public that's building. It also sets down some rules as to who can be in the buildings that the town owns, and this is not just the town hall. It involves the town highway, garage, and the fire department as well. Will, do you want me to go through this thing top to bottom?
Well, I've had a chance to read it through. It all looks, reasonable is the wrong word, but it seems to take into account all the policies and procedures that I think would give us a better shot at keeping our employees safe and healthy. Does anybody have any changes that they think it might need? No? Okay.
So, Will, I had sent an email out earlier this today, I guess. Was today Tuesday? Today, asking about multiple people in the building of the town hall, and Sherwood actually answered that for me, or for all of us, I guess. So
right.
I'm just a little bit concerned about, I'm a little bit concerned about multiple listers being in the building at the same time with the town clerk, with Carla, even though Carla's, in another section of the building. I think we need to really think through that as a governing body of the town, I guess, and make a decision around how many listers should be in that office altogether with a potential service animal. I'm not sure what Rose's role is with Mike, but I think we need to talk about that tonight.
Yep, I agree. Yeah,
I'm sorry, Will, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now, one thing to consider is that the regulations say 6 feet of space. All right, so if you talk about 6 feet of space, that's not just 6 feet between one person to the other. But if you imagine putting a person in the center of basically a 12-foot circle, because you got 6 foot forward, back. Once you start talking about those kind of circles merging, you're taking up space really fast, really quickly. And if you are talking about a room, well, if we brought up the size of the listers, there you can't really conceivably put more than one person and comply with the regulation or the addendum in that office. So, and then once you add in the complexity of the service dog into the mix, however you want to characterize or count that, because shed of the virus can end up on that dog's coat and somebody could contract it, that dog is just as liable to shed disease as is any person. Understand that the CDC has identified cases where animal-human transmission, and we're talking through to viral contagions, not just on surfaces. It has occurred, but it is very rarely. But once you put that element on top of a coat, on top of a table surface or whatever, now you have another pathway to the contagion. So it's not just numbers, but distance.
Ellen, did you have something you wanted to add? Helen, are you there? Oh, no, she says, no thanks, listening and thinking. Okay. Yeah, so as far as the listers go, I imagine that Sherwood, you and I will probably have a conversation with Mike and Helen and Jean, as well as Anita, about how we work out scheduling and, you know, it may be the listers work off hours. We may open up like a Thursday so that they can be the only two in the building to do what they have to do in a single day. The other thing is, I wanted to ask Steve, we had talked a little while ago about building a plexiglass divider for the clerk's office.
Yes.
Have you gotten anywhere with that?
It will be done by Friday.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I guess, does anybody have any other questions on the policy itself?
I've got a question about the listers. I was wondering, did Gene Cook get an exemption for smoking on the front steps?
No.
Oh, okay.
Has he been?
Yep.
I witnessed it myself 2 Fridays in a row. I brought it up to Helen. She was going to mention it to Gene, but since that time, he is still out there smoking.
I've got pictures of him today smoking out there.
Yep. No, it doesn't pertain to him. He just doesn't care.
Okay. Something else. So any other questions on the policy? All right, then the one other thing I wanted to mention about the policy is the last paragraph, in which we, the board, would allow Sherwood to make changes in this policy as they can come up. For instance, something comes out this Friday, we don't have a meeting for another 2 weeks. This would allow Sherwood to make changes to the policy, and then we could approve, ratify. Obviously, he and I have discussed it. Whenever possible, he would make us aware before he had to implement anything. But in the case of a change in either the governor's edicts or addendums, something that has to be added or can be removed, we would give him the authority to make those changes on our behalf. So that's one piece of it that I wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on before we decided to approve this or not. So any other questions? Okay, I guess I'd entertain a motion to adopt the policy in response to the COVID-19 pandemic for the town of Townsend.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adopting the policy in response to the COVID-19 pandemic for the town of Townsend signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, tomorrow I will email this to the listers and to Anita and Elaine. And then Steve, if you want to take a copy and post it in the garage or give it to your guys, that's probably a good idea. We should also send it to the library, I think, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Will, one more thing if I could.
Yeah, of course.
Just on a related note, the state of Vermont has put out requirements via VOSHA for anybody working. I sent out links today in an email to access that training material. It has to be completed by everybody involved by the 4th of May. One of the things that the state has taken this to the very seriously in that they've been mandated, even their highway and all actually state employees have to do this same training.
Mm-hmm.
Considering that they've all had this infectious disease training anyways as part of their normal course of business, they really are pushing it out to people to get done. So those links are at the VOSHA website for people that want to see it. If there's just people in the general public that want to see the information, go to the VOSHA website. I took the training today. It takes 20 minutes to finish, and there is a lot of information in there for people just in general to absorb that would be very helpful in understanding this thing.
Yep. Yeah, actually, that was next on my agenda, Sherwood. Well played.
Okay.
I'd like to say thank you very much to Karen at the library because she has opened up again and is doing curbside pickup, and it has made my children very happy to be able to get books out.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, so we all have to do it. Steve, all your guys have to do it.
Yep.
Anita, the listers, like everyone who, Kurt will have to do it. Everyone who has anything with town hall. So Carla, maybe tomorrow you could inform everybody. Irv, there is a printable copy of it, which Carla, if you could print one and throw it in Irv's box so that he can do it. And then once the trainings are done, there's a certificate. All the certificates will go to Sherwood. He will compile them and then make copies for Carla, put in the town files, and then keep copies for his role as emergency management director. So everything can go, once you've done the training, go to Sherwood. Okay. Thank you, Sherwood. I appreciate it.
No problem. Take care. Have a good night.
You too.
Night, Sherwood. Thank you.
Okay, moving back up to old business. We have the listers form 4155, right? Yes, 4155. That was the certificate of no appeal or suit pending. I did finally get some answers from VLCT, and I was able to talk to the listers and to Anita. So after the Board of Abatement ruling, they had 30 days to file a further appeal. They did not. And then they also have paid the taxes. So according to VLCT, they can no longer come back on this property for this tax year. So with that said, I would entertain a motion, or anybody have any questions on that? Okay. I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grand list, listers form 4155.
So moved.
Next month.
Okay.
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of signing the form 4155 certificate of no appeal or suit pending signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Crystal, I think you and I have already signed it. So Steve, Irv, and Rob, if you could swing by the town hall, and whoever puts the last signature on it, it needs to go to Anita after that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. All right. John Evans sent an email to Anita. His planning commission term is up in 2020, so he would like to be reappointed. So I would entertain a motion to appoint John Evans to the planning commission for a 5-year term.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of appointing John Evans to the planning commission for a 5-year term signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, Carla, if you could just let John know that he can continue his reign. Okay, next thing was we had when we did the first class license for Beboro Corp, Wyndham Hill Inn, they had a third class liquor license application that got separated from it. So we had formed a quorum. We got 3 signatures on that. So I would just, to ratify this, all those in favor of approving the renewal of the third class liquor license for Beboro Corp, which is Wyndham Hill Inn. Sorry. Second?
Second.
Second. Oh.
Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of renewing the third class liquor license for Beboro Corp, Wyndham Hill Inn, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. Does anyone have any need for an executive session? Okay. The next regular meeting. The next regular meeting is May 12th.
My dog just threw up, sorry.
Oh, God. Next regular meeting is May 12th at 6:30. Will be a Zoom meeting. Also, in talking to Anita today, I am going to set up the town Zoom account this week. So the meeting information will change by our next meeting. And if nobody else has anything else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
But I have
Good
a
job,
quick
Will.
question
Thank
first.
you.
Thanks, everybody.
Wait, Steve, hold on. Steve, hold on.
Carla?
Yes.
Yeah, this is not meeting related. It's just more along the lines of, I sent you an email this afternoon. Riverbend needs 2 boxes of bags.
Okay.
And if you wanted to do that, I have the invoice pad on top of my desk. It's already filled out. So if you could
Okay,
just
I'll
get their
pick it up.
signature and leave them the yellow copy, that'd be awesome.
All right. I'll pick it up in the morning and bring it down.
All right, fantastic. Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, Will. Good job.
Good night.
Okay, 7:35.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Nice work.
I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And our first item of business are the minutes from April 8th.
I would move that we approve the select board minutes from our meeting of April 8th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Moving on, we have warrants 22 and 22P.
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment warrant 22 and 22P.
I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Warrant 22 is for a total of $10,351.20. And that covers some payroll transfers, health insurance premiums, the sheriff's monthly cost, and supplies for the highway department, parts and fuel. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. Doesn't look like we have any visitors. Moving on, the road foreman's report, we have some curb cuts. One for Kipling Road, the Bacon residence, and one for East West Road, the Beach residence. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve curb cuts for Bill and Pat Bacon on Kipling Road and Richard and Rosemary Beach on East West Road.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion?
So the one on the East West Road is set for a driveway with a culvert, but the one on Kipling Road, as noted on our application, is for just access into the field for mowing or any logging. That's it. It's not for driveway use.
Okay, and Lee's given his okay.
Lee has given the okay for both of them.
Yep. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Is there anything under correspondence for information that you'd like to discuss? Most of it's reports on the COVID-19 virus.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to just thank Terry for joining certain calls and providing us with summaries. I find that really helpful. I feel a little inundated by, you know, I'm not quite sure all the emails that I'm getting, who they're from, and, you know, what I should be looking for. So Terry, your summaries are really, really useful for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thanks. There wasn't a Tuesday, there wasn't a regional one yesterday. They had the training that I didn't need to do this year. So there wasn't one to do, but there'll be a Friday one again too. But really the two reports we get in the evening, especially the situation report, that really gives you the best ballpark of what's really going on.
Yeah.
And who does that come from?
That one comes down from the, I think it says DOS when it comes down.
Okay.
And it'll say situation report on it.
Great, and they highlight all the new information in red. So.
In red, yes.
Yes.
I think I get that twice, yeah. Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, so it is helpful.
It is very helpful.
Right. Yeah, and so thank you, Terry, for
You're welcome.
On top of that. Under discussion, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's just quite a few emails from the Wyndham Regional Commission, just keeping us up to date, providing information should we want or need to apply to FEMA for reimbursements for costs that are associated with the virus in town. Anything you want to add to that?
So you'd have to have a cost of $3,300 to get any reimbursement. We don't have any at this time. So the Wyndham region was just looking to see what towns would be applying to give them a one-up on it. So it's so the reason I had this put on is just so that we could say to Alyssa, we don't have any costs right now. So at this point, we are not going through the process of doing all the application to go forth with it, but it leaves it open should something happen and we do go up over 3,300 weekend in the future. But the time, I think I put it in one of my notes. This is a far-reaching thing, but once the head of the emergency management up there goes from a pause or whatever, they stop at what they're doing now, then the 30-day clock will click where you got to have all your stuff in. But at this point, we're not there.
Okay. And so is there an example of something where the town would be incurring cost that would be related to COVID-19?
Well, if we had like a, well, we're all the emergency management, so therefore our costs are here. I mean, we're it, and we're already getting paid our stipend for the select board. So that would be probably time-wise, especially if you had a nursing home or assisted living or a hospital in there where they're trying to deal with the emergency management, trying to deal with that. And I'm assuming Brattleboro is going to get on some of that with their revenues and we just don't have it.
Yeah. Okay.
We've kept everything going along the way it is, and you know, we're working it as our own group.
Right. We have no loss of revenue from the parking meters.
Right. That's a good one.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion about that?
So I'll just let Alyssa know we're just we're not there.
Right. Great. Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
And I saw the list of towns that don't have their local emergency management plan completed. You know, we were not on that list of late comers. So thank you, Terry, for.
You're welcome. We were the first one to have it done, actually.
Okay, great.
We got that distinction.
There's nothing under new business. There was an email. There's a resident, well, not a resident, a resident that's going into a hospital in Connecticut, and his daughter is trying to get a cat down to the Wyndham Humane Society. And I don't know what the current status is in the last couple of days, but if someone wants to check in with her, it's a little, not quite what we usually deal with as animal control, going to catch a cat for someone, but.
Yeah, so Zeke, I'd like to share something relative to the email that we got about that incident, that situation. It seemed to me that a lot of the response and activity fell on Lori's shoulders because we didn't really take responsibility for it as the select board. And so I would just like to be clear about how we as a select board, as a group, are going to deal with being the animal control officers. And then a side question is, so we have a pound keeper, and I didn't know, I mean, David's probably in the same boat. What's the difference between a pound keeper and the animal control officer?
It's sort of like, the difference is the pound keeper is sort of an honorific position with no, since we don't have a pound, the duties are pretty light. And so it's almost like the weigher of coal. That's essentially what it is. And so the animal control is the one, is the person or persons who are appointed to carry out the to enforce the animal control ordinance that we have in Boston, which
And
says
wasn't-
nothing about going and catching a cat for someone. So it's a little outside our usual.
It wasn't catching a cat. They were looking for a place to.
No, well, she couldn't catch it, actually.
Oh,
she was
oh,
having
I
trouble
see.
catching it. And,
Oh.
you know, neither Lori, so I was the only one that responded from the select board that I know of. And both Lori and I decided neither of us were interested in going and helping her catch the cat. Neither of us felt, you know, like we would be very good at that. And Zeke, I called you more to just see, so as an animal control officer, what would your response be?
If, let's see, she had spoken with me, you know, and I had told her I was in, I simply wasn't in town. And so,
Oh, I didn't know that she had spoken with you.
And that she should send a email to selectboard@dummerston.org, so it would go out. I guess in the future we should just, if we have something come up, you know, if I am around, then you know, most likely I'll be happy to take care of it, or willing to take care of it, I should say. Or if I'm not available, then you know, we can chat among ourselves and see who's available. Or
But we just need to know what to do. Like, I was just looking for instruction. Like, as the animal control officer, I wouldn't go and catch a cat. I would put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society.
Yes, because our contract with Wyndham Humane Society allows residents to take animals there directly. It doesn't
Right.
have to go through the animal control. And you know, if there's a dog roaming around the center of town or the gas stations on the highways, you know, then in the past, Wayne or I have gone and tried to catch that animal, or someone has a, that's the sort of thing. We generally haven't gone into people's houses to catch an animal for them, or to, and we don't deal with skunks in the basement or bats in the bedroom or anything like that. Mostly dogs. There are occasional cat problems that fit a little bit more with, you know, the ordinance. But if this person,
Plus, plus wasn't she was only looking to have, I mean, she basically wants the Humane Society to board it for her until her father comes home.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either, and apparently they're willing to do that, or you know, the situation is they're going to put the cat up for adoption or whatever. But
right.
So it's pretty much, if let's see, I guess
I guess my thought was it really didn't fall under animal control.
Yeah, I thought it was more if someone felt like helping this person out, but that'd be fine. But it wasn't technically.
Right, which I didn't know. You know, like, I'm just getting familiar with what it means to be the animal control officer, and I would have contacted her and put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society, but I wasn't confident to say, and it's not, you know, our role to come and catch the cat for you. I don't know. If I had been more confident, I would have given her a call directly.
Right. And I sometimes in the past have thought, well, I've gotten these calls where, you know, they can't catch this animal. I don't know why they think I would be able to. We don't, you know, have a lot of equipment in the animal control locker room. So.
Should I call Ron Speck, who is our pound keeper. And since he is a vet in Dummerston, ask him for suggestions of who might be a good person to contact about being an animal control officer?
I think that'd be a great idea. There's in fact someone I've been meaning to call who works as a technician there.
That's perfect.
I thought this person might be interested and certainly has some, good training. And we do have that $500 stipend now.
Right. Well, would you call that person? And if that person says no, then I will call Ron.
Okay, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'd like to take it off our shoulders. I mean, I appreciate, Zeke, you wanting to shed this responsibility, and you're trying really hard to do that. But I don't think having the select board as a whole shoulder it is really taking it off your shoulders, and it ends up being on Lori's shoulders, which is not a good thing.
Right. Right. Okay, so I'll make a call and I'll get back in touch with you. Anything else under new business?
So at our last.
Oh, right, there is.
What?
Go ahead, Maria.
Go ahead.
Okay, so at our last meeting, we did some appointments, and then I had sent a list of the still open seats to be published in the views. And now talking about animal control officer, would you like me to send that list also to Lori to list on the website and maybe in her weekly newsletter that she sends out?
I think that'd be great.
Yep.
That'd be
Okay.
perfect.
I didn't see that list. Did you send? I'm sure you sent it to everybody though, right?
No, I sent it to Roger Turner to publish in the views, just the open seats.
Okay.
Yep.
The other thing was when I was talking to Lee about the curb cuts, he mentioned about the town office painting. So I got a hold of Jeff Dixon. He'll be starting in probably about a few weeks. He said it'll be done before the deadline there. And if he'll let Lee know when he starts in case there's any questions or anything, because Lee seems to be the one that's out and about more than all of us now. So, but that will be commencing here very shortly.
Right.
And it seems like they should let Lori know too.
Yes, if he calls Lee, I'm sure Lee will let Lori know that it'll be coming along. Yeah.
Okay.
But it'll be a few weeks, but he knows the time frame.
Right. Good. Okay. All right. Anything else under new business?
Oh, by the way, I sent you an email around that the Herald sent me, but disregard that one. He's going to bring me over the correct one. It's regarding Rescue Inc. for our next meeting. I guess it's a letter from Drew that wants to go to the select board. He just sent me the wrong one, so he's got to actually print this one off and bring it over so I can scan it in. But I believe our contract's up this year with Rescue Inc. for the end of it's a 2-year, and I think this is it.
Okay. I thought
so. I haven't seen the letter yet, but when I do, I'll scan it around and he'd be available at our next meeting if we had any questions.
Okay, great. Okay, anything else? All right, guess we're done. I think.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
There we go. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you all. Good to see you
Bye-bye.
all. Glad everybody looks healthy.
Yep.
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
No. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We did call the meeting a little earlier to enter into executive session, so it's now 6:15. This is the Tuesday, April 21st meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board, and I will just reconfirm with Peter that the meeting has been properly warned.
Yes, it has.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like to take a motion to approve the minutes of both April 2nd and April 7th.
I move to approve the minutes of April whatever. whatever.
April
2nd
and April. Okay,
and 7th?
The 2nd and the 7th.
Yes.
Does anybody have any comments or any corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, I will ask all those in favor to say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 5-0 for the approval of the minutes. Next on our agenda tonight is the chair's remarks. We're still getting on our feet here with how to run things, and I feel the same way. I'm still feeling a little disoriented as to how things are going. There were a couple things I wanted to say as chair, which I felt like just to say a couple things to kick things off as chair now. I wanted to say a couple things that are just sort of in general. They don't really relate to our present situation, but in a way they do. I wanted to say that we come together as always here at the Select Board to do the business of the town of Brattleboro and to serve its taxpayers and its residents the best way we can. And to that end, we ask that any public comment or question be limited to 2 minutes so that the board can spend the bulk of this meeting time on town business. And please remember that our responses to any questions about unwarned subjects must be limited in our responses in accordance to open meeting law. I'd like to say that in my opinion, our guiding principle should always be to remember that the needs of the many here in Brattleboro outweigh the needs of the few or the one. And be assured that all of your select board members hear your concerns and that we strive to meet your needs while always remembering that we are charged with considering all of our residents in our deliberations. And then finally, just sort of more pressing to the current situation is we got an email. Jan Anderson is the executive secretary, and I just confessed that I miss interacting with Jan a little bit, and because she's always sort of a glue that keeps the select board together and communicating with Peter Elwell, our town manager, and so many of our community members. She sent out an email that was just very helpful, had all of our documents together recently. But in that email, sometimes you get a little dose of wisdom from Jan, and she had one line that struck me, and I wanted to share that. She just casually said in the middle of the email that, again, shared all these documents that we needed. She said, as these unusual times persist, so do we. And I just really loved that little phrase that Jan gave us. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Jan and Patrick and Peter and our entire staff here in Brattleboro. I personally feel honored to work with and for everybody here in Brattleboro, Vermont. So those are my chair's remarks. And I'm going to pass it over to our town manager for his comments.
Thank you, Tim. I have 4 actually on topics other than COVID-19 this evening. So I'm happy to offer some good news and some information and things that are sort of more generally about town business and looking ahead to the future. So the first is the tremendous good news that we've been waiting for, but honestly thought might not come, at least in this timely manner, because of the interruption of normal business by COVID. But we had an application pending with the Vermont Community Development Program for some additional funding for the Groundworks project. It is the final piece needed in over $3 million of funding to make that project, go. And we learned this morning that VCDP is making an enhancement grant of $50,000 to the groundwork shelter construction project to be built on South Main Street. It's in addition to a $400,000 grant previously made by VCDP to this project. And it's the final piece in a complex funding puzzle that includes federal funding, state funding, town funding, private foundation funding, and over $1 million of donations from individuals and businesses that are in our community and outside our community supporting this project. Groundworks leadership has assured me that the construction now is able to begin just as soon as the COVID-19 restrictions allow that kind of construction activity to resume in the community. So that project will move ahead. We've also been advised that Dan Adams, who is our tree warden here in Brattleboro, has been chosen for a prestigious award. The Vermont Urban and Community Forestry Program will recognize him as this year's Hamilton Award winner. That Hamilton Award is named after a long-standing tree warden and a leader in maintenance of urban forestry in Vermont. This award is presented to a tree warden who has significantly advanced the goals of urban and community forestry through successful practices, effective conservation planning, increased citizen engagement, and active public education. Dan graduated from the University of Maine with a degree in forestry and has been the tree warden here in Brattleboro for over 20 years. He helped establish our tree advisory board, which actively promotes our urban and community forestry programs in Brattleboro. And under his leadership, the tree board meets once a month, promotes public education, tree planting, tree maintenance, grant writing, tree inventories, and the review of town projects. We thank Dan for his long and dedicated service, and we thank Steve Barrett for nominating Dan to receive this well-deserved honor. And two announcements to just remind folks of things we have already announced to the public, but these are big seasonal matters that we want to make sure people are remaining aware of. So the semi-annual flushing of the water mains will start on Thursday evening this week and continue until May 11th. It's essential maintenance to keep the water supply safe, and so we're proceeding with this. We can do it in a manner that the crews go out at a time of night when they're not interacting with other folks in the community, and they can stay safe with each other and perform this really essential maintenance for the safety of our water system. So thanks to DPW for keeping that moving forward as usual. And because the collection of the solid waste curbside program is continuing as one of the essential services that has been continuous throughout the COVID situation, Triple T will be providing the spring leaf pickup, has already done the first of the 2 days of spring leaf pickup. And we just want to remind everybody who may need put out more leaves that Friday, May 1st, a week from this coming Friday, is the one remaining day for this spring pickup that that service will be provided. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Peter. Congratulations, Dan. And really great to hear about the Vermont Community Development Program grant. The Groundworks is certainly deserving. So the next item on our agenda is select board comments and committee reports. So I'm going to open it up, and I have a hand up already from Brandy.
Hi. So I want to just remind us about something that's not Brattleboro specific. It's statewide, but we are in the state. And that is, I want to make a reference to the governor's executive order from Friday, April 17th, and to guidance issued under that from the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. This is all really easily found online with a simple Google search. And it reminds employees and employers that as of Monday, which is yesterday, employees must wear non-medical cloth face coverings or bandanas over their mouths and noses. And so this is no longer just a recommendation, it's now a requirement. And I want to make sure to clear that up because I know that when executive orders come out, We often read them just through the news. We don't always read the actual guidance or the actual addendums to the orders. And so I want to make it clear to anybody who might be confused that if you're operating a retail business, you need to be wearing something over your face and mouth. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandy.
Thank you, Liz, for complying. I appreciate that.
Does anybody else have comments or committee reports? No? All right. Seeing none, I'd like to move into public participation. Now I have a little bit of, last time I sort of forgot to speak to this a little bit, so let me kind of go over how to participate in our meetings. We are asking that all members of the public and any presenting guests to turn off their cameras and mute their microphones upon entering the meeting room. Obviously, if you're already in, you won't have to worry about that. But if you're going to ask for a question or offer a comment, please type your name into the chat box, or at least just say your name will appear anyway to me, but I'm keeping my eye on the chat box. But please don't actually ask the question if you can hold off on that. What happens is, exactly, Daniel has just typed in like this. Thank you. It puts me in a weird position if last meeting some people were private messaging me a question, and so it was unclear to me whether they wanted to ask me the question and sort of stay private or not. But according to open meeting laws, we really want you to be on camera if possible, or at least on audio to ask your question. That way there's no confusion as to who's asking what and who's commenting about what, because unfortunately, or fortunately probably, the chat box is not recorded like the video is. So that does not become public record. So that's something that a lot of boards, I think, are struggling with. And the way we have decided to do it is to just raise your hand by saying that you'd like to make a comment or a question in the chat box. I will see it. I'll put you in my little queue, and I will, sort of go through it one at a time. Now, if you're on the phone, let me see notes here. If you're calling, what I'm going to do is at the end of the people who are actually participating via video and computer, I'm going to ask Patrick, our assistant town manager, to open the phone lines like they used to say in the radio days, to just open up the microphones of people who are on the phone in case that they want to say something. But again, please, if you have access to the chat box, go ahead and do that. So hopefully that's clear and reinforces what we've already said.
Tim?
Does anybody have anything to add on that?
I just wanted to let you know that Patrick has texted to me that we do not at this moment have any callers. He'll let us know if we get a caller later in the meeting, but as of right now, we only have online participants.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I do, I sort of like scan through it once in a while to see if I see that little call symbol, and it is discouraged to call, but of course we're trying to get access to everybody who can possibly participate in any way during this strange time. So I do not see anybody who has sort of raised their hand in the chat section. Here's your last chance, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll be moving on to item number 7, excuse me, COVID-19 update, which will be led by Peter.
Thank you. And I'd like to just add to one more clarification to what you just said, Tim, about how the public participation is functioning before I provide the overall update. And that's just to be really clear about the encouraging people to be online and discouraging people from being on the phone. What we want to make clear to folks is we're saying if you have an option, participate online, because that's just a more, there are certain challenges to doing this at all in this manner. And those hurdles are lower and easier to clear when we are all participating online. But we recognize that there are people in the community who may not be able to participate online. And so when we say we discourage being on the phone, we want to make really clear that we're not asking people to stay away from the meeting if their only means of participating is on the phone. We want them to participate on the phone. That's why we're allowing phone participation at all. And we're just asking folks who can make a choice to make the choice to be online.
Absolutely.
Then speaking more generally to how things are going, I have a few important reminders about health and safety aspects of town government. And then I'm going to give a briefer update. People can breathe a sigh of relief, briefer than I have in the last couple of select board meetings, because there's a lot we've covered in those meetings. There's a lot of information we're pushing out day to day. And so I'm going to focus tonight on just those things that have happened since the last select board meeting 2 weeks ago on April 7th. But first, I just wanted to remind everyone that the police and fire services are being provided 24/7 throughout the community, as they usually are. The procedures have been altered in certain ways that were necessary in order to protect both the police officers and firefighters and the community. So there's some ways in which that service is coming out to folks in the community differently than normal. But we want to provide the overall reassurance that police and fire are available 24/7, and the dispatchers are taking emergency calls 24/7, just as usual. The water and sewer utilities are functioning from the consumer's point of view just exactly as they usually do. If anybody experiences anything unusual, we want to hear about that right away, because at our homes and our businesses, people ought to be receiving water and sewer services just exactly as normal. Again, there are certain procedures that are in place for the safety of the staff, primarily in this case, because they, particularly at the two treatment plants, they don't interact with the public a lot, but the precautions they take to keep each other healthy, keep the system protected, is really important. So those are in place. They have been for weeks now, and those two systems are operating just fine. But we wanted folks to know that we are taking those precautions to protect those systems and the employees who run them. One thing that is an important reminder to people about what you can do for yourself in terms of water safety is in buildings that are not occupied to the same degree as they normally are occupied, it's important to flush the fresh water coming in there, the drinking water that comes in through the taps. So people who enter into a building that has not been occupied for a while should run that water, should run it for several minutes in order to just clear out anything that, any spill water or anything that may have collected in the pipes as a result of the water not flowing as usual. And that flushing process should keep the water safe. The one caveat to that we need to offer is sort of the standard caveat that the town applies or rigorous procedures and complies with rigorous standards for safe public drinking water for the water that is produced at the plant and sent through the pipes and arrives at the meters. On the private side of the meters, where it goes through private piping, whether that's in residences or in commercial settings, those are privately owned systems and the town doesn't maintain them. And so from time to time, we get a question about somebody who's concerned about water in a building. And we can provide lots of information about the safe drinking water that's coming to every building in town. If people are concerned about the quality of water inside a building, then they need to have that privately tested in order to be certain that it's safe for them in that particular setting. And one way to help keep it safe is to do this flushing of the water that's coming into the building. And finally, again, as a matter of making sure that folks have access to communication, there is so much in the way of communication that we're relying more than ever now on digital communications, online communications, and not everybody has that ability to connect to the internet at home. And so we want to make sure that everyone knows that if you need a public Wi-Fi connection, there is one at Brooks Memorial Library. And during this time, when the library is closed, you can access that public Wi-Fi connection by going to the front, to the Main Street entrance of the library. You can access it if you're sitting in a car at the curb at that location, or as long as you're practicing social distancing and staying far enough away from others, there's the planters that you can sit on there, or you can otherwise access that that way into the internet. As far as updates go, I'll try to move quickly through this. Some of this is more important, some of it is more sort of routine, but it's the degree to which circumstances have changed in town during these past 2 weeks. Starting with right after the last select board meeting on Thursday the 9th, we opened Morningside Cemetery for the season. The cemetery is closed for the winter and then open back up in the spring. And particularly this year, we recognize that that is a place where people get some peace and quiet and some fresh air and exercise in normal years as well, in addition to going in to honor a loved one. And so we wanted to encourage that activity just as we are with the parks, but remind everybody that it's important to adhere to all the advice from the public health experts about how to wear the mask and otherwise stay far enough away and practice the social distancing for everybody's sake. But Morningside Cemetery is available for a walk, a peaceful walk if folks want that. We did, as we discussed last time, the town proceeded with the furlough of 3 employees. The parking enforcement unit has been not functioning since the beginning of COVID. And so we had good interaction with those employees. We have made sure that Sally Nix is staying in touch with them and is helping them through the unemployment insurance process. And so those 3 employees are on furlough at this point, and they're the 4th employee in the parking fund whose compensation is paid for by the parking fund, is the fellow who provides maintenance through the general facilities maintenance team, usually, who is right now working and for the foreseeable future working on the parks maintenance team instead. So he's able to move back into a position he had previously fulfilled for the town as part of that parks maintenance team while parking is closed. We also didn't talk about this last time. The board's aware of it, but the public isn't. And I just want to make sure that folks know that we did look at certain other positions, particularly at part-time positions that aren't able to really perform their normal functions during this time, to see if it was appropriate to furlough any additional employees. And what we found was that the employees who might have been appropriate for a furlough, beyond those 3 in parking, each one of them works few enough hours for the town that the cost to the town to have them stay in their regular wage compensation status with us is actually less cost to the taxpayers than the town's share of the unemployment insurance benefit would have been. So we have several employees in a few different departments who might otherwise have been furloughed, but it's actually better for them and better for the taxpayers to just keep them in paid status, and that's what we're doing. And the status of all other employees is essentially the same as we've discussed now several times, where some are busier than ever, some are doing mostly the normal things they would be doing in the office, but they're not much in the office. Some are going in just occasionally for tasks that have to be performed there, but are doing most of their work remotely. And others are not able to be fully doing all the different things that they do in their normal work, but are doing many or most of the things they do normally, and are people we wouldn't be able to furlough because we wouldn't be able to do without the work that they're performing. And so we've been really careful going position by position to make sure that we're both giving consideration to the impact to the employees as well as to the overall town operation. And we feel like that's calibrated. That set of decisions has been made, and has been made in a way that is both, we believe, fair to the employees, and certainly also the best that we could do in terms of containing town costs in this situation. Now, the town cost is something we'll talk about under the financial report later. It's actually pretty interesting and different in this this emergency versus many types of emergencies, because there's many normal types of town expenditures that we're simply not making. right now while things are shut down. And then there's some other costs that we are incurring, but because we're not, for instance, standing up a surge site for hospital overflow or doing something else that's really, sort of a significant expense with lots of extra labor involved in it, but are rather just maintaining continuity of government through this time, we're not really incurring any significant COVID-related expenses, and we're incurring, less than our normal operating expenses. So from that point of view, that's a little odd. It's a silver lining, but we're keeping a close eye on it. But right now, there's no reason for concern financially in terms of COVID impact to town finances. The Brooks Memorial Library staff is providing assistance to folks who need assistance with completing their census forms. So that information is available on the town's website, or you can call Brooks Memorial Library and ask for that assistance. We're happy to help. And it's really important that we get a complete count of everyone who lives in Brattleboro. The Recreation and Parks Department had to cancel their spring youth sports season for obvious reasons, but both Recreation and Parks and the library are finding lots of new and expanded ways to support people with enrichment activities, a variety of enrichment activities for kids and for adults, online primarily, and also in other communications. And so there's a lot of information. Both of them operate a Facebook page in addition to the information that's on the town's website. We'd encourage people to be in touch with them and make sure that they're accessing the services that are available. The police department made the decision this past week to waive any alarm fees until further notice. So that's another one of those items where we recognize, hey, we can do this. We can make things just a little less burdensome to the broader public during this time. And so we've taken that step to waive the alarm fees. And that is the state of the town operations actions. There's a few things that we're doing that are sort of a step outside of basic town operations. But before I go to those, I want to just pause and see if you have any questions or any comments any of you want to offer about what I've said so far. Okay.
I don't. Anyone else? No.
So, so just 4 other points I wanted to make. These again are things that the board is well aware of. In fact, the board is involved in some of these, and in other cases, staff is handling them. But the board is aware. But I want to make sure that the community knows that the town and other communities who administer program income funds are collaborating with the state of Vermont's Agency of Commerce and Community Development to create a statewide small business relief program. ACCD asked the local agencies to collaborate on this so that there would be a simple and consistent process for Vermont's small businesses, and to make it more likely for the program to receive additional state and federal funding in the future. One of the things that's unique to the work we do in Vermont compared to the rest of the country when we're involved in a situation like this one is, where there's national impact or national programs that are applying, is we operate at such a human scale. It's one of the wonderful things about living where we live and being in the community we're in, that, our program income fund having, a bit over $300,000 available for this effort is an amount of money that federal employees can't really understand in terms of realizing that there's real meaningful impact that comes from the expense of those kinds of funds. They tend to deal with millions, tens of millions, even greater in the programs that they administer. And so sometimes it is better for Vermont communities to be pooled when we're dealing with demonstrating to the federal government the effectiveness of our work and being able to draw additional federal funding, because it comes to a scale where it's serving 650,000 people instead of 12,000, and where the money involved is, in this case, approximately $10 million statewide instead of $300,000. Those are, that's a scale that the federal government can relate better to. And it's one of the reasons why this approach is deemed in everybody's collective better interests instead of each of us doing our own thing. The details of this are not clear yet. We're working on developing that. It'll take a few weeks to put it in place. I expect there'll be at least an update and possibly an action item related to this for the May 5th select board meeting. FEMA has released its initial guidance to municipalities and to other agencies who may be eligible for reimbursement of COVID-19 expenses. And for the reason I described a few minutes ago, the town is not likely at this point to be eligible for any reimbursement. It's just not that kind of an emergency. You know, after something like Irene, where there were a lot of overtime hours and a lot of expense related to the restoration of facilities, the town was eligible to receive a lot of reimbursement. In this case, the expenses we've been incurring have been the expenses related to the basic operations of town government. And even though many of those have been very COVID specific in these past 4 to 6 weeks, they aren't outside of, for instance, employees who have been doing work that is, nearly or entirely COVID related aren't eligible. Their costs for those employees aren't eligible for reimbursement because they're not working extra hours in order to provide those services. If they had to work extra hours and we were paying COVID related overtime, which we have in a few cases, we track that separately so that if there was enough of that over the entire period of this emergency, we might become eligible to receive some reimbursement. At this point, there's been very little of that kind of overtime and virtually no expenses related to facilities. And so our costs have been basic town operating costs and unreimbursable. We are, as town officials, continuing to communicate frequently with our colleagues around the state, both in municipal governments and in state agencies, so that we keep learning from each other. One of the things also about this emergency, those of us who have dealt with natural disasters and other kinds of emergencies in municipal operations, there's plans and experience that we have that make those sort of more familiar, even though they're thankfully rare. And when they happen, you can mobilize into your emergency management mode and take the set of actions that's appropriate to the occasion. None of us had that as experience or as robust plans related to this scale of a public health emergency. And so we've been learning a lot as we've been going along. And one of the ways in which we're trying to make sure we're all better prepared for a next time, if there is one, is to make sure that we learn from each other. We're not just learning from our own experiences in Brattleboro, but we're also learning from other communities around the state and from state agencies that are involved in this effort. And finally, because there is a variety of different ways in which the Vermont State Legislature is considering emergency action, they've taken some and they're considering more in ways that will impact the recovery period for the broader general public and for businesses, but also specifically related to the continuity of the provision of municipal government services. We are in continuous communication with our local legislative delegation and with other legislators around the actions that they're considering and the ways in which they would positively affect town government or not, to try to help make sure that Brattleboro's particular municipal interests are considered and broad municipal interests across the state are considered as the legislature continues to take emergency actions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to just underline two things that Peter just spoke about. Thanks for all that, Peter, by the way. Which is, there's two major things going on that people may have heard about in the news, and both of which are sort of in such an ongoing gathering information mode, I would call it. The ACCD is a moving target that we're keeping our eye on. It's a possible way to pool resources, as Peter said, and possibly help our local businesses greatly. However, we have to know what it is first, and then we have to move to the time where we will deliberate whether it's the right thing for Brattleboro to do. And similarly, what's going on in the legislature right now with what is possibly going to be available to towns to alter tax payments or to alter fees anything like that. We are a Dillon rule state. We don't currently have the ability to change any of that. And before we can even deliberate whether that would be a good idea, we need the legislature to decide on that. And VLCT, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, has been very helpful in coordinating some legislation that's moving its way through so that towns do have the option of doing that. But we're a little bit away from being able to decide if that's the right choice for Brattleboro. Anybody keeping their eye on that, I want to make very clear, and I'll be pushing this out however else we can. I think we should be doing this to be clear that we have a very solid and useful abatement appeal process for taxes. So on an individual basis, there will be opportunities for people to present their case, regardless of what happens with any decisions from the legislature and from this select board going forward. Hope you don't mind me just kind of throwing that out there and kind of framing that a little bit, Peter, but I think that's important for people to understand that this board is very much aware of these developments, and we just have to wait a little bit to see what kind of abilities we'll have if we choose to take them.
Thank you.
Yeah. Does anybody have any comments or questions for Peter concerning, well, generally COVID-19 developments or that last batch of things that he spoke about? No. Oh, Liz has, go ahead and say that, Liz. I just saw that
what were those initials that you talked about for the
ACCD is the State of Vermont's Agency of Commerce and Community Development.
Thank you.
And you'll see that if you, Brandy mentioned the new guidelines as far as shop owners and stuff with the masks, that actually comes from ACCD via the governor, obviously, but I mean, it goes through that department. So they are the ones that are proposing a pooling of what in our case would be that program income pot of money that we have that traditionally we do direct lending on. So that's what Peter was referring to. It's a Vermont agency that's, I would, it's kind of stepping to the forefront in this situation. Would that be an accurate way to describe it, Peter?
Yeah. Yes, they are the Economic Development Agency and Community Development Agency for the state in normal times. And in addition to addressing business recovery needs, they have become the agency through which state government is defining, which businesses are essential and therefore are continuing to operate in a relatively more normal manner. And where the boundaries are between what activities are okay and what are not okay in the conduct of, business and organizational business, not just commercial free enterprise business, but also the business of government and the business of nonprofit organizations.
Thank you. And Liz, that was a good suggestion to explain that.
Yeah, it just gets to be such an alphabet stew, so.
Absolutely. Daniel.
I just wanted to kind of talk about unemployment, unemployment insurance a little bit. And I guess in some ways, I would imagine if you were somebody that was seeking unemployment insurance, you would have sought some of this information out. But I also know that there's been a great deal of angst in the community, especially from folks who have been waiting on the rollout of the unemployment insurance for self-employed people. And I share that angst as well, because the way in which the Department of Labor has rolled it out and rolled out the information has been kind of haphazard at times, and there has been several false starts with this. On the Vermont Department of Labor's Facebook page, there is a frequently asked questions link that is like updated daily. I cannot find on the Department of Labor's actual website an equivalent document But it's a really helpful, like straightforward place. So if you are a Facebook user or have a family member who is, and you're seeking information about unemployment, particularly like the kind of what to do when you get this thing that went wrong and how to fix that, it's a good place for folks to go. I definitely talked with a number of people in town over the last few days, and gave some pointers on where to look for that information. And I know that they've also been doing little kind of town halls where you can watch a video of somebody explaining how it all is supposed to work. And I believe, like, fingers crossed, touch wood, that tomorrow will be the first day that I forget the name of the program, the pandemic unemployment will be available. Well, we'll be rolling out officially tomorrow, and claims will be able to be made this week. So
For self-employed people.
for self-employed people, contractors, sole proprietors, and people not traditionally, able to claim unemployment insurance. And so I applaud the workers at the Department of Labor, and I actually applaud the governor a little bit for what he did this weekend. And there's a lot of room for progress, but hopefully people will start to get some relief.
Agreed. Yeah, there's a lot of people waiting. I know that. All right, well, I don't see anybody chiming in on chat, and I also don't believe there's anybody hanging on the phone currently. So I'm going to move on, if that's all right with everybody, to Water and Sewer Commissioners. So I would entertain a motion to convene as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. So we are now Water and Sewer Commissioners. And I think I would invite Dan Tyler and or Steve Barrett. Perhaps if you're both on, you could both come online. It would be great. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Hello.
Did you guys fight it out as to who's going to give us a little briefing here concerning Old Guilford Road?
I'll just start off by saying Dan Tyler, he's the Utilities Highway Superintendent, Assistant Director. He's taken on this project. It's been a project that we've been working on for some time. The project was bid out and it came in real high, so we revisited the project and went back and rebid it. And Dan has pretty much sheltered this project from here on out. So from there, he'll take it.
Great. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, so we've got a series of manholes on Old Guilford Road, and they collect all the waste from Algiers Village, the Welcome Center, and Commonwealth Dairy. Everything flows to a pump station on Broad Brook Road, and it's pumped up over the hill to the top of Old Guilford Road, and that's where these 19 manholes begin and run down Old Guilford Road. The concrete on the manholes is deteriorating. Couple factors to that: age. This system was installed in 1998, so they're aging manholes. The concrete manholes traditionally don't hold up as well as some of the old brick manholes. The old bricks were actually harder and resisted the sewer gas better. Additionally, when you have a pump station, you get surges of flow, which tend to generate more sewer gases. And that also has contributed to some of the odor issues we've had on Old Guilford Road. With that, the pump station flow sits in the tank, and the potency of the waste increases, which just contributes to the amount of sewer gas that's there. And then when Commonwealth came online, the flows increased, but their dairy waste, they pre-treat their waste and remove a lot of the really high BOD and TSS material. But the material that we receive from them is still stronger than average household waste, which contributes to the sewer gases. The sewer gases react with the bacteria which builds on the concrete, and it's a chemical reaction that becomes corrosive and deteriorates the concrete. So what we're hoping to do is contract with Green Mountain Pipeline to come in, and they'll clean the manholes, clean all the debris, the loose material, and then they'll put an epoxy lining on there, which is resistant to the sewer gas. It's structural, and it'll seal those manholes up, so it'll help the odor issue as well. As Steve mentioned, we put this out to bid last fall. We received one bid, and the unit cost for that was high. It was $1,528 a vertical foot of manhole. This time we bid it out, and we had 3 bidders, and the low bidder came in at $500 a vertical foot. Because the cost was so high, we put it out with an alternate. We put 5 manholes out with an alternate to do 5 more. And because the price is favorable, we'd like to do all 10, and then we'll do the other 9 hopefully next year if everything works out all right. So I think that's what I've got.
Great.
Yeah.
Do you want to just give us, because Liz properly asked us earlier to explain ACCD. You mentioned BOD, and I think this board, with the possible exception of Ian, has run into that term a couple times. There was BOD, and then there was one other that you mentioned. Can you just give us those definitions real quick?
Basically, what they account for is the strength of the waste. The BOD is the biological oxygen demand. So it's basically how much oxygen is necessary to break down that waste. And the TSS is the total suspended solids in the waste. And when that's high, it's a stronger waste, essentially.
Great, okay. TSS was the one I was less familiar with. Anybody have any other questions?
No, I think that makes sense. Makes
Yeah, I've
sense
got
to do
one.
them.
I got a question as well.
Oh, good. I think I saw Liz's hand up actually first, but.
Oh, no, I was thumbs up.
Okay. And then it's Ian, and then Daniel. So.
Daniel, quick question. How are you determining which of the manholes are being repaired or are upgraded first? Is it just location or by level of degradation or degradation?
They're all pretty similar, so we're more or less starting at one end and working down through. We did evaluate all of them when we put it out to bid, and there wasn't any reason to jump around. We're just going to work right down through the line.
Okay.
Daniel?
So it seemed in the memo that the reason for this is increased load from Commonwealth. Have we talked with Commonwealth about that? Like, is there any possibility that they could partner with us in this project?
I mean, I think we're well aware of what Commonwealth is producing for waste. They pre-treat their waste and take the worst of it out of it, which they haul to the plant and we accept from them. They pay a premium for that. The waste that we accept, they pay normal rates for, but we know what it is, and in all, they pay a lot of money for their utilities. Their sewer bill for the year is about $250,000. And then additionally, that higher strength waste that they bring to us, they spend about $5,000 a month on average to bring that to us. So, I kind of pinned it on Commonwealth, I think, in the memo, but it's kind of the nature of the system too, with the pump station, and it's not all their fault.
May I add something?
Yeah, please.
Thanks. So we actually have had some communication. First of all, Dan's right to put this in a broader perspective, that this isn't Commonwealth's fault, but the waste that comes from Commonwealth does contribute to this condition. And we've had some communication with Commonwealth, and they actually have made a voluntary contribution towards some additional costs for maintenance at the pump station that we've incurred. As a result, that is more directly linkable to the higher strength waste. So, we have an ongoing communication with them specific to their situation. And more broadly, when we have a variety of different issues related to the utility system, both water and sewer, that we're going to be discussing at future select board meetings over the next few months. One of the things that we look forward to addressing with the board is research that we've been doing and some thoughts we have about town's rate ordinance and some choices that ultimately you will make regarding ways in which that might be modified to address this and other issues about how different users benefit differently and affect the system differently than each other.
Thank you, Peter. Did that do it for the board's questions? If so,
Yes.
I would entertain a motion. I think we do need one.
I'll make a motion. I move to award the Old Guilford Road Manhole Rehabilitation Project to Green Mountain Pipeline LLC in the amount of $22,500 for the base bid and $25,000 for the alternative bid, totaling $47,500 for the entire project.
Thanks, Brandy. Brandy's made a motion to award the Old Guilford Road Manhole Project to Green Mountain Pipeline LLC for the total project price of $47,500. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that looks to be 5-0. Thank you to Daniel and Steve for the work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would entertain a motion to adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved by, it was either Ian or Daniel, I'm not sure.
Daniel.
Daniel. All those in favor? Aye.
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 5-0 on adjourning as Water and Sewer Commissioners. So next up, we have some unfinished business, and we have an ordinance amendment, and I think I would invite Len Howard to come before us, unless Peter would like to frame it for us while we wait for Len to come up.
While Lenny's coming on, I'll just say he wrote a really good, clear, complete memo in response to a variety of good questions that came up last time. So here's Len now to speak to those details. But you did review this 2 weeks ago. You allowed it to move forward to this evening when it will be a public hearing. In fact, it's appropriate for Lenny speaks, Tim, for you to open the public hearing. But his remarks are part of that as well. But tonight is the second reading of the ordinance and the public hearing on the ordinance. And if you are satisfied with the answers and the further discussion you're going to have this evening and are ready to adopt this ordinance, then it would be appropriate for you to do that tonight. Then there's the 60-day period of the publication of it and the opportunity for the public to speak up about it. And after that 60 days, it would become effective.
Thank you, and thank you for that gentle reminder that I should open a public hearing. Does that require a vote? Please remind me.
No, it does not.
Okay, so we will now open a public hearing for this ordinance amendment. And Len, hi Len. Oh, you're on mute.
Len, you're muted. Oh, there you go.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
I'll answer the questions. I'm not sure how much of the public saw the memo, but some of your questions were how many 1 and 2 family rent units are in Brattleboro, and there are 432 2 units and 55 single units. You inquired about what other towns have the same requirement in Burlington, South Burlington, and Berry City have what is exactly like we're putting before you. St. Albans, Putney, and Hartford, they require it, but they only, St. Albans requires an electrician must sign off on the work, as well as pull an electrical permit with the state. Putney's very similar, and Hartford requires a permit, which requires a state electrical inspector to improve the work. I did reach out to Michael DeRosa, the executive director for the Division of Fire and Safety, and he did suggest that we add Vermont licensed journeyman and Vermont licensed electrician. He feels comfortable, and so doesn't the electrical inspectors, that a Vermont licensed journeyman is very capable of wiring a 1 and 2 family residential. And I also did include a photo of the most recent electrical fire in a 1 and 2 family residence that we had in 2018. That's all I have, unless you have further questions.
No.
Tim?
Yeah.
Before we go to questions, may I just make clear for the public that the subject of the ordinance is the modification of Chapter 8, Article 3, Section 8-32 of the town's Code of Ordinances, which specifically to the requirements for performance of electrical maintenance work or repairs at rental properties. And right now, what is being proposed is already required under state statute for 3 and more, for rental properties where there are 3 or more units. And what we're asking is that also apply to rental properties with either just 1 unit or 2 units. And the requirement would be that a Vermont licensed electrician or journeyman perform the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I know that I was the one, Len, who asked the question about the scope of work. And I know that you were kind enough to give me the paragraph from the state code on that. And the way I'm interpreting it, just so everybody knows, I had asked if things like repairing one wire or repairing a what do you call it, a wall unit,
light switch
or a fixture, that was the word I was trying to come up with, would require a licensed electrician. And according to the state code, from what you have here, it doesn't look like it. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Minor things, it says installation or replacement of equipment such as lamps, electric utilization equipment approved for connection to suitable permanently installed receptacles, replacement of fuses, other minor maintenance and repair work such as replacing worn cords and tightening connections on a wiring device do not require a work notice, which would cover things like changing a light bulb and changing out a fixture in a hallway or something like that. That's correct. So I have that right there, Glenn?
Yes. Yep.
Thanks. I just thought that was good to clarify because I saw some chatter out there among some landlords that it was kind of an overreach and overly burdensome to landlords, and I don't think so. That's my personal opinion. And Brandy would like to make a comment.
Thanks for that, Tim, and thanks, Len. As far as I'm concerned, this follows the same vein as our rental inspection program in the sense that it offers some of our more vulnerable community members protections that they don't already have in some sense as being renters versus homeowners. And while I'm sure there probably are landlords that can do more electrically than others, that's not the way that we can govern. We need to govern kind of from the lowest end and make it a blanket. And so I'm very much in favor of us doing this and adding it as an extra protection. And I think it falls in line with what we've already been doing.
Thank you, Brandy. Anyone else want to chime in? Ian?
Yeah, Len, I just wanted to thank you. I was the one who asked for just the actual number of units. And I really found that information very helpful. And just seeing that this would affect over almost 500 buildings, it just so clearly is, I would really encourage the board to vote in favor of this.
Yeah, Liz?
Well, as I said in the last reading, I think our most important duty is health, safety, and welfare. And if you haven't seen that picture, that says it all. And maybe is it on the town website? That
It
photograph?
is.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to share it out to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lenny, for the picture that speaks a thousand words.
And I should say that if you, after seeing the picture, which we'll share around in various ways, maybe, if you go downstairs and your panel looks like that, please call an electrician immediately.
Seriously.
Yeah, we laugh, but that's scary looking, and that's from an actual fire in 2008, right?
2018.
2018. Oh, sorry.
Terrifying.
Yeah, and again, we're protecting people that don't, renters don't have the ability to let things go like that. They are, relying on their landlords to be good landlords and stewards of their own safety. So it was an unfortunate hole that 3 units and above would have to have an electrician, and 2 or 1 do not, and that's just something that we need to correct, in my opinion. So I'll shut up because I'm the chair. Anybody else have any other comments? I don't see any chat, and I assume that if there was anybody on the phone, Peter Patrick would have let us know, maybe.
So it would be appropriate, if there isn't any other discussion under this one, to close the public hearing and then take a motion on the ordinance, please.
Okay, yeah, I was just kind of talking it through to kind of stall so that people could have a chance to raise their hand, so to speak. So I will close the public hearing and then accept a motion.
I can make a motion. I move to approve the amendment to Chapter 8 of the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances as presented.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel has moved to approve the amendment to Chapter 8 of the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And none opposed. That is 5-0. Thank you, Len, for all the work and your team. And thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Len.
All right, so that does it for unfinished business at this time. So we move into new business, and we have a few things that we're going to let Peter talk again on.
Thank you. So the first is the monthly financial report. I alluded to this during the COVID discussion that the expenditure numbers are good. So after 3 quarters of the year, 75% of the year has been completed. Our prorated rate of expenditure in the general fund is at 71.6%, and that rate has reduced since last monthly report. And the reason for that is, again, because our altered operations have actually reduced the cost of daily operations in the general fund. The same is true in the utility fund, not for all the same reasons, but it is true that the rate of expenditure is slightly lower than it was last month, and that 75% of the way through the year, our prorated rate of expenditure is at 70.8% there. So we're in good, solid condition. Of course, over in the parking fund, it's an entirely different circumstance. The revenue there has gone to zero, and so we will, when we in May are dealing with the utility fund budget and the parking fund budget, give a good full report about the status of the parking fund and how that affects decisions you might make about the FY21 budget for the parking fund. But the numbers in the parking fund are not especially relevant for this evening because of the fact that we've closed that operation down for now. In the utilities fund, on the other hand, with the continuing operation, this is good, solid position that we're in from the expenditure side, and the utility payments that are due on May 15th have already begun to arrive, and so we'll see how that comes in. Obviously, in these times, there may be some reduced level of collection compared to usual, and we'll have more to say about that as we get into the middle of May. But on the general fund side as well, there are, of course, a variety of different revenues. We are largely dependent on the property tax, but there are a variety of other revenues that the general fund receives. And staff is in the process of doing a very thorough and careful analysis of both the revenue streams and the expenditure line items so that we can provide to you, most likely actually at the next meeting, rather than waiting until May 19th, when there'll be a monthly financial report again on the agenda, as always. Likely on May 5th, we'll have some additional information that we're going to want to share with you and with the community about the analysis, both for the budget impacts and the cash flow of the town related to COVID-19 impacts and just, looking out into the future. Because even though our expenditures are, really stable and nothing abnormal at this time, the revenue streams may be low enough that there's some things there that are worth calling out and some adjustments that we may need to make. So we want you to know that we're in the midst of working on that, and we will have good detailed information at future meetings.
Thank you. Great. Anybody have any questions? I have to say that I'm still trying to get used to the PDF thing, and some of them are sideways. So but you can turn it. I know that you can turn it. I'm old. So I saw a hand up, but I think it was Daniel.
Yeah, I want to thank Peter for what you just said about the analysis of our situation, because at least in my experience on the board thus far, the financial report is something that we go, yes, very good, everything seems fine, and then we move on, or I ask an annoying question about a line item. And looking at the financial report this time, I had a lot of questions about what ifs, and I know that we don't really know the answer to those questions right now. I noticed some of the expenditures were significantly reduced, in particular, facilities where we're not really operating in the same way. It looks like the electric expenditure is down significantly. Mm-hmm. And so I guess in the analysis, I would love to see where we're seeing, significant drops and what that saves us, and then how that's offset by, losses of revenue and whatnot. And I mean, I guess that's what you'll do. I just wanted to acknowledge that this is a financial report that gives me pause right now. So fingers crossed.
It should. So first of all, there are no annoying questions about line items. Questions are good. Flesh out sometimes things that we didn't see and should have seen, and then we talk them through and we go and we do more work around that. Other times there's a good, easy, quick explanation to something, but it's important for you and for others to know it. So, so don't ever stop asking questions. And as it relates to the situation that we're in, we've been fortunate that town finances have been, well managed, and our experience has been stable now for such a long time. It hasn't always been true in Brattleboro. It isn't always true everywhere. So, we've been really on a nice, stable run. And this has thrown all of that out of kilter. We're still in solid shape. We're going to have more specific things to say about the ways in which that's true and the ways in which it's less true and what we should be, doing around all that in the May meetings. But the greatest difference for us at this moment is the uncertainty related to COVID. How long will it last, and will some impacts that we see so far as not being significant start showing up as more significant over time, and for reasons that we maybe can predict when we think it through, or maybe can't even predict right now, because so much of this we couldn't possibly have predicted a couple of months ago. So it's right to pause. It's right to think that this needs more attention than it normally has been getting from us from month to month.
Great, thanks, Peter. Does that do it for comments from board members?
Yes.
Thanks, Liz. I don't see any. I see you're getting more comfortable. That's good. Sorry, I'm just trying to break it up. The monotony of the Hollywood Squares thing. I don't see any comments or questions from our audience, so I think we can move on to item B, which is the local emergency management plan update from Peter.
Thank you. So Mike Bacassi is in the meeting and can join us if you have detailed questions you want to ask Chief Bacassi. But this item I can summarize by saying it is an annual requirement that we update our local emergency management plan, and that you approve it, and that I sign it, and we send it off to Montpelier. Most years it involves a little bit more of a substantive discussion at this moment in time about what we have updated, changes that we might have made because we've learned something, or changes we've made because we experienced something this past year. And this year it doesn't have that, and it's pretty ironic to be experiencing this in the middle of COVID, right? So we're learning a tremendous amount about an entirely different kind of emergency, and a year from now that's going to show up in the LEMP update. There was a very active conversation within the emergency management community about whether this deadline for a May 1st readoption ought to be pushed back so that process could occur this year. The answer is, sadly, that this is a state requirement. In order for the state to comply, we need to comply with this requirement to the state, so the state can comply with updrift requirements the state has to the federal government. And the upshot of all of it is, the failure to check the right box in the annual updating of these plans actually makes places ineligible to receive FEMA reimbursement when a disaster happens. So the decision was made, and I don't judge it. It feels awkward at this moment. But I think it was the necessary decision given the federal rules that apply to this process. The decision was made at the state level that all of us as local governments would need to meet this deadline in the normal manner and send our plans up to them so they can send them off to Washington and keep Vermont communities eligible to receive FEMA reimbursement from during disaster situations. And so the plan that is before you this evening for approval, first of all, as you know, but I want to make clear for the record and for the public, the plan is always available to the board at this time. It's a thick, detailed plan. And so what's in the backup materials for the public is just a couple of sheets of paper that give a summary and then give the signature page showing, the process that has to be officially done and sent off to Montpelier. But the plan is available for public review or for the select board. And this year it is unchanged from last year. There's just too much going on in the world of emergency management right now to have made any changes to it that would be appropriate and reasonable under the circumstances. What everyone is doing, virtually everyone is doing, is taking last year's plan and approving it again this year so that we can comply with the requirements for the federal government and know that we're going to do a pretty thorough update, much more even than usual. And this is a plan that actually gets every page gets attention each year in a normal circumstance to see what might need updating. This year, we know it's going to be substantially updated. There'll be a whole new section added for public health emergencies and other aspects of it like change as well. So that's the overview. If you need to take a deeper dive into some particular aspect of the plan, it would be appropriate to ask that of Chief Bukowski.
Thank you, Peter. I'm sorry, I was looking away. Liz, did you raise your hand or?
No, but I'll be happy to make a motion when you're ready.
Anybody have any comments or questions? I think my comment would be philosophical. I mean, I did sit through a LEMP day with you a couple years ago, if I recall, Peter, and I got a nice certificate and everything. But those are all sort of like punctuated emergency, or yeah, just punchy, I guess. Punctuated emergency, events, like fires and active shooter situations and all kinds of horrible things that we prepare for and our fire department and police prepare for all the time on an ongoing basis. But now we're in a situation where we have an emergency, a public health emergency, and we could very well, as we've seen in the Midwest and the South, have emergencies that we understand better on top of our current emergency. So the multi-layer aspect, or at least the ongoing new norm for public health concerns, could be added to very easily with another, act of nature. So I don't know. I just think it's sort of interesting to consider the new norm going forward on the LEMP for the next iteration. So now I will, I don't see any comments or questions from the public, so I'll go ahead and take a motion, Liz.
Okay. I move to adopt the 2020 Brattleboro Local Emergency Management Plan and authorize Town Manager Peter Elwell to sign the Local Emergency Management Plan municipal adoption form to certify that the plan meets certain requirements.
Thank you. Liz has made a motion to adopt the 2020 Brattleboro Local Emergency Management Plan, aka the LEMP, and authorize Peter Elwell to sign the Local Emergency Management Plan municipal adoption form to certify the plan meets requirements. All those in favor, say aye.
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 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we're going to move on now to item C. It's a certification of V-Trans road and bridge standards. Peter?
So this one also is an annual requirement. It keeps us eligible to receive substantial funding assistance through the state road maintenance program. And so we have to follow certain, adhere to certain standards in our road maintenance work that are established statewide. And by adhering to those standards and certifying that we do continue to adhere to those standards, we keep ourselves eligible to receive that funding assistance from the state. Here again, just exactly like the last one, if you need any kind of more detailed explanation of how we actually maintain our roads, we have Steve and Dan still both in the meeting and able to come back in and answer those detailed questions. But our ask to you this evening, and well, our assurance is we do continue to comply with all the road and bridge standards, and the standards are unchanged from last year. And so we're asking just that you certify that the town does continue to be in compliance with that.
Great.
Thank you. Does anybody have any more detail or any questions about this action?
No.
If not,
I think Ian's got a question.
Oh, sorry.
No?
Did you have?
No, I'm preparing to make the motion.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Please do.
You saw that inquisitive look on my face.
I did. Know it well.
Go right ahead.
Oh, great. All right. I move to approve the annual certification of compliance with town, road, and bridge standards as presented.
Thank you. Ian has moved to approve the annual certification of compliance with town, road, and bridge standards as presented. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thanks, by the way, for the raising of the hand too. It kind of helps that I make sure that I'm not going to
I was
get it.
raising my hand before, but I couldn't figure out how to get it in the screen.
Oh, right.
So I've been raising it way over here. This is not right.
Okay, so moving through it.
That's funny, Daniel.
Nice.
I didn't see that. Did you do the hand?
Foolishness.
Doing hand things.
You know, life is hard right now.
Good to have laughs.
Yeah.
Try to do a wave, but I've never figured out if we all have the same grid layout as each other.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because it seems to be different on different devices.
We can work that out in executive session next time.
I don't think that's an appropriate topic.
No.
Our last, I believe, item in new business tonight is appointments for Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees.
Woo!
Yeah.
So you have a memorandum from Star, and Star is on the line if you'd like to hear from her. The short summary of this is that there are 2 seats vacant on the board, the Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees. And just as the select board was able to go through a relatively normal, timely transition, where some of the details were different because of our unusual circumstances this year, but through Dave Skoll's resignation and Ian being sworn in, you were able to move on into the sort of the new select board year, even though an official transition will occur after town meeting. Likewise, the Library Board of Trustees would like to have the opportunity to fill these seats and move forward with its work with a full complement of members. And so has asked that the select board follow the procedure, even though at this time of year, normally what would have happened is the town meeting would have elected the new members of the Library Board of Trustees, and they would have been seated in the reorganization for the year. Instead, we're following the procedure for the filling of vacancies, which is a straightforward appointment by the select board without any confirmation at this time. And then when town meeting can be held, this question will be put before town meeting for the formal election of library trustee members or trustees. So the particular proposals from the library trustees, the request is that you appoint Karen Tyler, serve a 3-year term that is vacant, and Gabriel Sestar to complete the final year of an incomplete term. And if someone knows Gabriel, I'm sorry I don't. If I've just butchered Gabriel's last name, I apologize.
Yeah, actually, I was going to exercise our select board power and ask Star to come on just so we didn't mispronounce that last name.
I should have deferred.
I just always like talking to Star anyway.
Yeah, really.
Are you able to magically
And there
make
she is now.
I think so.
Aha.
Hi,
Thank
Star.
you. Hey. Thank you so much for inviting me in, because it gives me the chance to say Happy National Library Week. Thank you.
Hi, Star.
Yay.
And also today is National Library Workers Day. So it couldn't be more appropriate, because our trustees work so hard for the library and they don't get paid. So this is a great way to honor them. So I thank you. And it's Gabriel Sestare.
All right.
Yeah.
Sestare?
Yeah.
A book from the library, relevant
trying to
to
read
our
it.
work. Is it back to front? Anyway, I'm sorry. I got excited about books. I was like, oh, this book's important.
Where did you get a book?
The books in the background of Liz's. frame, I have to say. I'm just watching everybody, so.
I got books.
I know you all have books.
Also, Star, that's not a pipe, just so you know.
Thank you. But can you say it in French?
Not at all. Something.
So where were we?
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Liz is all business tonight.
I know. I haven't had dinner yet.
Oh, okay. I don't like that either, so I'm just enjoying myself. Liz, please make a motion if you'd like.
I would be happy to. I move to appoint 2 interim trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees as follows. Karen Tyler for a 3-year term and Gabriel Sestare, did I say it right? For the final year of an unexpired term.
Great, thank you. Liz has made a motion to appoint 2 interim trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees. Karen Tyler for a 3-year term and Gabriel Sestare for the final year of an unexpired term. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And none opposed. That's 5-0 for Jan, who's keeping track. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you.
Bye,
Thank
Star.
you, Star.
Bye, Star.
I like how Star is just one name, you know.
Like Prince
That's right.
Or Cher.
or Brandy.
Madonna.
Or Brandy, yeah.
Oh, Brandy, yeah.
I thought about adding my last name and then I didn't.
So we can see.
Well,
know by now.
I think we're getting this down. How does everybody else feel?
Yes.
We don't have an agenda item for personal feelings, but I think we're done with. Thanks for everybody for watching. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Brandy has made a motion to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank
Good
you,
night.
Peter, Patrick,
Bye, friends.
Dan, everybody, BCTV. Bye,
Brattleboro.
Brattleboro.
get on to the next subject, which is the COVID-19 impact on support services for released prisoners or keeping people out of prison as well. And we've got a number of witnesses, and we'll try to hear from everybody in some kind of order, but people should feel free to jump in. One of the things that I looked at the beginning of the pandemic was the 7 things from the Council of State Governments Justice Center that we should look for. And the questions were, are there procedures in place in advance of the release to ensure that the person is free from COVID-19? And does the person have basic supplies like food, hand sanitizer to ensure they remain healthy? Does the person have a safe home to return to or alternative community-based housing? Medical, behavioral health medications and services are available. Have we prepared the person with a technical literacy and equipment to receive and benefit from virtual rather than in-person supports? If the person is being released to parole or the supervision, how are we asking them to interact with the parole officer? If the local economy has collapsed, are we providing the person with access to public benefits to support themselves and their loved ones? Some of the, we know that, and Dale can probably give us the exact numbers, but I believe we're about 300 down in our incarcerated population. That means tremendous pressure on all of those of you who are community providers, from See All Inc. to Bratt to recovery services, diversion services, all the folks that are here. So maybe Dale, you could update us on where we're at in terms of release. I know many of them were people who were going to be on bail conditions. Some of that may not have been actual releases into parole or probation, but if we could talk a little bit about the numbers we're at today, and then we could hear from various folks that are on the agenda.
Yeah, so for the record, my name is Dale Crook. I am the Director of Field Services for the Vermont Department of Corrections. Today, our population is at 1985. It came at, so that is quite a turn since this COVID happened. We're looking at...
What were we at on January 1st or another date before this all?
I think we're used a number, I don't have exact, but it was 1660 or 1670 end of January-ish. I don't have the exact date, but we can get that to you, sir, if you need.
No, I just roughly, it was before the pandemic started. It was 1670-ish, so it's over 300. It's about 300 people.
Yep, and releases have probably have been through the department's expanded use of furlough. We've kind of lightened up on some of our restrictions in order to get more people out. It was very important for the department and our facilities for the safety of the population and staff that we do try to make some room so we can have isolation rooms and quarantine areas for our facilities. Right now, anyone that comes into one of our correctional facilities will actually be quarantined for 14 days. They'll be screened, and we're following the guidelines from the Department of Health as to have you had contact with anyone that's tested positive or close contact. Have you, do you have any signs or symptoms? Regardless of those answers, they're still quarantined. And for at least a 14-day period without any signs or symptoms before they get moved into the general population. In order for us to do that, we've had to make room in our facilities. Generally, our facilities are running at like full or over capacity within the state. So, so by having the action done by the department, also there was action taken through some state's attorneys and defense attorneys. So there was detainers taken out. And I think one of the other hacks, there were less people coming into our facilities. So with all those actions, the numbers did drop quite a bit, relatively rapid. So that's where we're at right now. As you can imagine, operating corrections in this type of environment has been a bit challenging. We've been very creative. Ideas are coming from line staff all the way up. So what we've done right now in the field is we've really kind of minimized, or we didn't quite stop, but to minimize face-to-face contact with our offenders. We are, in some ways, we're actually increasing our contact because we're doing a lot of phone contact, Zoom, video conferencing, and we're doing that more than what our contact standards were for face-to-face. So that's kind of how we're supervising. And it's not just us, it's you know, the general theme around what the department's doing and what our partners are doing, and you have a lot of partners there, so they'll be able to chime in specifically what they're doing, is if they've cut back to face, they've closed down what they're doing, just because, for example, groups and AA meetings, is kind of hard to do and maintain social distancing. So there's been a lot more Zoom meetings with our providers, our work crews. We don't have work crews running right now. Those staff have been deployed into our correctional facilities to supplement staffing levels there. Our community corrections officers have been added to our facilities to supplement staffing there, because the staffing of our facilities is an absolute must. And so we have to do that. There's no questions about that. Other staff that's on call ready to come in. Yes.
Has the Mississippi population remained the same?
Yes,
At
I
the
believe
230, around 230.
I believe so. I don't think we have not made a transport in, I believe, but I'm not absolutely positive. That's not in my bailiwick. But I have not seen anything about the population coming down. I think there may be transports lined up. I think what the goal of the department is going to try to keep our in-state population as low as we can, just to be able to manage the COVID situation. We will definitely bring back individuals from Mississippi that are either prepared for release or that are in their cycle to come back to the States. We're not going to keep people there longer than we have to.
Okay. But in that figure of 1385, it includes the 236 and 230, whatever in Mississippi.
Correct. Right? That's our total population. Detainers. Our detainers are, if you give me a second, I can find our pop today. I think our detention population is quite low as well today. So it's been really an all-around effort from all of our partners in the criminal justice world to make it happen. So today's number is 1384. The in-state detention population is 267. So that has dropped quite a bit over the last 3 months or so.
That's down by about 120 from where it traditionally was 380 to 400, right?
I think it's varied. I think over the last 6 months, it's been around 350. It's hovering around there. So it's almost 100 drop or 100 person drop. Yeah. And I know there's hearings going on, I think, as we speak, to try to look at who is more available to get released. The department doesn't control.
Okay. Question for Dale. Senator White first.
So thanks, Dale. One of the things that in my other committee we're looking at how vulnerable communities are impacted by the COVID. And one of the things that we heard was that there is we don't have any data on who has been released and any race, ethnic, socioeconomic information on who's been released. And there's a feeling, I believe, that it may be disproportionately, how do I put this, not not proportional to the communities of color persons who are in corrections. So do we have that information? And there also was a question about whether the committee, and I don't remember what it's called, it has a name like RAPID or something like that. It's the committee that's looking at racial inequities in the justice system, if they had any role in helping being involved in how people were released and when. Thank you.
So I do believe that there's a request for that type of information. We don't, during the release process, our staff aren't tracking that, but our system, so I think we have to pull that. I can ask Monica if I think we've had requests for that. I can see if we can gather that information. That is a concern for us as well. The lens that we looked at to release our population was really the big thing was violent and public safety. So we really didn't loosen the rules, so to speak, for the violation. If we figured there was a victim or victim issues, Commissioner Baker has been absolutely clear on that. We're not gonna release individuals that are gonna put a strain on public safety.
So can I?
Yes.
Yeah,
can I just do one little follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So if you do start collecting that data, or if you look at it, I think it's important to know whether you're collecting it, if it's self-identified data, or if it's data that's interpreted by the person who's doing the survey or the release, because sometimes people are unwilling to self-identify because it's often been used against them for different purposes. So just to be aware of how it's being collected and where the information is coming from. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator White. If we could go now to Willa Farrell and David Scher from the Attorney General's office. Thoughts about diversion and all the other things that you all do?
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Sears and the rest of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about our work. I can say, as you can imagine, with the courts only doing emergency hearings, that our referrals are down both in diversion and in pretrial services. But staff, as you know, have been carrying really heavy caseloads, so they've been really busy working remotely, as is everybody these days. They've been doing restorative justice panels remotely, and it's really been rewarding how volunteers throughout the state have stepped up to participate in those, and that seems to be going really well. Staff are continuing to do a lot of case management, and it's different these days. They're working from home. A lot of the people they're working with are at home. Of course, there are people who are essential workers still with whom they're working. The thing that is most striking around case management right now for staff is that their role is changing a bit. So folks are really helping people navigate. They're helping people file for unemployment insurance. They're helping them find food and other meet their essential needs. They're also doing a fair bit of emotional support and connecting people to family and resources. Chris Fenham talked about the concern, and you, Senator Sears, about child abuse too. And I'm hearing that staff are seeing how it is sometimes hard to provide those supports when people are in the house and don't have a private place for a conversation. So the work is pretty intense, as you can imagine, across the board. With the decrease in referrals, programs are seeing a significant decline in fee revenue starting in May. And at this point, it's hard to project what that impact will be on the budgets. But as you know, client fee revenue is an important source of revenue for these programs. It's about a quarter. They pay for about a quarter of their expenses using client fee revenue. So we're anticipating that to be a challenge going forward in FY21 as well.
Well, as we make recommendations to the Appropriations Committee, feel free to let us know how it's impacting.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Sears. And I can quantify that for you.
Yeah.
So I think come the summer when the courts reopen, there'll be a surge in cases. People will be back in their offices very busy. I do want to just note, as you can imagine, what I'm hearing from staff, their biggest concern are people who are drug dependent or alcohol dependent, who are particularly vulnerable. Some folks don't have phones, don't have means of connecting remotely, and staff typically see them when they show up in their office. So that's the big concern that I'm hearing from people really worried about those vulnerable individuals.
Well, I'm concerned about how the future will look, particularly those groups that rely on Al-Anon and AA and programs like NA, whatever, and group therapy. How that's going to look. I posted a picture the other day of a Senate Appropriations Committee meeting with the 7 of us, 2 witnesses, a whole group of people all around the committee. You've all been in that committee room. And I'm thinking to myself, how would you do social distancing just to hold a committee meeting? How would you do social distancing just to hold a group? Those are problems that we're going to be confronting as the system starts to come back online. And we're going to need to be prepared for that. And that's part of the use, I think, of the CARES Act.
Yeah.
But I appreciate David, did you have something to add there?
I actually just had one brief point to add. Willow really covered the bulk of it. But this dovetails a little bit with the first conversation the committee had today, and that was with respect to garnishment of state tax collections.
Yeah.
The judiciary's decision to collect for the first time this year Superior Court debts has led at least one, we've heard of at least one client who had a significant garnishment for old DLS convictions that were, I guess, about 6 years old. And they were expecting a significant tax refund, lost about $1,700, which was a serious blow in this current environment. And so that's not directly related to that federal issue with respect to the federal monies, but it is a sort of state internal issue which caused real hardship for some of our clients, and just wanted to bring that to the committee's attention as well.
Anything else, Willa, or any questions for Willa?
If I just want to add, just to build off a bit of what you said, Senator Sears, about how will we work going forward. One of the things that is different, that is being positive, is the use of virtual platforms with IDRP, formerly known as Project Crash. And so there are individuals who don't have transportation and haven't been able to get to IDRP to complete that requirement in order to then get their driver's license back. That's happening virtually, and we're hoping that changes like that may continue going forward so that there's greater access to IDRP and also greater access to assessments through telemedicine. These are all important services and requirements of people, and when people don't have transportation, it's that much harder for people to accomplish those goals. So thank you for the time this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you. Derek, and I can never pronounce the last name, so I let him do that.
Thank you very much, Senator Sears. For the record, I'm Derek Miodovnik, and I'm the Community and Restorative Justice Executive with the Vermont Department of Corrections. And some of the themes that have already been brought up in this conversation, some of the impacts are definitely consistent with the work that flows through our community justice centers and our transitional housing providers. And those are the 2 major scopes of work that I have the administrative responsibilities for. So I'll take a couple moments to share my perspective in broad strokes about how COVID-19 is impacting the the population under correction supervision who are involved with those services or the organizations that provide them. And I know we're fortunate to have in the testimony today, 2 of our community partners on the housing side, our partners from CIAL, and on the community justice side, our partners from Bratt. So they can also speak to more anecdotal and geographic specificity. But 2 themes I think I'd just like to sort of highlight and then take us through how this is playing out. I think the theme of partnership, state and NGO partnership, has been really inspiring and clear and adaptive responses. And I think that that speaks to the resiliency and the strength of the model that DOC has, whereby we have long-standing grants to complement the work that we do with the pieces that really can only be done by partnering with communities. So the community justice centers really become the way that the social contract gets articulated by local community members whose lives are impacted when folks under the care and custody of the Department of Corrections have broken that contract. And they continue to do this work, and they continue to do it through the major service modalities, restorative panels, which you've also heard about from Willa, as well as circles of support and accountability. And both of those services are going forward for the same reasons that, again, Willa detailed. The panels work is dependent on some upstream mechanisms that have certainly been impacted, namely the courts. However, the restorative panels at justice centers also serve local police departments. And in part because the courts are now having to really prioritize and downshift, I do think we're seeing some local law enforcement make potential greater use of the opportunity to directly refer cases that are happening in their community to their local community justice centers, which in turn are continuing using virtual platforms to enact that same process. And the feedback that I've received has been that it's working pretty smoothly. That the caliber of the conversation is not entirely diminished by the fact that now you've got multiple volunteers working through a process with somebody taking responsibility online. And the COSAs, I want to take a moment to just stress how important those are. COSAs, for those who aren't familiar, are circles of support and accountability. There are about 3 or so dedicated community members who agree to meet once a week with somebody who's just re-entered, and who usually, based on our target population, is high risk and high need. So these are folks who need a fair amount of structure and support and accountability in order to stay safely in the community. And as you can imagine, COVID-19 has really been an incredibly destabilizing experience. And so these COSAs have really stepped it up. They're meeting virtually, but we've got hundreds of volunteers around the state who are now calling the offenders, who we call core members, who are at the center of the circle, multiple times a day. Our early guidance when this started happening was, now's the time to really ramp up your contact with these folks. In some cases, the call that that offender might receive, other than perhaps the probation and parole officer, as Dale spoke to, might be some of the only contact that some of these folks are getting during the day. They are isolated, and their isolation is in fact tied into their risk. So the CJCs have really been stepping up their engagement activities through phone and virtual contact, as well as with our push to depopulate, consistent with public safety, the facilities. We've had some new people come into COSAs as well, actually. So more folks have stepped out of the facilities, as we know, during this time. We are conscious about who we're releasing, and if we're releasing somebody for whom a COSA would ordinarily be appropriate, that capacity has remained, and we've continued to develop those. I mentioned adaptive responses. We obviously are working in a virtual environment. We still have a need to not only stand up these COSAs, but to continue to onboard new volunteers. And in a matter of weeks, we've developed new online training curricula. and are standing that up. We've formed some ad hoc committees across all the CJCs and my unit staff, and are beginning, as I'm sure is happening across all of state government and partnerships, to move pre-existing physical-based training curricula to an online platform so that we can continue to have the capacity that we rely on volunteers for, and that's been really exciting. In addition to the standard work the CJCs have done, they've just really pitched in their communities, and I've heard multiple anecdotes and examples. Everything from in Burlington, the Community Justice Center is part of CEDO, Community and Economic Development Office. They're heading up a relief effort for COVID recovery and prevention in the city. The CJC is a big part of that. On a statewide level, and I credit Commissioner Schatz for this, I don't believe he's on this meeting. No. DCF was experiencing increasing instability with the population who are getting vouchered to stay in motels in order to avoid homelessness. But these hotels and motels were now experiencing a big uptick in people who are not abiding by hotel and motel rules, and were threatening the very possibility that those businesses were going to be able to continue to honor those vouchers. And some quick conversations happened that have connected the community justice centers with the local hotels and motels all across the state to convene restorative conversations for people who aren't really following the rules and are possibly putting others at jeopardy of no longer having those vouchers. So we're having local motel owners saying, hey, can somebody from the community please explain why no smoking is really important in this hotel? And if you think about, again, my first comment about the social contract and how and when that needs to be articulated and what happens when that starts to break down, I think we're seeing the justice centers sit at that critical intersection in formal and informal ways.
Yeah, the question becomes how we contact with people who, you know, do they have phones? Do they have tablets? Or how would I, if I were a released prisoner after a year or two in jail, how would I be in contact with the circle of support, the local justice center, whatever?
That's a great question. I mean, much, but not all of our population at this point have their own, devices, smartphones and whatnot. As we know, if you've been released with a conviction for a sexual offense, you in all likelihood have prohibitions against access to the internet, and that includes smartphones. But basically, all of our probation and parole offices are well aware and make that connection either through formal referral, if a circle of support and accountability were integrated into the case plan center or Sears, or as just a general resource that, hey, there's this community justice center and it's got a whole bunch of volunteers that are actually really available to you. So
maybe this is a good spot for Lisa Ryan to join us in a conversation about what's available on the local level, if you don't mind. I don't mean to cut you off there.
No, but by all means, it's a wonderful segue, and I'm happy to toggle back onto transitional housing after that.
Yeah, well, then we'll go to to my old friends from Bennington who are miles away, but I can see them both. Go ahead, Lisa, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Sears and the committee for having me. I'm Lisa Ryan, and I'm the director of the Rutland County Community Justice Center at Bratt Community Action. I think that most of what Derek and Willis stated respective to how we're currently operating with the programs and clients that are in place is consistent with what we're doing here at Bratt. What I will speak about is kind of the overall impact that this has had, which has been really about relationships and relationship building with our clients from a restorative and transformative lens that's been really challenging. So when we talk about the impact on programming, it's mostly related to logistics and accessibility. So, you know, the process for example, the process for filling out paperwork has been altered. So we have to go through snail mail because of limited access to the internet or no internet, or like Derek said, they're not allowed to use the internet because of their crime. So you can imagine that takes a bit to mail it out, having them fill it out and mail it back to us here at the center. Again, no internet kind of limits the ability to apply for jobs, healthcare, IDs from a remote standpoint. So that's really imperative to reintegration and formulating some type of stability for our clients. Ideally, we would assist them in the process at the office. So that's been altered a bit. As far as things like getting confidentiality in order to work with folks or work with partners and teams who also support the clients that we're working with, again, utilizing different routes for that, for release of information, again, snail mail, that really can inhibit the process for readily connecting with an individual support persons. In priority cases, we are doing verbal permissions in order to work or speak with somebody. A lot of individuals are being released into hotels. So the system for contacting and communicating has been a little bit complicated, especially if they don't have a permanent address. So they're moving between hotels or family and friends, or they don't have a cell phone. So we have to contact the hotel directly. Overall, that kind of, you know, affects the opportunity for a holistic approach and the fostering of relationships to take place, which is really central to the work that we do. Organizationally, Bratt Community Action is more or less, for lack of a better word, one-stop shop. We are kind of this umbrella organization that allows us to offer our clients many different opportunities if they're engaged in one or another here at Bratt. So if they're working with us, they can also get help with financials and budgeting and job search and preparation, career and housing counseling. So we're just looking at how we're still being able to offer that to folks without doing it in person and connecting those folks to the resources that are really critical in their foundation and transition process. So those support services and programs are not currently as smooth and comfortable, not only for clients, but for staff and volunteers as well. But we're working with that, and we're trying to figure that out. I want to speak a moment to the COSA and what Derek said about our circles of support and accountability. So we did get a new referral, and this is kind of an example of how things have changed a little bit. We got a new referral, happens to be a sex offender, 25 years old. So this individual hasn't completed programming that was required for him to really engage in back in the community. So we have concerns about recidivism and relapse and engagement. Again, he's actually in a hotel. He has no job. He has no income, no internet. So my reentry coordinator has been working really hard and trying to get him the information and the packets that he needs on our programming. We're gathering a group of volunteers so that we can do that virtually. But again, you can probably imagine how strange and difficult that would be when none of these volunteers or the client has met this individual, and we're trying to provide some type of stability and interaction to help this individual be successful. I just want to wrap up by just talking about the next step and goals that we have for our Community Justice Center within this agency is to serve the clients as best we can with the resources that we have within and respecting the boundaries that are in place. So that means being really proactive through constant communication with DOC and probation and parole, and Derek, and we've done that. We've asked our local Rutland Probation and Parole Office to send us the names of folks who are being released each week so that we can make those connections, knowing that it's not our typical route of communication, but we want to offer these folks what we can. And even though that they might not want to engage in any type of reentry program that's really voluntary, that doesn't mean that they can't access any services that we have here at Bratt Community Action. So we're seeing an uptick, and we have a food shelf, uptick in food, with fuel assistance, and as well as some funds for helping folks who have lost employment. So we're really trying to work with everyone we can while respecting the boundaries. You know, our ultimate goal is no more victims, keeping the community safe, and having our clients be really successful.
Wow.
I know that was
That's
kind of
a big goal.
a lot, yeah. But
it is. It says it all, I guess.
Yeah. Are there any questions?
Well, first of all, thank you so much. I wasn't aware of all that Brock was doing.
Yeah.
Well, it's the Bennington Rutland Opportunity Council,
Yes,
but
sir.
I'm assuming that we don't have the same services in Bennington as you have in Rutland, because our community justice center is separate, at least that. But
correct.
But you know, it's really helpful, and I really appreciate it. Are there any questions for Lisa? Maybe we could jump down to Bennington, going from Bennington to Rutland to Bennington. I mean. At least virtually, it's fairly easy to do. We have John Winchester and Jim Henry with us. John has been with CEOL for as long as I can remember.
1985, Dick.
1985. He was a very young man when he first came to work at 204, and I can remember that clearly, but not the date. We often find ourselves talking about kids that we had in the program back when we were there. And then Jim Henry, most of you have met, who's the executive director of CEOL, and you've met most of them through the juvenile programs, but CEOL also runs an adult corrections program. So maybe you can describe how that's all changed with COVID and a little bit about what you all both do.
Well, so thanks for having us. I am Jim Henry, for the record. I can touch base at least on the staffing part, and John can, get into the details on the, the ins and outs and the daily life. But basically with staffing, we've run into a couple quarantine staff who have been tested, and we're trying to follow as much as the state guidelines and CDC guidelines. And, we do have masks available for staff. All staff are washing their hands coming in, just trying to, be as careful as we can in that aspect. But probably most of what you'll want to hear is from John, with the daily life. So I will pass it on down to John, or unless there's any questions as well.
Not right now, but I'm sure there will be, Jim. And John just showed us his mask.
Yeah.
Provided by the local Department of Corrections.
Yeah, and we're giving offenders masks.
Yeah.
And
every offender here has a mask.
They do. Are they wearing them? Are they required?
They wear them when they're out in the community. For instance, we have guys who are volunteering at the local food shelf, so they absolutely wear them there. Almost anytime they're in the community, they wear them. I've had to pick and choose which rules I can enforce. So as you taught me a long time ago, Dick, don't make rules you can't enforce. So in this environment, I'm having there's not as much of a bottom line as there was a couple months ago.
I can tell you that's been a difficult rule to follow in the legislature.
I'm sure. So just to back up, my name is.
We want to make a lot of rules we can't enforce.
Indeed. I manage the 208 Depot program, part of CEOL Inc. We are a 14-bed transitional housing program with 14 males presently residing here. So we are full to capacity with a waiting list. As far as how the guys are doing, there's a running joke amongst them that the rest of the world now sees what it's like to live on furlough, because there are some parallels between what they are required to do on a daily or weekly basis and what some of society is doing. So on one hand, they are well suited coming out of facilities to kind of deal with some of these restrictions, maybe better than some of us. On the other hand, there are real challenges that are presented to them. And probably the biggest part of my job and the staff's job is just to deal with the anxieties, acknowledge the anxieties, and kind of deal with them on a day-by-day basis, focusing on what they have control over versus the things that they definitely do not have control over. And there's a real significance there. Guys are able to access services still. What's worked really well is the medically assisted treatment. Guys coming out of facility on Suboxone, there's been a smooth transition between the facilities to the local MAP providers. So there's been no where a guy comes out and can't get his Suboxone for 4 or 5 days, none of that. And all medications. So that's worked really well, which we appreciate. Getting benefits has worked pretty well as far as food stamps, insurance. So those things, there really hasn't been a huge problem. We have some guys who are still working. There are some factories in the county which are essential and are still operating and are hiring. On the other hand, we've had a few guys get laid off. So there's that. A couple of things that we have taken, steps we have taken, is we have suspended the housing fees for these guys. After the first 60 days here are typically free, and after that it's $100 a month for a housing fee. We have suspended those for the time being. There's plenty of stress out there. I do not want them stressing about their housing based on ability to pay during this time. The other thing we're doing is we typically offer 1 house meal per week. We now have upped that to 2. Just again, to try to calm anxiety and try to meet needs, that nobody's going to starve during this time here. That will not happen.
2 or did you mean once a week you have a community meal?
Yeah, that once a week we provided a meal. Now we're doing 2 times a week.
Okay.
The rest of the time they provide their own meals. So, small things, but I think trying to be supportive and just trying to let them know that, hey, we're kind of in this together and we're still coming to work today. Every day as staff. We're in the buildings with these guys. So, we're fortunate to be essential, but it does have its own risks and anxieties. So those are the things we're providing. One of the advantages of our guys volunteering for the local food shelf is they get to come back with a box of food or bags of things. And the folks there have been very appreciative of their efforts. So that's been a real plus, the ability to give back to the community and to help out. It's been a group-wide effort, and the guys have really done great with it.
John, could your capacity be more than 14 if the Department of Corrections needed more?
Boy, with zoning regulations and just the space of the houses, it's pretty tight right now. The other issue, just from a safety perspective, is usually you've got guys working and out on passes, and with the restrictions, you've got a lot of guys cooped up in small spaces right now. So I would never say no to the state in need. However, I do have some concerns along those lines, and I'd be willing to have conversations, but boy, it would be tough, I think, at this point.
Are all of your residents from Bennington County, or are they from elsewhere?
Right now, all of them are from, no, excuse me. We had one guy who's been here about 6 months who is not from Bennington County. He came prior to this. And on the waiting list, we have some guys from outside of Bennington County. Okay. And we've been looking at those guys for the last couple of years anyway. So we are open to that. We would like to give priority to Bennington County guys, however.
Okay. And you just guys?
At this time, we are males, but we're always looking, and we've been involved in conversations. Derek and I were at a conference not too long ago at Bennington College discussing female offenders. So we're open to discussions.
Good. Are there questions for John or Lisa? And Derek, does this raise other things that you'd like to discuss with us? You're muted, by the way.
There we go. Is that better?
Yep.
So many people must be so happy that they have the ability to mute me now. I think my family is just looking for the mute button all the time. No, other than to say that John's programmatic and Jim's programmatic Sharon, is really illustrative of the great partnership that we've experienced across the state. This has been a big ask and a heavy lift, because as we've tried to, again, create the optimal public health conditions inside the facilities, we have leaned in a very quick way on our transitional housing providers. Yeah. And these folks are showing up every day in these houses too. They are really on the front line of risk as well. So I just want to publicly acknowledge our housing providers for really stepping up, really accepting their role as a critical partner, but also saying, well, wait a minute, we have to make sure we have proper protocols and procedures in place so that we're not in our rush to help creating environments that could also unwittingly, exacerbate the condition. And so I've been in close contact with all of our housing providers, and really en masse, they've formed a critical network that the department has really relied on very heavily to good effect. So
John, Jim, or Lisa, anything to add to? Both of you mentioned substance abuse, and Derek did as well, which is a good segue to Peter Mallory, who's, I think we served together, Peter, in the Vermont legislature on occasion, and Tracy Hout Tracy's from
the Rutland Turning.
Rutland. Well, we're sticking with our Rutland Bennington partners today, I guess.
Let me introduce her, though. I've got a couple of things to say, if that's okay, Senator.
Yeah, please do. But I wanted to just thank you both for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, and thank the committee for asking us to be with you. I would like to do two things quickly. One is say a word about what VAMHAR, I'm Peter Mallory from the Vermont Association of Mental Health and Addiction Recovery, and our partner organization, Recovery Vermont. I want to say a quick word about what we're doing to address this, and then a word about the recovery centers, and then turn it over to Tracy, if that's okay.
That's fine.
I'll be brief. At VAMHAR, Recovery Vermont, like everyone else is, we're trying to use technology to its most effective level. And every day we're having a recovery check-in on Zoom, which is getting a lot of attention, and we're trying to reach out to people to give them help and direction. We're also doing trainings 3 times a week on recovery-related issues. We are responsible for the training of recovery coaches for the state. And needless to say, that presents some interesting challenges right now, but we're going to have our first virtual academy the week of May 4th. And I'm very hopeful that we will have a successful transition to Zoom, as you have in the Senate and the House, maybe. And we need the coaches doing the peer-to-peer work now more than ever, which really leads me to the recovery centers. And Tracy is a tremendously able leader of the Rutland Turning Point. The 12 centers in the state are a national model. They provide places for safety and support, and they face some real challenges in this atmosphere, with their meeting rooms closed, which host all sorts of meetings related to addiction and recovery. They've had to do remarkable work, again, with technology. Staff is, if anything, more burdened than ever, trying to do outreach and peer-to-peer using whatever technology is available. And, it's not, there may be a rumor out there that because the meeting rooms are closed, it's saving money. It's not saving money. since we were talking a little bit about money, Senator, it's a challenge to find ways to upgrade the technology and have the staff to make this work. And this is particularly true for people in early recovery. We're very anxious not to lose people who are struggling with the earliest stages of recovery. And yes, did you?
So, well, no, I just want to bring us back to a focus on those being released from corrections.
I'm going to, shortly.
If you could, yep.
I will immediately. So I just worry, I want to say one more thing, which is when the surge comes, as a number of other people have said, the surge for this will come after the surge in a number of other, mental health and recovery surge will come after the hospital surge and the medical surge. Tracy, Joe Benning, Senator Benning has met Tracy a couple times through our recovery day. She has done groundbreaking work with her center on corrections and working with people coming out of corrections. And she's got some particular challenges dealing with that. She's the center that's done the most over the last 4 years. She's done great grants work to support it, but it's a struggle now, and I want Tracy to address that. So I'm done. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Peter.
Well, good morning or good afternoon, whatever it is. Thank you guys for inviting me.
Good morning.
Our correctional program, I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with it. We started it in 2016, where we've provided recovery support groups, 2 different ones a week in Marble Valley Correctional Facility. And we provide recovery coaching to any inmate that wants it. Before this social distancing and everything closing down, I mean, we had about 26 inmates a week that wanted coaching. And we had a coach up there 3 days a week, and it had just gone to 4 days a week for about a total of 10 hours a week. And then the coach was also going down to Springfield Correctional Facility to meet with inmates for coaching that were from Rutland area and going to be released to Rutland. When this all started with COVID, of course, everything shut down. No volunteers could go into the jail. So that really has limited our connection, and that's, in my experience with doing this, that's the most important thing, to establish that connection with the inmates so they trust us. So they will come to the center when they get out. And we had quite a good following with the program, with people being engaged post-release. We've tried to see if we could do virtual meetings or virtual coaching sessions with inmates at Marble Valley, and that can't be done right now. I'm sure it's crazy up there. So getting that set up is tough. So what my coaches and some of the group facilitators are doing are writing letters to the volunteer coordinator at the correctional facility, to the inmates that they were engaged with, to try to have some contact. One of my concerns, this happened yesterday. I went down to the center in the afternoon to check voicemails. And there was somebody on the voicemail that I called back, and it was a individual who was released from Springfield 2 weeks ago. And he was looking for phone numbers to get into an MAT provider, because apparently he was on MAT while he was in jail, but he said they didn't realize he was going to be released that fast, and nothing got set up for him. So he'd been 2 weeks without MAT. So I gave him the numbers to the local places. He was in Rutland and didn't even know his way around Rutland. So, I wonder how many more people are out there like that. I know with Vermont Recovery Network, we've worked with Annie Ramanuso, I'm probably mispronouncing her last name, about doing a referral for inmates when they're getting released, that the caseworkers would do to get them set up with a coach post-release. And we're still working out the details on that. So, but I mean, I guess what I'd like to say is I wish there was a way that we could connect with the caseworkers, or I don't know, just be able to have that communication so people know how to reach us, when they get released.
There may be a opportunity here to hear from Dale or Derek on that particular release and the coordination with the treatment, as well as from Morning Fox, who's the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health. So hopefully there's coordination for all on any of those types of services that offenders need. And it sounds like the person who was released from Springfield fell through the cracks in his release, but did not have the information on how to access MAT treatment.
Well, without knowing the individual.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
But the cases that the department has control over, we'll still do in reentry planning. Make sure we have that's part of our policy. What we're seeing is all of them, there are sentencing reconsiderations where they come back and they're released immediately, or they're released at court, or they're saying the release happens outside the control of the department. It happens immediately. So that does not allow time for the department to prepare for transition.
I think David Shearer is still on the line, and I would hope that the state's attorneys, I don't have John Campbell here and Matt Valerio still there, but anybody who's released, who's been in for I know people are on the line. Hopefully that can get coordinated. People that are released directly from court, or who are not incarcerated. Hopefully we can coordinate something to make sure that they get all that information. That sounds like the old days when you got $5 and a suit of clothes when you left the jail.
Right.
I'm sorry, Tracy, go ahead.
That's okay.
Alice, did you have a comment or a question?
Wondering, it maybe is a little bit off. Are victims who are connected with the persons who are getting out, are you able to be contacting them, or are they not getting out who are in positions who contact should be made?
I think it depends on the avenue that they're getting out. So if they are sentenced, the Department of Corrections, our Victim Services Division has the responsibility to notify individuals that want to be notified that meet the language. If they are pre-sentenced, it falls on the state's attorneys or for other individuals outside the department.
Thank you. Tracy, if you can pick up where we were.
Okay. I kind of, my mind's all over the place. If anybody on this Zoom meeting has any, ideas on how we can, become a referral quicker, at our Rutland Center for anybody being released to Rutland. I worry about these individuals. I mean, most of the people that we follow that have been released, we've been able to engage by phone. And cold calls are not always the best. Seeing somebody face to face is best. But, we had a couple of overdoses here this weekend. And my concern is that the isolation, when somebody gets released, if they don't have a phone, they don't know where to go for resources. They could come to the center. We could help direct them.
I think Lisa has a comment if she would like to.
Yeah. Hi, Tracy. How are you?
Hi, good Lisa.
I was just wondering, I know Rose Kennedy, state's attorney here in Rutland, and her staff put out the resource guide. Have you seen that? And if you have, do you know if you're on that? I'm thinking that could be sent out to the facilities and given to folks who are being released out of the facility back to Rutland, because there's a bunch of resources on it for everything. I think Turning Point is on it, but that would maybe allow for a smoother transition and locating the necessary things that folks are needing.
I think we are on it. I think that was a while ago that she set that up.
Yeah, but she's constantly updating it too.
Okay.
We
I can
keep
check with
interrupting
her.
you, Tracy. We keep interrupting you, but
That's okay. We had, quite a presence in the jail, and we had, and it's expanded since we had the program. I mean, I have individuals that were involved in our program when they were housed at Marble Valley that probably got shipped off to other places and they've been released one individual who was released in the beginning of March, and he'd served like a little over 3 years. I am getting letters at my center from other inmates that he has talked to about our program and about the supports, and that they want to, I mean, I have somebody that's writing me letters that has been in for 16 years. And they've done a lot of work on themselves supposedly while they're incarcerated, and they, want to become a recovery coach. They want to help other people. They want to talk in corrections. He gets out in 6 months. I kind of explained to him the routine on how we, he needs to get a recovery coach first when he gets out to help him with that transition before he can provide that services. But word of mouth through the correctional facility has gotten out there, because I get letters from inmates I've never met that want to be involved in our program. And I'm worried about losing that connection by this COVID. And I know, it's tough for everybody. I just really want to maintain it because I think it's vital,
I want to just urge all the players to try to keep that lines of communication open.
Senator, if I have a...
Yeah, please. I'm trying to answer my phone.
I just emailed the superintendent, Sue Ransom Kelly, and Rich Eckroat, the district manager, to get in contact with you to see what we can do to brainstorm to make this happen.
Awesome.
So they should be reaching out to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dale.
So half the battle is putting the right people together.
Right. And I was about to say before my phone rang that, it'd be helpful. It may be the same process in other parts of the state where people are not getting in touch with the contacts that might be able to provide them with assistance, particularly those being released who have been on bail or other conditions that aren't necessarily released by the department, or during sentence reconsideration. I wonder, could we turn to Morning Fox, who also, the Department of Mental Health obviously plays a major role in people who are being released from prison. Many of them have significant mental illnesses, including substance abuse problems. So maybe you could tell us a little bit how you're coordinating with the local agencies as well as DOC.
Sure. Thank you for having me. For the record, Morning Fox, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Mental Health. We, like other folks who have testified earlier, and as folks are aware, just in general, staffing and such is continues to be an issue in all various areas of our work. That being said, the most traditional referral avenue is through the from Department of Corrections into our adult outpatient programs, and we're continuing to do all of our assessments at every designated agency for intakes for adult outpatient services, as well as CRT services for those with more serious and persistent mental illnesses. Granted, almost all of those assessments and meetings are via telehealth at this time, trying to reduce the contact, direct contact between individuals. And so, as some of the folks have mentioned earlier, that becomes a barrier for those individuals who do not have access to smartphones, tablets, things of that sort. And so continue to try and find workarounds to that. One glowing positive point around that is in Washington County, the CSIP program, Collaborative Solutions and Integration Project. And they're continuing to have some of their case management services done face-to-face, that they are continuing to do some community-based case management services while still observing social distancing, staff wearing masks, things of that sort. But having that ability to have face-to-face case management meetings has proven to be extremely helpful in this time when so many things are done virtually. To have the actual human being within feet of you to actually have a more positive interaction has been very beneficial, is my understanding. The other piece that the CSIP program is doing is that they actually have started a new support group, a men's group that's being done virtually via Zoom, just like this, and that is actually supposed to be starting just this week, in fact. So actually trying to develop some further supports in this kind of era of virtual supports. So those are some of the different areas that are moving along. The one other piece that I just wanted to mention as an aside is the agency Pathways Vermont, the Housing First model. The month of March saw Pathways have their highest number of individuals placed in housing since they're coming to Vermont, and those are both folks coming out of corrections as well as mental health connected folks coming out of hospitals. But to me, that just speaks volumes of the type of work that they're doing and really stepping up that work during this time, knowing that being held in congregate housing only increases the risk of spreading this disease. And so the fact that they've been able to really step up that work and get such a significant number of people permanently housed it should be applauded.
Thank you, Commissioner Fox. Are there any other questions for the commissioner, deputy commissioner, or any comments from anybody who's still with us on this Zoom meeting? Senator Benning, and I just lost my earplug.
I just wanted to say hello to Peter and Tracy, and thank you guys for all the work you're doing. Peter, I don't know if you still live in Newbury, but I'll be the first to announce, if you haven't heard it because you've been on this call for a while, the Chancellor of the State Colleges just agreed to drop his plan for closing the institutions. A lot more work going forward, but hopefully we're going to figure this out.
Good, good. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Well, that took me by surprise, but I shouldn't be surprised because Joe's column was in the local paper this morning. So I got to read about Joe Benning's position. So are there any other comments, questions? Anybody who hasn't been heard from, who's still on the call, who would like to speak on this subject?
I'd just like to say, Dick, I think there's a lot more going on than I actually thought there was, which is good.
Yeah, it's good, and it's, but you know, particularly for this population, I get concerned when they are released and the services are disjointed or aren't available. And when I hear that John has a waiting list down at 8? Which Depot Street are we on anymore? I get lost with the numbers. I said to somebody years ago that they asked me why we called it 204 Depot. I said, well, because we didn't have any brains to think of anything else, so we just used the street address. So we've continued to use street addresses. So we got 206, 20, and you're at 208 Depot, right, John? So are there, you know, if he's full and Pathways is way up, do we still have offenders that are held for lack of appropriate housing because the services aren't available yet to coordinate with that, which, you know, I don't want to see people let out without appropriate services. That could be even have worse impacts, but so this has been, to me, this has been a very helpful conversation. I really want to thank everybody. It's helped me to understand what's going on in the community. The next step, though, for all of us, I think, is to question the capacity of the Department of Corrections. If we're down to these numbers, when we get back to whatever the new normal is, are we going to go way back up to the 16 to 1700 range, or are we going to be able to keep those numbers reduced into this level and then either end or sharply reduce our reliance on out of state. We also have the bill on justice reinvestment that's still in the House and hopefully will get acted on whenever we have the opportunity to vote on bills that aren't COVID-19 related. So stay tuned. And committee, I think we'll continue to meet on Wednesdays if that's okay at this hour. And we may need to, I need to get together with Michelle and Peggy on this issue with the intercepts and figure out whether we can meet earlier or not, and if in fact we need legislation. I'm beginning to wonder, I mean, you know, we have the intercept of refunds, but that's not the issue here. Some people are going to get hurt by those intercepts, but I don't, we were looking specifically at the CARES Act funds, either the 1,200 or the 600 weekly.
Senator Sears?
Yes, Michelle.
So I just, while we were working on the other things, I took a little time and I reached out to Office of Child Support and
great.
to DOL. So I have a meeting with Cameron Wood at unemployment later this afternoon, and I'll follow up with him, and I'll speak with Robin about the OCS, how they're handling things. But it does seem as though as part of the stimulus package, those checks were not protected against private debt collectors and banks and things like that. So even though you have, the Attorney General's opinion and guidance about it under state law, however that's working its way, it could be you have an international bank that had that, and there's an account that has a lack of funds in there and bank fees and things like that. And those things may be coming out. And so I think one thing to probably look at next week is maybe how the Attorney General's office might be approaching situations where you have multinational corporations, and how does it affect Vermont law?
So maybe we can coordinate with the Attorney General's office for some, if legislation is needed to prevent some of these intercepts.
Okay, I'll talk to them. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, well, we'll conclude the meeting at this unless there's some comment. Everybody stay safe out there, and thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you all very much for your service.
Bye now.
let's move on to Will Stevens. And Will, you're a little black box and you're muted, but there you are.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kyle. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye now.
Bye. All right. Will, how
Hello.
are you doing?
Pretty well, thank you. Waiting for the rain to start.
Yeah, I know, me too. In fact, maybe
yeah.
it started. I'm looking out. It might have started already. Anyway, yes.
Yeah.
So how are you? Give us a report on how things are going. Have you been able to set things up so that you can do business? Have you planted one nasturtium in every single hanging basket?
Oh, that was a great idea. Yeah, Judy smiled when she heard it. Yeah, well, yeah, thanks for inviting me back. And because I guess it was about 3 weeks ago we last talked, and a lot has happened since then. And I guess for the record, I'll start. My name's Will Stevens from Golden Russet Farm in Shoreham. It's an organic vegetable operation. We also sell bedding plants in the spring. And I want to kind of pick up on something that Kyle said. I was planning on doing it anyway, but it seems like this is a nice little transition. That our story today actually started a couple years ago when our daughter mentioned that she wanted to come back to the farm, and we're in our 3rd year of that transition right now. And I want to thank the Farm and Forest Viability Program for helping with that process. And I just, as legislators, I want you to hear that, because that's been an important part of where we are today and where we're going to be going forward. We've worked with Mike Gia at Land for Good through the program to he's met with us, and we've been able to identify and address a lot of issues that Judy and I wouldn't have thought about on our own, that have really kind of brought focus to the transition. And the reason I'm bringing that up now is because where we are today wouldn't be possible without Pauline's aptitude. She just turned 31. She's totally handy with the internet, which Judy and I aren't so much. And if it wasn't for her talents and skills and so forth, it would cost us a whole lot of money and or a lot of anxiety to get where we are today. So that said, where are we? We've developed a pre-order and curbside pickup policy. We're pointing people to our website, www.goldenrussetfarm.com, and we have a live inventory sheet and order form that people can use to place their orders. It took us about 2 weeks at maybe 60% of the time to come up with this, to dry run it and reality test it and so on and so forth. We think it's about ready for prime time. In a normal year, we would be open for business on this Saturday to the public. But because of this COVID situation, we've actually been able to open earlier for pre-order sales. We're not selling plants so much, not surprisingly, because they're not ready and the weather isn't cooperating. But we've been moving a lot of seeds, a lot of seed potatoes, a lot of supplies, fertilizer, things like that, that we wouldn't have otherwise done prior to this without this new this new opportunity actually that Pauline's created. So that's good news. The bad news is that we're running out of stuff and we can't replace it. So I think I said on the first that the phone was ringing off the hook, and that hasn't stopped. We're fielding probably at least half a dozen calls and or emails a day with people wanting to know, are we open? What do we have? What's available? How can we get it? These types of things. So we're spending a lot of time answering those questions. And, again, that comes with retail, but this is above and beyond what we would normally do. So far, the curbside piece has worked. We've decided to default to the higher bar of no person-to-person contact as opposed to little person-to-person contact. Because frankly, when I got off the call on the 1st of April, I was still a little confused. Even though Mike O'Grady tried to, kind of, and you, Carolyn, suggested a couple great things like giving potatoes or planting nasturtiums. So anyway, so in the absence of that, we've defaulted to no contact. And what we're doing is we're placing people's orders on little wagons or carts along with their name and a nice rock, and invite them to take their order, put it in their car, and leave a check under the rock, which we will then retrieve. And so far, so good. We can take credit cards, so we're doing that for those who want to do it that way too. So that's not a problem. And I guess the other secret sauce to this is Google Forms, Google Sheets. That's the choice we've made. We've looked at a lot of other websites, a lot of other similar operations, and they're using Shopify and other platforms for their businesses. We didn't feel as though that type of thing was suitable for us at this point in time. So we kind of ad-libbed it and created something out of nothing. There's a couple other things that I just want to mention kind of along the way. We also applied for the PPP loan through the SBA. We applied on a Monday. We were approved on a Friday. The money is now in our bank account, so that's great. We originally were thinking we could make it without it, but then as we kind of thought a little harder about the fact that we're not doing a summer CSA and we're not doing a retail farm sales this year. Well, we don't know what that's going to look like. We thought we better go ahead and cover the odds, cover our bets. And so working with the National Bank of Middlebury, who has, like all our community banks in the state, they've really bent over backwards to make this work. And my hat's off to all of our small banks and all our banks in Vermont who've worked really hard to make this happen. Because other stories I've heard from other parts of the country where folks don't have these opportunities, they basically weren't able to apply because the larger banks just weren't equipped to handle it. So, and they weren't handling it. So anyway, I want to mention that. I also want to mention that just in light of Kyle's testimony and other concerns that you guys are no doubt involved with, the organic dairy farm that we've been working with, renting our land to for the last 6 years anyway, they're selling out. They would like to have been sold out by now, but with the price of cows and the price of milk and everything else, they find that they can't afford to move their animals. And so we're looking for someone to rent our pasture and haylands, and don't know where that person is going to come from, quite frankly. And this is in as Representative Norris knows, this is in a farming community. So just the ripple effect of the dairy situation. This is a smaller organic dairy, maybe 55 cows, milkers, so forth. He was in the process of transitioning it over to his 26-year-old son, but decided to pull the plug because of contracting issues with their buyer and other things that were going on for them. So he's
Will.
Yes.
So I don't know whether you know this or not, but my vice chair, Rodney Graham, has sold his cows. And
I was aware.
Yeah. And one of his problems was the fact that the trucker would not come up to his farm. So was that the case with the person who rents your land, that they wouldn't pick up the milk, or was there some other reason?
I think there were a number of reasons. The big one, I think, was that he was having a hard time with Horizon, frankly, and getting a contract renewed.
Okay.
Yeah, which is like a sea change from where he was with that outfit, even as short as a year ago. So, yeah, but that was a big one. He had a bad accident last fall, which also probably contributed to it. A lot of times when we're laid up, we get introspective and think about what's worth it and what isn't. And at the end of the day, because things didn't appear to be getting easier or even more predictable for his son, to prosper in the business, he's decided that he's going to, well, when he can, he's going to let it go. He's hoping to have sold the herd by mid-February. That fell through at the last minute. And then with the whole COVID thing and the price of everything dropping and so forth, he's just basically continuing to milk.
Okay. Will,
Yep.
Vicky has a question. Vicky?
Yes.
Good morning, Will.
Good morning.
You had mentioned earlier in what you were sharing with us that you ran out of stuff. I wasn't sure what that is and why that is. And then another question was, earlier we were talking about pick your own kind of things. I didn't know if you had that on your farm. I remember some great apples you brought into the legislature. I don't know if you do pick your own apples or you just provide them, but just fill us in a little bit on what you're thinking there.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the questions. Yeah, what we're running out of are things for home gardeners, quite frankly. Seed potatoes, we sell Johnny's seeds from Johnny's in Maine. We've sold out about probably a third of the seed supply that we ordered to resell. I can't remember if I mentioned this earlier in my earlier testimony, but there's a new focus or renewed focus on the regional food supply in the state. I'm sure you're hearing it too. You know, people don't want to be held hostage, as it were, to the supermarkets and the distribution chain. They want to grow their own food. They want to join a CSA. They want to buy it from somebody who's in business of producing food and so forth. And we saw this back in 2008, 2009 as well, quite frankly, with the recession. And so we're seeing it again. And it's exciting on the one hand, overwhelming on the other, and very frustrating when we can't go back to our suppliers to say, hey, you know, we've already sold out of these things, pea seed, for example, or, you know, other things like that. But we can't get any more. I don't know if you know or not, but Johnny's, for example, a big regional seed company, stopped retailing or stopped selling seed to their retail customers several weeks ago because they were overwhelmed. They had 40,000 orders in one weekend, 3 or 4 weeks ago. Yeah, and they couldn't handle it. And so they decided to shut down, kind of work things out and so forth. And I think they're going to try to reopen again in a week or so for retail. But that included the folks like us who have rack seed accounts to them that we can resell the retail packets, but we couldn't even get any more of those from them either. So yeah, it's everywhere. The potato wholesaler we get our seed potatoes from, we went out to her website to see if I could get more, and she of their 22 mid-season varieties, she had one variety left to sell. So demand is off the charts that way. To your second question about pick your own, full disclosure, the apples came from Shoreham Orchards, but not from ours. So yep, that was a weekly delivery to the committee. We have never done a pick your own operation. There are folks in town who do pick your own apples. There was a strawberry operation, family operation that has recently sold, and I don't know what's going to happen there. There's not a lot. We've always decided that it'd be better to just control things in terms of production and harvest and sales and so forth by just having our employees do the work as opposed to having the public come in and having to kind of babysit what they do and look after that. So we've never done much pick your own. Yeah. So hopefully that answered your questions.
Thanks, Will. And weren't the apples, when I visited your farm, weren't the apples mostly cider apples that you have?
My dirty little secret. Yes, that's true. Yes, we do have a small orchard, Representative Strong, just to be clear, but most of the fruit goes into cider, which is delicious.
All right, John Bartholomew has his hand up. John?
Yes, you have mentioned the advanced sales and how that seems to be going pretty well, selling out of stuff. But are you actually selling plants at this point, or is it too early?
Yeah, we starting last week, we sold. We've been offering herb plants and pansies for sale. The way we operate here is we don't if we were open for the public to come and go through the greenhouses like we always have been, I can't stop anybody from buying whatever they want. If you wanted to come in and take a pack of begonias home with you today, you could do it. But because we're controlling it more this year, we also want people to succeed. And so part of that success looks like hardening plants off. And so what we don't want to do is sell plants before they're ready to go. And if we do sell plants to the public, we want them to know either they've been hardened off and they're ready to go in the garden, or they're not hardened off and they'll have to harden them off themselves. And so, yeah,
Well,
we are. Yeah.
What I'm kind of wondering is with the curbside sorts of sales, how are you dealing with the public saying, well, this is leggy plant, you don't have anything better than this, I want to see all of them? How are you going to deal with, I'm just wondering across the whole industry, how can you deal with that issue of I want to go through and pick out my plant myself?
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of that yet because we're just beginning. After today or tomorrow, or certainly by the end of the week, we're going to have a lot more plants to sell on our current inventory sheet on our website, including onions and vegetable plants that'll be ready to go. In terms of people complaining about the quality of our product, let me say that if we're not the type of outfit that puts the junky stuff in the bottom of the box and lets them look at the good stuff on top when they receive the product. We want the last thing to be as good as the first thing. And so when it comes to our plants, we're not going to give someone something that we wouldn't want to plant ourselves. If folks had questions about it, we're happy to talk to them. What's happened more commonly than the quality conversation is the fact that people don't know how to use online order forms. And for example, one person put down that she wanted this type of herb and that pansy and so forth, and then we pulled one of everything for her, and she came and said, oh no, I wanted more than that. And so, somebody happened to be around and we were maintaining our safe distance. So we hollered back and forth to each other. But, instead of the one lavender plant that we had for her, she wanted 6. Now, we wouldn't have known that unless someone was around for her to do. So it's a two-way street and it's going to be fraught with problems. And so it's been nice in a way for us to have had these last couple of weeks to try to work out the kinks in the system before we get slammed with plant orders, because plant orders are really, they are going to be the difficult thing. And frankly, John, we're also quite apologetic and ask for people's patience and understanding because they, for a number of years, they have been able to come in and wander around the greenhouse, and this year they can't. And so, but that's the way it goes. And we just tell them that we don't want to be that vector in case, in case there happens to be a little hot spot, we don't want to be that one. And so we have to kind of hold firm.
Thanks, Will.
Sure.
I'm sort of curious when, because hanging baskets are something that I know are huge for you for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And how are people going to potentially order hanging baskets?
Well, great question. They will be on our inventory list by type, and we're also trying to figure out how to get photos online so that people can actually look and see what it is. That's kind of the next thing we have to do. And of course, this was the year that we increased our hanging baskets by about 50%.
Good timing.
Yeah, it's perfect. Again, my other daughter who lost all of her group travel contracts and so forth is back on the farm as well. And so between my two daughters, they're working on ways to upload photos to either our Facebook page or our website so that people can actually, kind of look at things and use that along with the inventory list to place an order. And we're also always available by phone because that's what I'm used to. But yeah, but it is an issue because frankly, a lot of our sales are impulse sales. No denying it.
Yeah, Yeah.
Yeah.
And your website again, just to plug it for no other reason.
Oh, I should have written it down. Yeah, goldenrussetfarm.com. And that's
Okay.
2 S's and 1 T, one word.
Great. Great.
Golden Russet Farm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And by the way, Sharon via chat mentioned that pansies and Johnny jump ups are edible and they make salads look really pretty. So
That's true.
so you're covered with the edible thing there too.
Oh, and we won't charge tax on those plants.
Yeah, yeah. So we had a really interesting conversation with Ellen Kaler last week about her conversations with other states in the region regarding a regional food system looking forward. And I referenced it earlier when Kristen mentioned her predictions or what she'd like to see. And it's really an interesting conversation that I look forward to, but something that I think that you would be a major part of as we talk about, she mentioned the fact that we could do all of our produce basically in this region, and that we could do meat, grass-based meat with if everybody reduced their meat intake a little bit, but that in order to produce 50% of our needs, we would have to increase the amount of land under production by 2 million acres, which sounds like a lot, but when you think about Maine and the fact that the climate is changing and potentially would be more temperate, well, and they're the potato king, right, in the Northeast. Right. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about that. If you may not, because you've been so consumed with just day-to-day life, but if you have any thoughts, I'd be interested to hear them.
Yeah, I do have thoughts, and full disclosure, I'm now chair of Ellen's board.
Okay, great.
So I was aware of that thrust that she's initiating, and I'm obviously fully supportive. Back in 2007, 2008, Gay Symington, when she was speaker, put a peak oil theme onto our legislative work. And we had speakers come in, or she had speakers come in and talk about kind of what a post-peak oil economy would look like, and all the aspects of that type of thing, including a regional food system. And if I remember right, one of the speakers talked about the need not only 2 million acres, but 50,000 farmers, to farm all that land and to do something, and not necessarily the commodity piece. And where were they going to come from? And so that's a question that hasn't been resolved, and it's a kind of theory that hasn't been tested yet. But I think it's part of that conversation. And in light of what you're just talking about, BTC and so forth, it's can the state position itself to be the incubator, or be the the go-to place for either crop production practices, or actually employment opportunities, or whatever it might be. I think that I think it's really important that we stop thinking in terms of the Vermont exceptionalism, which we are in a lot of ways. But on the other hand, there's no need to go it alone sometimes, when we can draw on our neighbors who do other things very well too. And so again, in light of this whole I'll call it the post-COVID economy, whatever that ends up looking like, if more reliance on a regional food system and food supply is one of the upshots of that, then I think we will all benefit from that, in that we will be kind of more in control of our destiny than we appear to be now, in terms of a good, safe, reliable food supply.
Yeah. I remember asking Erin Buckwalter when she did a little internship way back when, maybe it was around that time.
I remember.
To take a look at the available land in the state. And I had promised myself that I'm going to dig that out. That is one piece of paper, set of papers that I held on to. It actually may be up in the State House, which I haven't been there in a few weeks, but I may be in the next
Yeah.
week or two. But that is something that I find really interesting because when I've traveled up 22A, it's obvious that there is farmland that has gone back to scrub and probably could be reclaimed if necessary.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
you know, something to think
Yeah,
about.
yeah, absolutely. No, I do think about it all the time. It's not all land is suitable for vegetable production, but it could be suitable for other types of production. And again, frankly, I know I heard Kristen talking about kind of some of the exciting new things that people are doing and entrepreneurial spirit is showing and so forth. And one of the things that's been happening is delivery services are happening, and farmers are hawking they're going on the road with their product, but they're also inviting other producers, to kind of throw what they might have into the mix as a way to, basically pay for the gas and make everything worthwhile. And consumers love convenience, and so that's something that don't know if it'll last, but it's happening now, and that's a good thing. CSA numbers are kind of off the charts for people. We did one for 21 years. We took a break from it, and then a year or two ago got back into a fall share, which we're continuing with this year. But we had a lot of folks, kind of asking if we would do a summer share again, and it didn't fit into our plans. But there's all sorts of interest, and I think farmers in general are kind of mercenary opportunists, and where they can be, and so I think there's a lot of opportunity there if someone's positioned to go there. I also I have to also reflect, if I can take just a second to talk about, Kyle's talking about the 5 dairies that are kind of in transition and so forth. We only got started. I just turned 65, and we only got started about 3 years ago with our transition plan. And my advice to anybody who would listen, because it's worth what it costs, is to get started sooner than later. Get started sooner than later. And we're really lucky right now that we have one of our 3 children wanted to come back and make it work, and we're committed to her success and so forth. But I won't be completely out of here for at least 2 years, if then. So so get started sooner than later.
Yeah. I know other farmers who have had several opportunities to potentially transition, and they've fallen through, and it's a real challenge.
Sure.
Sharon's hand is up. Vicky's hand was up. Vicky, do you still have a question? Okay, why don't we let Sharon go, and then we'll go to Vicky. Sharon?
I wanted to add a little bit of a piece when you were talking about Ellen Collar, talking about the 2 million acres. Is that also for, I believe it was the dairy piece, that it would require organic dairy production. And I'm assuming that has a lot to do with reduction in the amount of grain or being more, I think she said pastured, maybe organic grass-fed. But so a shift from the predominant model.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure what the question is there, but I'll comment. The part of the challenge, and just again for disclosure, we've been growing vegetables organically and commercially since 1981. So we've always been organic. We're committed to organics and so forth. But that said, at a commodity level, such as organic dairy, I think that to their credit, they're trying a managed supply system, and which the conventional world isn't interested in doing apparently. But and it's working kind of, but there is a price point issue around that. And so whether it's pasture or whether it's organic grain or however the feeding and production methods are dealt with, there is a price point, and I think that's one of the hurdles that has to be overcome in order for it to be successful. As much as we might want to see more organic, until people are willing to internalize some of those costs that would be reflected in the price of the milk that would come with theoretically cleaner water, cleaner air, these types of things, then that remains a big challenge. So
thanks, Will.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not against it. Obviously, I'm totally supportive, but we've got to work that out. And you guys, I think, have been working on the payment for ecosystem services piece.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, there's a question of, you know, can and how that be monetized? And I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah, and we're hoping to keep that, the payment for ecosystem services group going, but they do need money. And boy, this year it's going to be very tight. I do know that we've had some unofficial commitments from some groups that they would be willing to support that work. So we're hoping that that will come through for us.
Yeah.
Vicky had a question. Vicky?
Yeah.
Or a comment?
Yeah, it's a bit of a comment, a little bit of a question. I just feel like you're really blessed to have that daughter there who's thrusting you into technology and helping you. I'm 63 and my husband's 66, and we're being pushed into technology. And my husband's a pastor, and we were forced to do services online, and now we're seeing hundreds of people view his sermon. And you know, we have a congregation of 50, but so that's leading into my comment, Will, and Representative Buck asked about a crystal ball, if we could all have one. I foresee that organic vegetables and plants are going to be a huge market for that. And here you are getting ready online. And some of these people watching our sermons are from Texas, Florida, Nebraska, California, Minnesota. It's really kind of amazing. But I mean, do you see in a crystal ball that, holy smokes, you could just really blossom here? Do you see any trend or foresee that?
Yeah, great question and great observations. I think, you know, where some people see problems, others see opportunity. And again, coming out of this COVID situation, there are things that are going to happen that none of us could anticipate or could have anticipated happening. And in some ways, there will be no going back, in my opinion, to the way things were in some ways, and/or there will be adaptations and adoptions of some of these solutions into whatever it is we all do going forward. So yeah, you know, one of the things that we had an opportunity to do a number of years ago, which totally relies on the then existing networks and systems and so forth, was a mail order CSA. I have a sister out in Cincinnati, and anyway, we went out to visit one fall, and we brought a bunch of winter storage crops out with her, and she shared it with her friends, and they were in rapture, frankly, and they wanted to know, kind of, gosh, could you do an online, you know, could you send us this every week? Because, you know, we'd buy and so forth. Well, we didn't, but one could. One absolutely could. UPS will come to everybody's house, you know, to pick things up and deliver, and it's there and it's handy. And if you can charge for it, you know, and make something go, yeah, absolutely. I think on our farm in particular, we are constrained by our acreage. We only have so many acres of land that's suitable for vegetables. We have additional acres of clay, basically, that aren't really suitable for vegetables. So, and because we're where we are in the Champlain Valley, it's not like there's a lot of other productive, suitable land that we can go rent, even if we wanted to. And because there'll be limitations around water and services and other things. I know some growers do that. You know, they've got farms, you know, 5-6 miles away that they grow corn on or whatever, and we haven't gone that route. Yeah, I think the only limits really are our imagination. And so, you know, so you're right. We are blessed. Pauline's got a lot of great ideas. She's been putting up with us for all of her life, and certainly for the last kind of, you know, going on 3 years now in this transition. She's still coming to work and smiling, you know, and so we're kind of happy about that. That she still wants to do it. And actually, again, what a great year kind of for this to happen, because if this had been her first year on her own, she would have been buried. I'm sure of it. But while we're still kind of writing out the checks and so forth, but she's taking on more managerial responsibilities, it's a great opportunity for her to kind of learn kind of under supervision, let's say. But where she takes the farm it's totally up to her. You know, and we have these conversations. You know, we have opportunities to put up a new greenhouse because we can grow more cut flowers that way, or whatever the opportunity we might see be. But with my having one foot out the door, it might not be an appropriate investment to make if it's something that she doesn't want to do. So that's kind of where, as far as my crystal ball goes, I guess I should turn it over to her to answer that question.
Could I do one quick follow-up question? Do you know
Yeah.
Paul and Sandy Arnold from Argyle,
Yeah.
New York? Because they're
Yes, sure do.
They're going through the same process. Their daughter is now slowly taking over, and it is a transition, but it's a great one, isn't it? And maybe a little
It is.
bumpy, but it's good.
Yeah, it is good. And fortunately our dynamics are good. I mean, I have two family experiences, close family experiences where transitions didn't work out. And, and it gets ugly, and sometimes the effects are long lasting, the negative effects. And so you're right. We're very fortunate and grateful that at least so far things are going well. Yeah. And the Arnolds, they're a little bit ahead of us. There is another piece, I guess, that this triggers for me around your question. I've had a theory, a working theory over the years, that in Vermont, there are two kinds of agriculture. There's the commodity form of agriculture, and there's the relational form of agriculture. And what we're involved with is the relational form. And what that means is that, the link between the end user and the producer is very short. It looks like farmers market sales. It looks like farm stand sales. It looks like CSAs, these types of things. And the next level might be, sales to local stores. Where we're selling to a wholesaler who then is retailing the product. And then, kind of beyond that, it's wholesaling to, a Stop and Shop, or, a supermarket chain, where we're more removed from the end user. Okay. So when you talk about the commodity world, basically you're producing a product that goes onto the market. You don't have, you have control over the production, but you don't really have control over the market, and you certainly don't have control over the price. In the relational world, you do have control over the price. You do have some control over your market and production decisions, so you can tweak things from season to season to make them work for your operation. Now, there's also a scale piece that goes along with this. Back in the day, we made the conscious decision that we would never want to produce where we were going to be competing with commodity vegetables. That I could give you 38 years of kind of that story, but I won't. But that served us well, because when you grow to that lowest common denominator, which is price point, we can't compete. Not our operation, and in fact, very few operators in the state can. So if we have a crystal ball, and back to Ellen's analysis and so forth, if we can keep the link between the end user and the producer as short as possible, whether it's in state or in region, I think that's where the sweet spot's going to be, and that's where the possibility and opportunities really are. In addition to that, if we can put a story onto our commodity products, if we can attach that branding story that Cabot did for a while, and John Malcolm was on every box of butter that they sold and so forth. If they can work on that to personalize the commodity form of agriculture in the state, I think there might be some opportunity there as well too. But again, you're competing against happy cows from California.
Yeah, they're so happy.
Yeah.
Terry has his hand up. Terry, and I think we might have to wrap it up after Terry's question.
Yeah, well, when you mentioned the clay, I just recall when you first moved to Shoreham, and we heard that you were going to do a vegetable kind of thing. I'm thinking there is absolutely no way anybody can grow vegetables in this clay, but
yeah.
It's nice that you managed to do that.
Yeah, you're not the only one who thought we were nuts. Yeah, well, the good news is that we bought the farm with a soil map in hand, and we've done a lot of research. And back in the day when soil maps came in book form, we had Addison County soils map, and so when we went to look at this farm or that farm or some other farm, we knew ahead of time what the soils were like, and we saw that there was this nice vein of Nellis loam running right through here from Rathbun's to our north up to Tom Bass's or Sanger's, Wallace is now up the beef farm up there, and Rossi happened to have 20 out of the 80 acres that we own were Nellis loam, and we decided it was good enough to go for it. Of course, that said, it's sitting on top of clay, so when it's wet, it's wet. It is clay. It's not loam.
Yeah, I was just curious. What's your son doing now? I met him on the ferry when he used to go over to check on your dad in New York, and what a very, very nice young man.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, he fled the state a number of years ago to go to a photography school out in California, and he hasn't come back except for a visit. So he's up in Northern California right now, and living the dream.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Well, not good that he left Vermont, but I
Right. No, that's right.
why.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, Will. Well, listen, we really appreciate you spending some time with us and for your update on how things are going. I'm glad things are going well at your farm, and we'll probably be in touch with you again just to see how things are going as well. Love your thoughts about the future and some of the things that we need to think about going forward. I love the idea of pursuing this concept of a regional food system and how we can improve that. Yeah, we're probably going to want citrus, but before long, they'll probably be growing grapefruit trees in Massachusetts and Connecticut. So, well, who knows?
They're growing lettuce in containers right now. Yeah, they're growing lettuce in containers. They're growing lettuce in containers. So citrus could be in their future. Who knows?
Yeah, I actually have constituents over in Saxons River who have this huge conservatory, and they have orange and grapefruit trees that are literally 20 feet high. It's amazing. Wow. And what's even more amazing is they moved them from their New York City apartment. God. Anyway, thanks so much, Will. We need to wrap it up. We're just about 11:30. I want to tell the committee that we're going to be on Friday from 9:30 until 11. We're going to be a little bit short that day because we're going to be on the floor of the House via Zoom. Brave new world. So anyway, again, well, thanks all committee members. Thanks for our legislative staff, Michael O'Grady and Linda Lehman, for being with us. And we'll see you all on Friday. If you have ideas as to whom you would like to hear from on Friday, please let me know. All right, thanks. Thanks, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. Before I get to the topic of the day, I want to provide an update on our work on the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance, or PUA, program. Last week, the Department of Labor and the Agency of Digital Services stood up this brand new system to provide unemployment assistance to the self-employed, independent contractors, and others who aren't traditionally covered under unemployment insurance. As of this morning, 9,500 claimants are in the system. Of those, 8,500 are eligible and have submitted a total of 39,000 weekly claims so far. I admit that that's complicated in some respects, but it's based on the fact that they're able to file for back weeks in their claims. So one person may be able to file for 4 or 5 claims, depending on how many weeks it's been. The first round of direct deposit payments totaling $24 million are going out today. As most of us know, this is much needed money getting in the hands of Vermonters. For those who opted to receive their check by paper, those payments will be scheduled for next week to be cut. So you should receive those Tuesday or Wednesday. I know far too many have waited weeks to receive benefits, and I hope that this provides some relief for them. But I also know we still have a lot more work to do to get benefits into the hands of all eligible Vermonters, and we won't stop until that's done. So with that, we'll go on to today's topic. As you know, my team and I have been working on strategies to help restart Vermont's economy and get more people back to work. But at the same time, it's important we do the following: protect those at the greatest risk from COVID-19, continue to slow the spread of this virus, and quickly respond to outbreaks as they happen. To do this, we've set 5 principles to guide our work, and today we're here to talk about plans under principle number 3, which is to increase testing and tracing. This goal is incredibly important to restart our economy, because as we ease those restrictions, more testing and tracing will help us quickly identify and isolate outbreaks. If you think of this whole pandemic as a forest fire, testing will allow us to spot those embers early, and contact tracing allows us to surround it in order to contain it. Through hard work and creativity, we've done a pretty good job here in Vermont testing on our testing capacity, even as other states have struggled. And we also have strong contact tracing as well. But we must build on this model by increasing everything we're doing and adding new technology as well. Doing so will help make sure that if we slowly ease restrictions, we're able to identify cases and prevent the spread of this virus. Our goal is to ramp up so we can conduct up to 1,000 tests per day, about 7,000 per week, which is more than double what we've been doing over the last several weeks. With this goal in mind, I've established a testing and tracing task force, which will help roll out this program with support by new technology and then deploy it across the state. I'm pleased to say steps to increase testing have already begun, and a plan is in place to phase its growth over the next several weeks. Simultaneously ramping up our testing while tracing and connecting with the contacts of those testing positive will allow us to continue opening the economic spigot and make sure we don't lose ground on the progress we've made thus far. The enhanced testing and tracing will also give us more information on where we may need to focus more of our resources and will help us better understand infection rates. From day one, the team has taken a data-driven scientific approach to our decision-making and will continue to do so in order to do all we can to make sure the health and safety of all Vermonters are protected. Dr. Levine and Dr. Kelso will share more about our strategy in a minute, but it will be a measured approach. And just like our restart strategy, it will not be a flip of the switch. My team has developed a phased approach in order to maintain the supply chain we need which is so important. That means we'll continue to stockpile materials so we're prepared for any future outbreaks. I know there are some who may want us to turn on this increased testing overnight, but by taking this approach, we can give our public health workers the room they need to make adjustments along the way, so we don't ramp up too fast too soon. It's also important to remember that no matter what amount of testing we do, it won't completely eliminate the risk. In fact, an increase in testing and tracing will only help in our restart efforts if we also continue to separate ourselves, wash our hands, disinfect things that we touch, and wear a mask. It's literally still in our hands, and individually we can help control this. In many respects, it's really up to each and every one of us to make this work. I know this has been incredibly challenging for all of us, but thanks to the hard work and sacrifices of Vermonters, we're seeing a decrease in the spread of the virus. As I've said before, we cannot declare victory yet. The work must continue to help keep our families, friends, and neighbors safe. But if we continue to rise to this challenge, I'm hopeful we can open up the economy in the near future, get Vermonters back to work, and begin enjoying all the state has to offer by slowly lifting these restrictions. We have done and will continue to do this together, and I could not be more thankful and more proud to be a Vermonter. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Levine for an update to talk about the testing in particular. Dr. Levine.
Thank you, Governor. Some weeks ago now, we set a goal to increase testing. And I want to be clear, we're talking about testing now of the nasal and oral secretions that indicate an active infection of COVID-19. We're not talking about antibody testing or serology testing that we've covered in previous press conferences recently. The work of the task force now will be to oversee our next big push to expand testing even further. Over the next few weeks, we'll work to ramp up our testing capabilities to, as you just heard, 1,000 tests a day, 7,000 a week. That's about triple the average number of tests that we've been conducting over the last several weeks. Ever since the start of this pandemic, as a state, we've worked aggressively to ensure the testing supplies needed to maintain stable and consistent access for testing sites across the state. It's important to remember that having ample testing supplies hasn't always been the case. In the early days of the pandemic, we were literally 48 hours range of running out of test supplies altogether. But since that time, we've worked very diligently and continuously to grow our stock of in-state supplies, to forge relationships with private labs to help speed processing of tests. Now, not a day goes by that we do not report out all of our laboratory capabilities and capacities. We've been laser focused on this. As a result, we've been able to offer testing to more and more Vermonters over time. Governor Scott has instructed that we continue the work to stock these materials, not only so we can take on greatly expanded testing, but also to make sure we are adequately prepared in the event of a second wave of illness, which is a very smart move. The Vermont Department of Health Laboratory has literally been working nonstop for 2 months, and I want to publicly recognize and thank this experienced and committed team for their Herculean efforts. And I also wish to thank the University of Vermont Medical Center for their work in triaging of laboratory tests and in acquiring the resources needed to produce collection and testing kits. And we'll continue to work alongside UVM Medical Center to help bolster that production. This has been a fantastic partnership and a true team effort, and we're grateful for their continued strong support of our testing program. Our ability to keep acquiring these additional supplies while working with community partners to produce in-state tests will be key to our success in expanding testing and contact tracing. As a state, we've shown our collective strength, innovative spirit, resourcefulness, and creativity throughout this pandemic, and this must continue as we move forward. The task force will evaluate the testing capabilities of our state and out-of-state labs to determine the optimal use of the multiple labs currently serving Vermont. We believe it may be possible to identify ways to increase testing capacity while freeing up resources and personnel to take on the other work critical to our ongoing efforts to limit the spread of illness and restart Vermont. Will everyone be able to get tested for COVID? Our team has identified several key groups that we will make testing available to in the coming weeks. It's imperative that as we ramp up our testing and contact tracing capacity, we carefully identify and address any gaps in this plan. The task force, in consultation with other departments, agencies, and community partners, will manage any concerns and needs that arise. And with this, we must be thoughtful in how we deploy our resources and our public health workers. Throughout this pandemic, we've worked hard to expand our testing guidelines beyond the federal recommendations, as long as we were operating in line with science and the data. We simply cannot roll out expanded testing without being very intentional in our planning to take into account which populations would benefit most. Throughout the planning process, we've sought to focus on vulnerable groups, to be strategic, evidence-based, and science-driven, to try to improve on lengthy quarantines for asymptomatic people, to strive to suppress outbreaks wherever they might arise, and of course, to be supportive of Restart Vermont efforts. So we will first focus on the residents of long-term care and other group living settings. That's important because here in Vermont, a very large percentage of the people who have tested positive for the virus and who are at highest risk for severe consequences have been in these settings. They clearly fit the definition of being highly vulnerable. These are the people who are most at risk of needing hospitalization, stretching our healthcare resources when we're trying to restart Vermont. It's critical for the health and safety of these populations that we act to limit spread of illness in these settings as quickly as possible. As a reminder, we currently provide testing for even the most mildly symptomatic patients, and recently to the entire population of pediatric patients, as well as testing of all residents and all staff in group living settings where there has been a single positive test. These include nursing homes, assisted living facilities, prisons, and certain high-density residential buildings that house vulnerable populations. Now, starting immediately, we'll expand testing at these facilities. For sites with COVID-positive patients, we will add day 3, 7-day, and 10-day and 14-day retesting of all residents and staff to prevent community-wide outbreaks. And for all sites, COVID positive or not, we will provide testing at intake, discharge, and for certain residents who require regular care outside of the facility. Further, we will offer testing to healthcare personnel who may have been exposed to COVID positive patients but are themselves without symptoms. We will also offer testing to healthcare personnel who may be needed to aid the healthcare system's restart efforts. Expanding testing to this essential workforce will not only ensure that we keep our healthcare heroes safe, healthy, and ready to respond as they're needed, it will also be a critical tool in protecting Vermonters who count on these healthcare workers for their care. And finally, we now provide immediate testing at any correctional facility where there's been a positive test. If an inmate or a staff is symptomatic or identified as someone who may have been in contact with a COVID positive individual, they will immediately be tested. If that inmate or staff tests positive, everyone in the facility will immediately be tested. As part of our enhanced testing in this first phase of expanded testing, we will test all correction staff over the next 2 weeks. During the next phase, we will focus further testing on healthcare and home health workers who have had direct interaction with a COVID positive individual. While these workers certainly take every precaution to protect themselves while caring for Vermonters, we must further support them and give them and their families peace of mind with readily available testing. And when the time is right, we will coordinate with healthcare and other providers to put in place testing to help us reopen these services to Vermont. As our testing continues to expand, we'll use the strategy to ease some of the restrictions Vermonters have had to endure over the last few months. We'll consider testing for those who are in 14-day quarantine because they may have been exposed to the virus. We will increase opportunities for childcare workers to be tested. This is also critical as we begin to ask childcare centers to reopen to provide the essential service that so many rely on. Increasing our testing to childcare workers on top of the other expanded testing opportunities I've just outlined means we are taking another significant step in protecting Vermonters all across the state. As the governor noted, these expansions will not happen all at once, but will be phased in over the next few weeks with health alert notifications forthcoming. Dr. Kelso comes next. We've talked a lot about contact tracing in these press conferences in the last week or two, and Dr. Kelso is available to talk with us now about our expansion in that arena.
You may need to unmute yourself, Dr. Kelso.
Thank you. This increased testing capacity is only useful if we have an equally robust tracing system in place. The health department has a contact tracing program currently in place that connects with COVID-19 positive individuals, provides them information on isolation and available resources if they need them, and gathers information on individuals they've come in contact with, and then reaches out to those contacts to inform them of possible exposure to the virus. While we've been successful in tracing our current positive cases, we have and will continue to add resources and personnel needed to address any uptick in positive cases that we project may arise with more testing, and we'll use technology to help us. And we're doing expanded tracing to investigate the sources of positives by talking with cases not only about their recent contacts while they were contagious, but also before that period to help identify where they might have been exposed to COVID. We'll also make sure we continue to have adequate numbers of trained staff to perform tracing as we perform more testing. So we're prepared to trace up to 500 cases per week or even more if needed. For context, currently the tracing staff has been handling roughly 34 cases per week, and we have enough trained health department staff to handle up to 500 a week. We know that with increased testing, we're likely to see a rise in positive cases. And as we restart Vermont and more people are at work, each case may have more close contacts than our cases in the past several weeks have had. We'll be prepared to handle anywhere from 300 positive cases for the 7,000 tests per week, which is a higher positive rate than we've been experiencing during stay home, stay safe, to an even higher scenario of 900 positive cases per week. And we'll use technology to help in these efforts using an app called Sarah Alert, a secure monitoring and reporting system for public health created by the MITRE Corporation, where our own former Health Department Commissioner, Dr. Paul Jarris, is the Chief Medical Officer. This system, which other states are also using, allows us to offer to enroll cases and their traced contacts into the system to keep in touch and help with system management. If they're a case, they'll get a daily text, email, or phone call, whichever they choose, to check in on their symptoms and recovery. And if they're a contact of a case, they'll get a daily message to see whether they develop symptoms. This is not a location or proximity tracker. It's simply a system to help us monitor and collect more information on our cases and their contacts. It will help us ensure we're on top of every case and collecting the data we need to inform Restart Vermont. Thank you.
At this point, we'll open up for questions.
All right, we'll start in the room with Calvin.
Thank you. The Joint Fiscal Office last night presented a report basically forecasting next year we're going to lose, I think it's up to about $430 million of revenue next year. It's going to take a lot, of course, to fill that hole. What are you thinking in terms of right now, what resources will have?
Well, again, I've been talking about this for a while over the last couple of weeks. We need to figure out what the magnitude of the problem is before we start spending money in any area, and before we contemplate how we're going to fill those holes or what we're going to do without. So this is a good first step. I know Secretary Young is on the phone as well. She might be able to add to this. I think she was part of the discussion over the last couple of days. Secretary Young?
Thank you, Governor. I'm not quite sure I heard the gist of the question about, is it about the revenues?
It was about the Joint Fiscal Committee had anticipated a $400 and something million deficit or hole in the budget for next year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Governor. There have been some evolving numbers on a weekly basis from the legislative economist. And as of April 28th, the total down in the FY20s that he has predicted was about 309. And that was really a number that's substantially less than what they were predicting earlier. So that's the 20 picture, and we're working with those numbers as they evolve and waiting to see the final April numbers. As far as, does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, I guess if I just had a follow-up too, so, we'll have to explore new streams of revenue and potentially make cuts. What would the administration look at if we did have to cut things?
Well, again, I think you have to look across the board. This is a huge issue that we're facing, many states are facing. We're still not sure what the federal government's going to do at this point either. I've heard other governors and our congressional delegation talking about possibly the opportunity of having some relief there to fill some of these gaps, but we don't know that for sure. We have to plan for the worst. We're going to have to present, first of all, we have to take care of fiscal year 20, which is going to end at the end of June. So with all the projections coming in at this point in time, addressing that deficit comes first. And I know that we're talking with the legislature about how do we move forward? Are we going to do this in a 3-month increment, for instance, for fiscal year 21, which starts July 1. So there are a number of different ways of addressing this. We're asking our cabinet to, again, look from within. What is it that we, what prioritize, what our needs are, what we can do without, and we're just going to have to work at this together because there's no simple answer to this. This is going to be incredibly difficult, and this is compounded. It's not just the general fund, it's the education fund, the transportation fund. All are going to see tremendous opportunities, tremendous holes. And then you take your municipal budgets as well. So it's everything's coupled together has created, again, a very vast deficit throughout the state. And that's why it's so important for us to try and get people back to work and trying to get the economy rolling again. So we'll be talking a little bit about that on Friday, but all the things we're doing today, even the tracing and testing is going to be important so that we can measure as we move along. How can we continue to put people back to work without creating harm to others?
Stuart?
If I could follow up on the getting back to work thing. You've spoken repeatedly about coordinating with other governors. Yesterday, Governor Mills outlined a 4-phase plan, very specific, starting Friday in Maine, barbershops, hair salons, golf courses, hunting, fishing, state parks. I mean, it was a very specific list starting in 2 days. Does that inform what you're willing to do here, given the similarities across northern New England? Can you give us any?
Yeah, you know, every state is different, and I look at we've been in contact with Governor Mills and Governor Sununu, in fact, Governor Baker this morning. Governor Baker is in a much different situation than others. He said this morning, you're not going to see much opening up in our state for quite some time. Governor Mills is different, you know, in terms of you think about their shared borders. They have a shared border with Canada, which is closed right now, so that's protected. They have the other border with the Atlantic, which is fairly well protected. Their other is with New Hampshire, and very little in the southern part of the state, which is where they will see the most issue. They're also, and I don't know all the details of their plan, but I believe she's talking about, and we're not sure constitutionally whether this is even doable, but I think she's restricted most of this to residents only, not to anyone coming into the state. So how do you protect that? You know, what happens when somebody comes in? If you open up your golf courses, you open up your state parks, you open up your beaches, and you say it's just for your residents, how are you going to, what are you going to do when somebody comes across the line and goes to your beach and they're from Massachusetts, or they're from New Hampshire, or they're from Vermont? Are they going to be cited? I just don't know enough of the details. So you can see there's all kinds of ramifications. We've taken a different path here from the very beginning. We've been more restrictive, and our tracing and testing program has been much more vibrant than others. If you look, we've been, you know, in the top 10 since almost the beginning in terms of testing. And with this provision we're outlining today, this will shoot us up, I would believe, into the top 5. But we think this is a strategy that works. And if we can prove this out, we can start opening up the economy that makes sense for us while protecting Vermonters by continuing to trace and track. So this is just the way we're doing things. Again, we're contemplating all the above as well, but our focus really is on the major sectors and how do we get those back going again.
If I could follow up, you did mention that we had 0 new positive tests today.
Yeah.
I don't remember when that's been true.
Yeah, no, that's great news. But one day doesn't create a trend, and we have to look at the trend lines to see where we're going. But this is great news, again, for us. And it gives me a little bit of support and comfort in some of the measures we'll talk about on Friday. But as I've said, we're going to keep watching the data and the science and make our decisions based on that, not on public pressure. And the public pressure is immense. And I know it was for Governor Mills. I know it is for other governors throughout the country. But from my standpoint, I'll take the pressure. But what I can't take is looking into the eyes of a family member who's been harmed in some way or lost due to action that we took.
On the labor side, Governor, we've gotten a few correspondence from folks who were on the waiting list. They got their $1,200, but they were found to not be eligible for the other unemployment stuff. They're wondering, do they have to return that money, or if they don't have to return that money, is that some sort of income that they have to report on their income tax? They're kind of confused.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of that. Maybe I would refer to Commissioner Harrington if he's on the line. But I'm not sure, there is some confusion as well, because some people are probably getting notices that they aren't able to take advantage of the traditional unemployment. So they've been turned down for that, but they may qualify for the PUA, which is this new program that Congress created. So there may be confusion there, but I'm just not sure. Commissioner Harrington?
Sure. Thank you, Governor. Certainly, as you mentioned, every case is unique in terms of whether someone is eligible for traditional UI or pandemic unemployment assistance. And so in these cases, if someone may have been found to be not monetarily eligible for traditional UI, but would be eligible under pandemic unemployment assistance. So if they are determined to be eligible for one or the other program, there is a mechanism for recapturing that $600 times two that was sent out in the check. You know, I think we'll handle the unique cases where someone may not be eligible for both. However, I think those will be in a much smaller category. Those who are not monetarily eligible for traditional UI, but are potentially eligible for PUA, you know, there are still a couple outliers there, groups of people that we are working to put into the essentially transition over into the PUA system. So they may also be hearing from the department, you know, in a matter of a day or so as to the status and next steps.
All right, we're gonna go to the phones for the callers. I just wanna let you know there are 20 callers with questions on the line, so please keep that in mind when you're asking your questions. Wilson Ring, AP.
Hi, as always, thank you. Stuart preempted me by asking about the no new cases. That was going to be one of my two questions. But I also noticed that there hasn't been, I mean, it's kind of a follow-up. I have two questions. There hasn't been a fatality for a week, which would seem to be another piece of good news. My second and broader question is the testing system that you're working to roll out over the next several weeks. Is that something you developed here in Vermont among yourselves, or is this something you work with other epidemiology professionals to do, or did you get any guidance from the federal government to do it, or basically is it all in-house? And that's my question.
I'm going to let Dr. Levine answer that. I would have to say probably all of the above, but I'll let Dr. Levine answer.
And please don't let me take away the fact that you feel really good about the statistic that just came out, but I will piggyback on the governor's comment. A day does not make a trend, and we're in this for the long ball, and we really have to watch trends, watch data on a daily basis, watch for the projected resurgences of disease, and everything we've outlined today is to help us get through those future periods. With regard to the development of the testing, it's really been, as I mentioned, very strategic. There isn't a tremendous amount of federal guidance, and the approach one takes, the guidance is more increase your numbers. That's been the focus from a national standpoint. Many parts of the country have not even been able to test all of those who are symptomatic. Forget about the asymptomatic and other vulnerable groups. They haven't even had the capacity to test the symptomatic. We've been blessed by being able to do that all along, and we want to continue to maintain that capacity. But we do want to be very, very strategic. And by being strategic, I mean really looking at groups that would benefit the most from having this additional testing on board, and help us with all of these future efforts in terms of reducing an impact on the healthcare system, improving our ability to sequentially and in a phased way restart Vermont, and deal with all of the kinds of harsh policies that we've had to be living under that people are tiring of, but at the same time been very cooperative with and wanting to have us ease up on. So this is all really done from a very evidence and science-based standpoint. Not tremendous amount of guidance from the outside in terms of the federal government. Certainly the CDC, we're always in communication with, and they're a good sounding board, if you will, for some of the things we come up with. And this was really, you know, within the health sector of state government, but also across sectors in state government in our ability to really work as a team and be strategic. Was that an answer to your question?
It does. Thank you very much, as always.
two things I'd like to add as well. When we talk about trends, and it is good news that we just had 0 positives as of today, but that doesn't create a trend, nor does if we, and my prediction is, as we open up the economy, if we have more people going to work, as we, again, ease up on some of these restrictions, I believe we're going to see more positive cases. So that doesn't create a trend either. And what we need to do is manage that level. And that's why we're doing this tracing and testing and becoming so heavily involved in taking a more proactive approach because we want to make sure that we control that. So I predict that we'll see more, but that's something that we have to consider as we open up the spigot a little bit more. As well, Stuart, I didn't finish my thoughts on the border issues in Maine and so forth. You know, we're in a different position than Maine because we're just, depending on where you are in Vermont, we're just 100 miles or less away from the epicenter right now, which is in the Massachusetts area, Boston area. They're still going through this. They've had 400 deaths, over 400 deaths over the last 4 days. As well, New York isn't done. I mean, they had, I believe, over 1,200 deaths over the last 3 or 4 days as well. So right within reach of us is a problem area. And we may have 0 positives today, but it only takes that one ember to get across into Vermont that would explode the numbers and increase our numbers dramatically. So that's what we have to pay attention to, just because of our proximity.
All right, Greg, the County Courier.
Hi, Governor. My question's about the agricultural community. With milk prices drastically declining, I'm wondering what your administration is doing to support farmers in the ag community in Vermont. And specifically, what would you say to those who are relying on agriculture for their livelihood? It's not like farmers can just stop milking and you know, go on unemployment.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about agriculture, and I know that there was some news out of Congress in terms of assistance and aid for them of late, but that doesn't that's not going to solve the problem. Again, like other sectors, take our state colleges, agriculture was in a bit of trouble before this pandemic, and this has not helped them at all. I'm very concerned about the farmers themselves. I'm concerned about our food supply, and we need to protect that. It is on our list. I know Secretary Tebbets has been talking with us about some type of program that might provide relief and something we should consider. Again, it's in the list of things that where we need to provide assistance, but we don't, again, know the magnitude of the problem at this point and where the money, the resources would come from. So I don't want to overpromise, but we're not ignoring this, and they're too valuable to us. They're part of our tradition and culture, and we want to do everything we can to protect them because they protect us. One of our basic needs is our food supply, and as we've seen across the country with other meat packing plants and so forth, they're essential to us in numerous ways. So again, we'll just my message would be hang in there. We're going to do everything we can to support them, but this is a very trying time for them.
You say they're on the list. Are they high on the list? What comes before them on the list?
Yeah, everything is on the list. I don't think there's a priority in terms of the number of demands that we have in all sectors and trying to, again, contemplate what resources are available to help, making sure we get them to those who already have them available, and then find out what is it we can do with some of the resources we have available at this point in time. So I would not prioritize this list in any respect. They're all important to us, and we're doing everything we can to help everyone.
Thanks, Governor.
Ken Picard, 7 days.
Yes, hi. Thanks for taking my call. This is a question for either Dr. Levine or Dr. Kelso. I saw an estimate this week from NPR that put the need for contact tracers at about 30 for every 100,000 people in the state, which would mean that we would need probably more than 180 here in Vermont. I'm wondering if you folks are planning to ramp up the number of contact tracers we have, and if so, where you expect them to be coming from.
Dr. Kelso, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm happy to take that one. Thanks for the question. We know that contact tracing does take a ton of work. We currently have 53 staff on our team who have been trained and doing this work for weeks now. They're well on top of the burden of illness that we've been seeing, but as the governor has and the commissioner have said, we do expect that to increase. We have a plan to ramp up 40 or 50 additional staff to the contact tracing team if necessary. And based on our calculations of each staff person managing 2 new cases and all of their contacts every day, we think we're prepared with that number for the worst case scenario, should we see that.
Okay, and just a quick follow-up. You mentioned that we're going to an electronic system, the Sarah Alert. Could you say something a little bit more about that and how this is being done to also protect the sort of privacy and confidentiality of Vermonters?
Sure, I can say a little bit more about the system and then turn it over to our ADS colleagues who can speak to the security. The system, what we've been doing is reaching out to every case, doing an interview to find out who they were around while they were potentially infectious so that we could then do contact tracing on them. And for cases, also providing information about how they need to stay in isolation until their symptoms have resolved and they can get back out of isolation. And then with the contacts, we've been providing them information on what they need to do to quarantine for what period of time. And again, if they need resources, where they can reach out and what they should do if they develop symptoms during their quarantine. What this Sarah Alert system will enable us to do is be in daily contact with contacts and with cases, to be more on top of them on a daily basis and getting information as their situations may evolve. And then I'll turn it over to ADS for the more technology questions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kelso. This is Krista McClure, I'm the Chief Data Officer. So regarding data security and privacy, this will be maintained through encrypting data at rest as well as in transit. And it'll also be maintained through role-based access control. So certain roles will only have certain access to specific data that they need to perform that function.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Kat, WCAX.
We've talked a lot here about turning the economic spigot. I know many people are wondering, though, when we can turn the social spigot, because staring at a screen to talk with someone on Zoom or Skype is not the same as seeing them in person. However, on Monday, I believe I wrote down a quote from Dr. Levine that said social distancing is here to stay. So my question is, when can people have what they would consider normal gatherings again? You know, things like having friends over for barbecues as the weather gets nicer, or the kids' friends over for play dates. Is that going to be after May 15th, or should people expect that they can't get together with others in person for the whole summer?
Yeah, again, I think what we're going to do is rely on the data again and seeing where the trending is occurring. Putting people back to work right now is our primary effort, and seeing what happens as a result of that. But we are fully aware and sensitive to the fact that we need to socially integrate more. We need to get to see our family, get to see our friends, and so forth. We want to put everyone back together as quick as possible. But again, our primary focus, at least for this week, is to try and get more people back to work. And then next week we'll take a look again, seeing what the trends are doing, what the trajectory looks like, and then make determinations based on that. And as you mentioned, The 15th is when the stay home, stay order officially ends, but we'll be contemplating what to do next and how that would interact. But we want to ease restrictions just as quick as we can, but it has to be safe in order to do so.
So I have a follow-up to that then. Is it going to be difficult to continue to get buy-in from people when they don't have a sense of when it will be over?
Well, again, I think we've been fairly measured. I think I've been having these press conferences 3 times a week, trying to provide information from our cabinet and others, experts and so forth, to try and be transparent about what we're doing, what we're seeing, and how we're doing. And for those who are watching, again, we want to do this as quickly as we can, as safely as we can, without doing harm to others. And so we'll continue to do that. Obviously, I'm concerned about people complying with the measures as we put people back to work. It's up to them, I would say. I mean, I'm going to put it back on individuals as well. If you're not complying, if you're going back to work, if you're in those settings where you're not wearing a mask and you're not socially distancing, you're only hurting the cause, and that's going to result in increased numbers, and that would preclude us from getting back to some sort of normal. So it's in all of our hands. I talk about this a lot, making sure that we're wearing a mask when we're out, socially distancing, to stay apart, separated from each other, as well as just disinfecting and keeping things clean and being aware of what you're doing. So if you do all that, we'll get back to normal much quicker than if you defy everything that we're providing for guidance.
Last follow-up on this particular idea. So there's this idea that has come up several times at these press conferences about there being a 10-person limit on gatherings. Can you clarify who that rule is intended for and how it fits in with the stay home, stay safe order?
Well, again, that was something that we came to the conclusion late. We had started at whatever it was, 150, then down to 10, based on federal guidance, and so we have maintained that. So we're just trying to, again, guide people into making sure that we don't exceed that, whether it's at the greenhouses that we've opened back up, or any gatherings that we've opened back up, that you don't exceed the limit of 10. It's just a rule of thumb, so to speak. So I'm not sure at this point what more I can tell you about that.
I guess the clarifying question is, that is directed then at businesses and not at individuals who are in their own home.
Yeah, well, at this point, yes, that's right. It's more for those situations where people can gather, whether it's in business settings or whether it's in any of the guidance that we provided where we've opened up different sectors, just trying to prevent people from gathering more than 10.
All right, thank you.
Chris Roy, Newport Daily Express.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I've been getting some word this week that some Vermonters could return to work if they had daycare, and I'm just wondering, they're wondering what can be done to help those individuals if you're going to allow daycares to open, and if they can't return to work, do they potentially will they lose their jobs, and can they continue on unemployment?
Yeah, let me just say broadly that this is on our radar screen again as we open up businesses and open up jobs and open up the economy. We know this is a factor that might prevent someone from going back to work. And I do believe there's an exemption in the unemployment rules that would allow people to continue to qualify for unemployment benefits if they didn't have child care. But I'll let Commissioner Harrington answer that.
Yes, great question and very timely. So the department is and does have information on its website regarding what we're calling refusal to return to work. In those cases where an employer has offered an employee the ability to come back to work at their normal pay and their normal hours. There are a couple of exemptions to that. One being if the person is sick, if the person themselves is sick or isolated, if there's unreasonable or undue risk of exposure within the place of employment, if they're caring for a family member who is sick or isolated, or if they're caring for a child who's out of school or does not have child care. And so under those exemptions, they could continue to collect unemployment insurance benefit. However, if one of those exemptions does not apply and they are being offered full-time work at their regular rate of pay, or at least a number of hours that is what they left the workplace with, then there is an obligation on the claimants to have to accept that work and go back to work. And if they refuse to go back to work, they're jeopardizing their eligibility for benefits.
Under the conditions, if the employer can't return to work for what we just spoke about, for example, lack of child care, can the employer consider that, they quit from their job? I'm sorry.
Great question. It is a question that is before our legal counsel in terms of whether that could be considered a quit. And again, I think, you know, we're constantly pushing towards education, voluntary compliance, and trying to be as understanding, both on the claimant but also the employer side, as much as possible, that there are people who are in these positions. Again, this is an at-will state, so they could choose to terminate that person. Not sure they could consider it a quit. But again, that may mean that because they terminated this person, we'd have to look into the legality of being having that have an impact on their experience rating or not.
Okay, thank you. And I have a second quick question, if I may. We've heard some about a second round of this that might be coming up towards the fall and winter. Are we looking at another round of complete closure, or is it too early to tell?
Yeah, I think it's way too early to tell. I know that Dr. Fauci, I've heard it on the national level. I'm going to let Dr. Levine answer this as well, but we've seen that there is concern about the second wave coming, but we don't know that to be the fact at this point. But we have to prepare for that at the same time, which is why we're taking some of the steps we're taking. I think we'll be, if a second round comes, we'll be much more prepared for it than we were before. There's so many advances in testing and antibodies and so forth that are coming about each and every day. Hopefully we'll be in a position where we can deal with this much more effectively, that we don't have the shutdowns that we've had before. But we don't know at this point in time. And again, everything we're doing today is to prevent that from happening in the fall. Dr. Levine?
Yes, thank you. Most of the public health community believes there will be some kind of resurgence. Again, that doesn't mean what we've just been through as a state and as a country. It could be a far reduced level. It's a nice question to ask today as we unveil our new testing strategy, because that's the one place where the state nor the country was poised for action as we entered this COVID-19 epidemic or pandemic. And I don't have to go through the stories regarding why that was true in terms of the supply issues as a country and the approach. Now that we have that approach, we have the capacity, we will have a little stockpile as well. We will be able to enter a period of resurgence if that's what we're destined for, and I'm not making that a guarantee. We'll be able to enter that period of resurgence with a containment strategy already in effect. The country missed the opportunity for containment and had to go straight to social distancing and all of these non-pharmaceutical interventions that we are now living with. Doesn't mean that those wouldn't need to come back at a more modest level, but at the same time, we have the opportunity to contain the virus now. And I didn't say it as specifically, and I'll say it now. Many of the populations that we've been talking about testing, some of whom we've tested to some degree already, are essentially asymptomatic populations. So you're actually finding people who in a pre-symptomatic state could be capable of infecting others, and you're finding them very early on doing containment with them and with those that you contact trace. So the opportunity for that curve to go as high as we have projected for the initial experience with the virus is much more limited and hampered and dampened down, if you will. And the opportunity for that curve to come close to exceeding the capacity of the healthcare system to deal with it is much more dampened as well. So all of this is a way of saying that if it does come, it will probably be less severe than the first go-round, and we will be poised to do a lot more containment. There are some public health, I'll call them experts in the country, who do see these mitigation strategies like social distancing as something that gets turned on and then turned off, turned on, turned off periodically over periods of time, knowing that this won't be the last time we see COVID-19. It's still a novel virus for the human race. So it remains to be seen if some of those predictions would be true or not true. It's really hard to guess on that count. Because again, starting with containment, you've already got a much more strong fighting chance to deal with things, and hopefully don't need to bring in as many of the other strategies that we've all been seeing evolve over the last 1 to 2 months. Thank you.
All right, Patricia, Bennington Banner.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I'm wondering, this might be a question for Dr. Levine or the governor, depending on who. I'm wondering, how confident are you that the state has the essential supplies for this increased testing? I assume probably pretty confident because you guys plan to roll this out. And how did this increased testing capacity come about? I would imagine it's probably too early for it to have come from the increased testing funding provided in the bill that was signed into law last week. So I'm wondering, how did you get this testing capacity and how confident are you in it?
Yeah, well, I'm confident because Dr. Levine and Dr. Kelso have said that we have the supplies necessary to do this. So I rely on the experts for that, and I'll let Dr. Levine answer the rest.
Gives me an opportunity to do my testing from A to Z course in 1 minute or less. So to do optimal testing is a very complicated process, actually. The reason we've been able to get to this point is through resourcefulness, frankly, and creativity, and working multiple supply chains, working with multiple federal partners and private partners. But to do testing, first of all, the person has to be involved with the healthcare system and have a test order provided. That order needs to include a location, and we certainly have locations throughout the state, and we've shown our capability to pop up locations when needed in times of need. At that location, one needs personnel who can obtain the test from the patient. Depending on the type of test you're obtaining, you may need a sophisticated level of PPE. You need a collection swab, something to stick in the nose or in the mouth, or depending on which test you're using. You then need to put that swab in something. Think of it as like a test tube or a little container that has some kind of media that the virus can live in, so that when you eventually do your laboratory test, the virus is transported in a way that it's viable still and we can detect it. You need to transport that media to wherever the testing location is under the right circumstances, which may require some temperature regulation, may require some sophisticated materials to package it in, then gets to a laboratory. First it gets to our triage center at the University of Vermont, and then it gets to the laboratory it's going to be evaluated in. There you need what's called an extraction kit, because this is a nucleic acid-based assay, and we want to get the RNA type of nucleic acid out of the sample. Then you need to have a PCR step, which is the step that actually detects the virus as COVID-19 and not some other type of virus based on its RNA's genetic code. So you need that set of reagents and chemicals as well. So it's a very sophisticated process, requires really a supply chain across a whole host of areas. And we're very confident that we not only have that supply in hand now, and we have some element of a stockpile, but that we'll be able to get more. But we're always challenged by this, and it sort of goes, if you've been burned once, you're always conscious of something. And as a country, we were in such a tentative place 6 weeks ago or 7 weeks ago that we don't want to be burned again. So we've been looking not just at a platform of testing, but multiple platforms of testing at our public health lab, at our UVM lab, at the commercial labs that we send out of state. They're actually all on very different kinds of analyzers, and we're very heterogeneous in our approach to make sure that no one pathway gets shut down and the whole operation suffers. Likewise, on the collection side, we have capacity within our labs at Public Health and at UVM to produce all of what we need there, but we have to have our eye on that ball all the time. And in just 6 weeks, 7 weeks, this whole technology is changing as we speak. So right now, we're hoping to use nasal swabs, which are a little more patient-friendly and comfortable, but it turns out right now you can't use them for people who have no symptoms. So we have to use the other types of swabs. But there's talk about using saliva. There's talk about testing that can be done, on the scene and point of care versus in a laboratory, and different kinds of technology that may require less materials than what we've been using now, and certainly less PPE to protect the healthcare worker than we're using now, depending again on how the samples are obtained. So we just watch that with great interest and are on top of it all the time, so that as innovations occur, we can take advantage of them and hopefully reduce that complexity that I just illustrated for you all.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, Joe, Barton Chronicle.
Hello. I believe this is a question for Commissioner Harrington. We at the Chronicle have been speaking with a number of people in the community who have applied for unemployment benefits, and we've had a large number of them say that when they applied, they were told that the state didn't recognize their Social Security number. And some of these people have had the issue resolved, and some of them have not. But even the people who've had it resolved would like to know what happened and why it is the state wasn't able to confirm what is pretty much a universal form of identification.
Sure. So a point of clarification. So it's not that the state doesn't recognize it, it's that the system did not recognize it. So these were individuals who may have applied for general or traditional UI and may not have been put into the PUA system yet. It could also be that they had filed a claim, and when they went into the portal, if you will, for traditional UI, that either their claim had an issue on it, in which case the portal would not have their claim because it's been held up. Many of those have been resolved. Or it could be that they had already filed for a week, and so they didn't have any current weeks to file for, and therefore the system would not have them an open week for them to file, so their Social Security number may not have been in the portal to recognize them. So there's a whole host of reasons. It's not that the department didn't recognize their social security number in its entirety. It's that whatever portion of the system they were going to did not have their social security number on file. And that could be one because of an eligibility reason. It could have been because of a technical reason. It could be that, it's a part of the adjudication process. Or it could be that they're part of this group that will be moving over to the new system in the coming days, and then their Social Security numbers will actually populate and be found in the system. So again, it's not a Social Security number issue. It's just the way the system is designed.
Just to follow up, I believe these were people who were not applying for the PUA. This was prior to that. These are people who were applying for a traditional. And I think the concern wasn't necessarily that their claim was held up. I'm sure they were bothered by that, but that they were not given information about what the problem was and what they could do to deal with it, which left them in some degree of anxiety.
So I do want to point out that we have sent information to those people that we have email addresses for with regards to when they get the notice that their Social Security number is not found. We also have that information on our website on the homepage. So again, when we hear of these situations, and especially if we hear of a significant portion of the population with a reoccurring issue, we are trying multiple methods to reach out to people to let them know that either it's a system issue that we're working to correct or that it is just part of the process and here's what they need to do as a follow-up. So I do know that we have emailed claimants information about what to do when their Social Security number is not recognized. We also have posted that information on our website.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Wallace-Allen, Digger.
Hi. My question is about lodging properties. Some of them do, in fact, seem to be taking reservations for before June 15th, and some, in one case, on May 15th. And I was wondering either maybe something has changed that I hadn't known about, or is this allowed? Or are they supposed to wait till June 15th?
Our guidance had said June 15th. If they were in the system before, it wasn't as though we'd asked them to take them out, but we had asked them to stop taking reservations. So I'm not clear as to what the issue is in this regard, but our guidance had said the 15th of June.
So that means that they could, in fact, have guests who are coming and staying. If they had made a reservation before to come on May 15th, for example, they could still come.
Well, again, I'm not sure the specifics of that, but anybody coming into the state, if they're coming from out of state, would have to quarantine for 14 days. So if they had a reservation for 14 days, I'm not sure whether they would be allowed to come or not under those conditions. But most of our lodging properties are closed at this point.
Yeah. Okay, that leads me to my other question, which is that a few weeks ago, I know that the Department of Public Safety was starting to go and talk to businesses that were open when they shouldn't be, and I was just wondering, has there been any enforcement action taken against any business in Vermont for being open in violation of the executive orders?
I'm going to ask if Commissioner Sherling might be on the line. I know the Attorney General had talked about citations and so forth, but Commissioner Sherling?
Yes, sir. We're not aware of any direct enforcement action that's been taken by the Attorney General. There are a number of reports that have been referred over there for review. And again, the hope was that a renewed educational effort reinforced by the AG's team would solve the problems.
So, and bottom line is maybe a contact, maybe calling the Attorney General might get your answer.
Yeah. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Mike, Newport Daily Express.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm going to veer off topic just for a quick moment. I have two quick questions. The first, Governor, can you speak to Jeb Spaulding's upcoming resignation this evening?
Yeah, you know, I can't say that I'm surprised by the action, but I would also offer that Jeb has had a long history of public service. In fact, he was a Washington County Senator before I was. I took his seat after he decided not to run. And then he became treasurer, was well respected, did a lot of great work in that regard, and became chancellor after a stint with the Shumlin administration. I've always had a great relationship with him, a great deal of respect for him, and I know his heart is in the right place. He had taken on this issue with the state colleges. This was not of his doing. He had come to me a number of times saying that we have a problem, and that's why I included funding in my budgets over the last 3 to 4 years for just that reason, because he convinced me that we did indeed have a problem. It's unfortunate we're in the position we're in. This was not, again, his doing. This was pre-COVID-19, where they were struggling, and COVID-19, unfortunately, was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. So other colleges, universities throughout the country are facing this very same issue. I think we're going to see a sea change throughout the country in terms of higher education and what it means in the future. And we'll see others falling as well. So we'll see what happens. But again, I want to make sure that I don't believe that Jeb Spaulding was to blame for this. I think that he did all he could. He was a huge supporter of the Vermont State College system. And any of the events that I attended where he was chancellor, he was always rising to the occasion to try and elevate the state college system and do all he could to protect it.
My second question goes back to the topic at hand, COVID-19. I was reviewing some footage last night of what our current administration at the federal level has been doing during this. And this is a direct quote from the President of the United States. When governors call me, they say, "Thank you. You are the greatest president that's ever lived," end quote. I'm wondering, A, and I know, take this with a grain of salt, have you heard of any governors saying this? Or B, why would the president say something like this?
I can't answer either one of those questions. I would say that there are a number of governors throughout the country who are very big supporters of the president, many who aren't, and I don't know why he would say that.
Okay, thank you for your time, Governor. I appreciate it.
Sean, the Chester Telegraph.
Hi, thank you. This is a question for Dr. Levine. In the past, you've spoken about antiviral therapeutics, and it would seem that those would make reopening the economy that much easier. Can you speak to how these are developed and what the outlook is for having them become available?
Sure. So there are a number of antiviral drugs that are actually already in use and on the market. One that has been showing, I will put the word slight in front of it, slight promise, is called remdesivir. Again, these are being used for the sickest of the sick, people in intensive care quite generally, in hospitals. But the whole field of antiviral therapeutics goes beyond specific drugs. It also goes through, strategies, if you will, for treating people. Generally, again, we're talking about those who are the very ill and not people on the mild end of the spectrum. So one press conference a while back, I got a question about prone positioning, whether the person be on a ventilator or not on a ventilator, and early use of oxygen. And this is still, actively being studied, but prone positioning has been a portion of intensive care for quite a while, often with patients who have what we call acute respiratory distress syndrome, ARDS. And it's being used in this virus because often that is a final common pathway is ARDS related to the virus. There's also trials that are ongoing regarding the donation of people's plasma, people who had the infection and now want to try to do some good, donating plasma that could be used to help quiet down the infection in people who, again, very ill. These are being done in clinical trial settings, so it's not just the first thing people jump to doing to treat somebody who's ill with COVID, but it's clearly as part of a clinical investigation and another important strategy. I don't want to give false hope to any particular pathway, except to say that all of this is being done, like everything with COVID, on a very compressed time frame, and we're hoping to see some results of trials. These kinds of trials and these kinds of novel therapeutics, I'll call them, are going to be tested a lot faster than a vaccine. And if they prove useful, to certainly go in front of the public a lot quicker than a vaccine may. You've also heard probably about other older drugs that have been talked about a lot in the national news, like hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin. These are, again, drugs that do not have a prominent role right now. They're being studied again in this setting. People are being cautioned about using them and stockpiling them because at the kind of dose levels that would be used in a state where you're already ill from COVID, they can have some very unanticipated and adverse effects that would not be helpful. So I'm here just to deliver the news, not to give you any false promises or hopes about anything, but it's a very active area of study, and we have hopes for that.
Thank you.
Brittany, Local 22.
Hi. So my question is about schools, and if they're planning to reopen in the fall, and what that would look like. What plans are being made if they come back? Will desks be 6 feet apart? Will cafeterias be closed? Will they not have assemblies? I'm just wondering, what's being talked about right now for the fall.
I'll let Secretary French answer that, but I would also add that things will be vastly different, I would imagine, when and if that happens. Secretary French?
Yes, good afternoon, Governor. Yes, it's a little early to address that. We are working now on producing guidance for next week on end of this school year and end of year celebrations and graduations. Even in formulating that guidance, we're largely relying on the public health information to make a projection on the next 6 weeks, let alone the next couple of months. But it's too early to address that, but we will, large part of that will depend on how the virus tracks and our ability to manage it.
Thank you.
It's Tim, Vermont Business Magazine.
Governor, you've talked a lot about what's happening in Boston and New York before that. How much is that guiding the reopening of Vermont more than what's actually happening in Vermont at this point? And I have a follow-up too.
Yeah, well, a great deal in some respects, because again, as we open up our borders, open up travel into Vermont, this could have ramifications here. And that's what, my biggest fear is that we'll have a few of those embers come into the state and then erupt, and we're not prepared for them. And then we have a full-blown pandemic right in our own backyard. So we're just watching this, and again, they're on and I'm in contact with Governor Baker on a regular basis. It does appear that they're plateauing, maybe falling, plateauing, maybe even seeing some relief, reduced numbers. So that's good news. As we've seen in New York City, numbers are starting to drop. But again, I just want to emphasize that they're still seeing a number of deaths. They're still seeing positive cases. So this isn't over for them, and they are literally in our backyard.
The follow-up, Governor, is do you have a go or no-go date on things like Ann mentioned before, the hospitality and the lodging institutions, or even the colleges, both of which bring in a lot of out-of-staters? Is there a time frame when you might say the colleges will be allowed to reopen?
I wouldn't say that there's a date at this point in time. There's not a go, no-go date. It's for us, it really is about tracking this and making sure that we're making decisions based on the data we're seeing. And as we, again, open up that spigot just a little bit more and we put, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 people back to work, we're watching to see what effect that will have on the number of positives and so forth. And so that's why it's really important for us to track this, as well as to do what we're doing today, announcing more tracing, more testing, so that we can be proactive, play a little bit of offense rather than just defense. And I think that's part of the answer. And that's why we want to do everything we can to do increase amounts of testing and tracing in order to open up more of the sectors so we can get back to some sort of normal in the future.
I was wondering if President Garamella or one of the other college presidents has said, Governor, I need to know by a certain date to let the students know and the staff know if they can come back. Yeah. That was sort of the basic.
Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of questions like that where whether it's the higher education or whether it's the summer camps or whether it's whatever, where they need to know at a certain point in order to know, or even events, parades and so forth, to know whether there's any opportunity, any chance at all. So the list is long on those opportunities, and we'll just make the decisions as we can. I don't want to give anybody false hope, but I do want to give people some hope that we are doing the right things, and that we're seeing the benefits of that, and that that will lead to opening up the economy at a much faster rate.
Thank you.
Colin, VT Digger.
Hi. I had a question for Dr. Levine. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, thanks. So the Department of Health reported in March there were 570 deaths from all causes, which is about 70 more than the average in previous months. Other states have reported that March deaths were also beyond their normal total. Do you think the increase could be partly attributable to unreported COVID-19 deaths? Given the number of COVID-19 deaths in March was significantly less than 70, something more like the mid-30s.
Yeah, so that's going to take a lot more scrutiny and statistical analysis than would allow me to just give you an off-the-cuff answer right now. But it is an area that I think has been in the national news, especially in New York and California specifically. And it's something that we need to consider. We haven't seen, based on information today at the level of the medical examiner, huge increases in total deaths over the course of the whole time period that we might have expected to see if there were a lot of cases that we weren't aware were COVID. But one of the parts of your question is, are some of the deaths that might have been attributed to another cause actually a COVID-related death where the COVID infection stressed out the system in a way that it caused some other underlying disease to appear to be the cause of death, but that might not have killed the person at that time if they didn't have COVID. We're going to have to do a lot more investigation into that to really understand and give you the kind of answer that would be more data-driven and science-based than I can give you off the cuff here.
And can you talk a bit about what the process might look like for handling suspicious deaths and whether or not any of that type of post-mortem testing has been done to contribute to the current COVID-19 count?
Yeah, so there's a lot of actually post-mortem COVID testing that's been done in the deaths that have occurred with a huge index of suspicion now that we're well into this pandemic. The question about before is a little harder to answer, but certainly now it's always considered, and I think often communities as well as families want to have some idea. So when it's appropriate and it's not that there was an obvious cause of death that clearly wasn't COVID and a person who had no symptoms of COVID, when it's not obvious, the medical examiner has been quite liberal, I would say, in making sure that post-mortem COVID testing is performed.
And I have one more follow-up on this issue with Governor Scott. More than half of the deaths in Vermont have been at nursing homes or elder care facilities, and I'm wondering, sort of knowing what we know now, when you look back, do you think that the administration might have acted more swiftly or done anything differently to prevent some of those deaths?
I'll start. If we turn the time clock back and go to like day one of when we knew we had a problem in Vermont and what needed to be done, literally the first, if not the very first, certainly in the first slew of policies that came out of the administration and certainly that were recommended was to severely restrict visitation in facilities where the most vulnerable would reside. So that was done so early in the game that I think we did very well in that regard. I do agree with you that a proportion of the deaths that are related to those who resided in some nursing home facilities certainly is significant, and that's a tragic outcome of this COVID epidemic. However, if I could make it a half cup full and not half cup empty proposition, we have been very blessed by the fact that we have not seen statewide outbreaks of COVID in a whole host of either long-term care facilities, assisted care facilities, senior high-rise apartments, etc. Most states, when you start to really dig down, they'll have perhaps one that's very severely affected and prominent in the news, and then one by one they'll have other institutions that follow, and sooner or later you find that there's a high proportion of the number of facilities in the state that have been impacted. I'll knock on wood, but I know that has not been what we have seen in Vermont at this time. And some of the issues I unveiled in the discussion I had on the new testing policy are only meant to make that even less likely in the future. I'll let the governor add to that if he'd like to, or Secretary Smith.
The only thing I can do is reiterate what Dr. Levine said. When we first started this, one of the things, and you got to understand how many lives we affected with this decision when we said no more visitation to these nursing homes and some of these long-term care facilities. We really impacted people's lives when we did that, and we did that to save lives. And so we did that early on when we saw what was going on in Seattle. We've also taken the proactive step if there is a positive, or and we'll be talking about this later in terms of what we're doing with expanded testing. Well, we've already talked about it, what we're doing with expanded testing on those long-term care facilities in terms of our ability to look at them from 3 to 7 to 10 to multiple days that we'll be doing testing on this. One of the things that we did in the Veterans Home, you've been reading about in Massachusetts, the tragic results of the Veterans Home in Massachusetts. We were right on that case when we had an employee that was tested positive a month before and then told about it. We came in and tested the whole facility. So we've been very aggressive with long-term care facilities. With that said, we've had two places where tragically we have lost Vermonters in long-term care facilities. But if you do what, to reiterate what the doctor said, if you look across the state and you look at other states and what has happened in other states, we've been blessed and fortunate as we look at this.
And is it safe to say that as reopening steps occur, that allowing visitation at nursing homes will be one of the last steps?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's going to be the case. That's going to be one of the last steps. That is where we are. That's where testing is focused. That's where the most vulnerable are. Probably will be the last step, Colin.
Thank you to both Dr. Levine and Secretary Smith.
If I could just add, there's no playbook on this, and it's something that we learn from. In every crisis, every emergency, everything we do, we take whatever we learn from that event and try and do better in the future. And I'm sure that we'll learn a lot from this that we'll be able to utilize in the future as well. After the 27 flood, I'm sure we learned a lot there. After Irene, I know we learned a lot, and we prevented some flooding in the future as a result. It'll be no different here. And you have to just go back to where we were in the beginning when we didn't have as much testing capability as we do today. And so we want to make sure that we learn from that, and that's why we're doing all the things we're doing today, is to make a more proactive approach, play offense, and trying to do whatever we can to make sure we take those smoldering embers and we isolate them and put them out immediately.
Thank you, Governor.
Just for everybody's awareness, it's about 1:15, and we're only 2/3 of the way through the questioners, so please keep that in mind. Avery, WCAX.
This question is probably either for Governor Scott or Dr. Levine. A reason for the shutdown was so that we didn't overwhelm our hospital capacity, and it appears that the strategy now is to have the virus not spread at all. Is that possible to do, and are we prolonging the shutdown longer than we need to?
I'm going to let Dr. Levine answer that, but you may want to repeat the question.
Could you repeat the
Sure,
question?
you can hear me
It
okay.
was a little hard to hear. I think I caught it. I think the question was, is our goal now to just eliminate spread altogether? Because previously it was set to be just to flatten it enough to not exceed hospital capacity.
Right. So we have multiple goals now. We could call the period we're in a period of low viral activity in the population because we're not having a lot of symptomatic people present for tests or have positive tests. And the percentage of tests that are positive now is very, very low. So part of the strategy is to maintain what we'll call this period of suppression of virus. Another part of the strategy is, though, still to make sure that, using the ember analogy, we make sure that any time virus is discovered, we try to put it out and contain it and make sure that as few Vermonters get affected by it as possible, and that that containment strategy continue on into the foreseeable future. Another part of the strategy, obviously, when you combine all of that, is eventually going to impact the healthcare system, and so hopefully the healthcare system will see far less severe manifestations of COVID and be open for business in other ways and not have to worry about its capacity being exceeded in the midst of a severe outbreak. And then finally, and I think this is a very important one, we do want to keep this period of suppression going for a very, very long time, so those antiviral therapies we were talking about in a previous question won't even need to come into play, but more importantly, so that if a vaccine gets developed and it's effective and safe to use in the population, we all have the opportunity to receive that vaccine without having gotten to the point where we were severely ill with COVID in the first place. Does that answer your question?
Mike Donahue, the Islander.
Good afternoon. Commissioner Levine, so the first attempt by the health department at town-by-town numbers proved to be seriously flawed, and positive tests were placed in wrong towns, not only in Swanton and St. Albans, but we're starting to hear from other towns that don't believe the 0 to 6 category used by the state. Barrytown, Georgia, Middlebury are among those doubting numbers. And we've also heard from Vermonters throughout the state who say they're questioning whether they can now really believe earlier and ongoing COVID stats from the state. So I'm wondering, a couple of people asked, they're wondering why, out of all the positive tests in Vermont, it seems odd that not one single case involves an out-of-stater. Has the health department assigned them to a town where they were visiting, or in the case of a employee like at the prison who lives out of state, are they assigned to a town? And you touched on this a little bit, but public safety and first responders have told me recently they believe the COVID death numbers are off. They note that a lot of people under medical care at a respite house have died, were buried, no autopsy. Aren't those going to be a little hard to check as you go back and try to reconfirm these numbers?
Mike, this is Mike Smith. Let me just, I've become the cartographer here through no fault of my own, but let me just talk about, we're taking another, we're refining the map as you have alluded to. There were some prisoners that were reported in Swanton. That's not the proper town. It should be St. Albans. We're looking at other things. We're also looking at how we can sort of refine the 0 to 6 so that we can give people at least an indication of whether there's been a case within a town. So maybe if there isn't a 0, where we may not be able to do that is in Essex County, but we'll check that out because it's so small of a population, but we'll check that out. In terms of, you know, I'm going to defend the health department as vigorously as I possibly can in terms of their statistics. They try as much as possible to get things right. We tried to get everything that I've seen from them has been absolutely on the money in terms of what I've seen for statistics and what I've seen for reporting out statistics. This map was an ad hoc sort of trying to respond to various requests that people were making in these press conferences. We will get it right, but it is a one-off venture that we had not anticipated doing that we're starting to do now. In terms of the deaths, I'll let Dr. Levine talk about the deaths.
Yeah, just the two other parts of your question that I could answer. Number one, an out-of-state individual who tests positive for COVID doesn't show up in a town. They are an out-of-state case. That state actually takes credit for that case. The second part is, if you died in a hospice, like you mentioned a respite house, you're probably in the hospice because you have a very clearly defined and severe terminal illness that when you eventually die, which probably is going to be in a matter of days or weeks from the time you arrived, sometimes it's actually hours, it's going to be clear to everyone that your terminal illness is what killed you. However, having said that, just like a judgment is made about a person who has symptoms, should they get a test or not, a judgment is made by a healthcare professional about what goes on the death certificate. And so the death certificate will clearly have the terminal illness on it, but if there's a belief that there was actually another illness on top of that terminal illness that was the straw that broke the camel's back, like a severe infection, that will be listed as the cause of death in the setting of having these other chronic illnesses and perhaps terminal illness. So that would be, again, a healthcare professional's judgment at the time they record the death certificate.
Okay. You had mentioned that you do reach out to the hotspots and are working with them. And the Swanton health officer told the Islander on Monday that the health department never reported that it was a hotspot, much less that they were number 3 in the state. Now, granted, the numbers have changed here in the last day or two, but when I spoke to the town administrator and the police chief, they also were miffed that they hadn't been told. And if you had reached out, might some of those flaws in the report been caught? And who by name in the health department is responsible for reaching out to these individual towns or hotspots? And where do the local health officers, which are part of your network, fit into this crisis?
So when you talk about hotspot, are you talking about a facility or a town?
Well, I assume a town of 6,000, when they end up number 3 on the state list, might be considered a hotspot for some people.
So again, the process through our epidemiologic infectious disease people is that every case that's recorded there would have an immediate contact, would be told what to do for themselves in terms of getting the right health care and isolating themselves, and would have contact tracing done at that time. So all of that would actually occur no matter where they are in the state and when this occurred. If the hotspot was actually a long-term care facility in St. Albans or Swanton or a correctional facility or what have you, then obviously that would happen at a facility-wide level as well. Generally does not happen at the level of the entire community in terms of the kinds of statistical look you're trying to describe there by any means.
So if 44 cases in Swanton show up, the health department does not feel it needs to reach out to that town of 6,000 and say, well, you're number 3 in the state and you're right behind.
So again, I think you're mistaking the fact that the majority of those cases were probably part of the prison. So all the appropriate steps were taken with regard to that population and that facility, as opposed to that the town had a huge problem on its own. That's how I'm interpreting what you're saying.
Well, I'm just trying to understand that the town doesn't seem to get notified. The city of Burlington didn't seem to get I don't know if they were ever notified about their problems. I'm just wondering, does the town have any right to expect any information from the state of Vermont when there's a major number in their community?
Right.
That's all I'm asking.
No, absolutely.
Officers are told.
Right. And so when the numbers are in facilities that are in these specific towns, the town is quite aware of what's going on and are looped in completely.
All right, and we still have 5 callers, and
You're
it's
missing,
almost 1 o'clock.
I guess if I can just follow, missing the point. I'm talking about outside the facility, when Swanton or whoever has a large number, and whether they're in the prison or not. I'm talking about a large number in a community. Where do your local health officers fit in your network into being told about this?
So you're mistaking the role of the local town health officer. They have a very discrete, specific job description, and this is not generally part of it. They're not part of our contact tracing workforce. They're not part of our infectious disease epidemiology workforce. That workforce is appropriately deployed. I would invite you to speak to the mayor of the town where the nursing facilities were affected, who's been looped in on a number of occasions when those issues occur.
Mike, we have to move on to the other callers.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Andrew, Caledonia Record.
Yeah, hi there. Mike raised the subject, so I won't really ask a question on it other than just to offer a comment that the town-by-town map, I know the Northeast Kingdom residents and readers we've heard from would love to see that map produced with a little more detail, seeing as every town in the kingdom is blank. But with that said, I'll go on to my question, which was alluded to by Secretary French earlier. A number of our schools are trying to plan for graduations, and you mentioned the end of school year guidance coming out. Can you just speak to what that guidance will cover, and will it be definitive? Will school boards be able to use that guidance and begin to make their plans next week?
Yes, I would hope. Yeah, hi. Yes, I would hope they'd find the information useful, but I can't speak to what's in the guidance yet because we're still in the process of developing it, but it should be out next week. It will be out next week.
Okay, so I mean, some of our schools are making plans. Some are, talking about like a drive-in movie theater type of graduation. Others are postponing. So if basically they just wait till next week, will that guidance be in place for the end of the school year? Can they assume that what is going to be released next week will be enough information for them to be able to develop their plans?
Yes,
and for families to anticipate going forward?
Yeah, that's the intention of the guidance and the timing of it.
All right, thank you.
Joel, Burlington Free Press. Joel?
I'm no longer muted.
Go ahead, Joel.
Yep. Hi. I would like to say something witty and poignant about how journalists are masters of brevity, but the cat's got my tongue. But Dr. Levine, I have a question about the possibility and maybe the probability that the state will see an increase in new cases due to the gradual opening up of the economy and the increase in testing. And I was wondering, for everyone's peace of mind, if there is such a thing anymore, if there has been any way to model or predict the extent to which we might see a rise in cases. Because I suspect that people are looking at the case tally like a scoreboard and might see it as a failure at any number of levels if the case number rises. So yeah, my question, in short, not that short, but is there any way to predict and even quantify what might be the increase?
Thank you for those questions. That was relatively short. And I'm going to make my answers relatively short too. First, we are expecting that there will be some rise in cases, just as a result of people being able to become more closely contacted with one another than perhaps they have been up to this point, and work environments and what have you. But the real underlying part of your question has to do with how often is COVID present in an asymptomatic person? And the person is actually doing fine, may not realize they're infected at all, but they're walking around in society and have the infection, but they've been blessed by not having a severe manifestation of it. And then how often are people in that 48-hour period before they do come down with true symptoms where they are pre-symptomatic and infectious to others? So, based on some of the surveys that Secretary Smith talked about earlier, where we were at the Veterans Home and a few other selected facilities that were higher risk in Vermont, and how little we found, we wonder how much asymptomatic infection is out there. But by the same time, by the same token, we're not naive. We know that asymptomatic infection does exist. And it's just a matter of quantitating how much. I hope that in the ensuing several weeks, we can go back to talking about that other type of testing that we've purposely avoided today, the antibody testing, which will again give us a little bit of a view of how many people have had contact with the virus but didn't even realize it and understand that. So that's what we'll see. The modeling part of your question, we have not sort of said success, we helped preserve the healthcare system, we limited the number of people with COVID and with deaths, so we're done. The modeling exercises are actually ongoing, and they will continue. They will have a little more uncertainty about them because of the fact that no one knows about when or if this second peak may arise. But they will be, the modeling studies to be most precise, and that's why ours have become very precise, are based on sufficient testing occurring in the population and a sufficient trend in the numbers of new cases on an ongoing basis to draw their information from. And that's why when we got to where we got to in the last week or two, we were getting more and more confident that we were not in the worst case scenario, but we were in fact in the best case scenario as to how we dealt with this first episode of COVID in the community. So hopefully that same kind of modeling can be done as an informed way, because our data will be very rigorous, there'll be sufficient testing, and it will be consistent over a time period where it can inform the models well.
So there's no, thank you, Doctor. It sounds like there's no easy way, anyway, to say, well, we anticipate an X% uptick, or it's possible we'll see an X% uptick.
No, you're right. There's no easy way, but at least early on in these next weeks, we'll get a much better sense of how much asymptomatic carriage of the virus is out there. And I think that will, in fact, inform us significantly. So maybe not today, but over the next several weeks, we could have a better predictive ability to tell you that kind of percent.
Okay. Hey, thank you very much.
Liam, VPR.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm wondering about what the plan is for expanding testing within the general population as you're phasing in this expanded testing approach.
I think the general population is going to be included in some capacity, but I'll let Dr. Levine answer that.
There's so many of the groups that we've talked about, some of them are indeed very specific and very vulnerable, but many of them really do reflect the general population, whether we're talking about healthcare workers in the healthcare workforce, whether we're talking about people who are identified as a contact because they had contact with someone who was a case. I think we're going to see a lot of more general population than we have. And even in the testing we're doing now, over these last number of weeks, where the rate of positivity has become much lower, I think that we have found that there are a lot of Vermonters who are by definition more mildly symptomatic and still haven't had COVID, but they do represent the general population in terms of mild symptoms, nothing that would put them in the ICU that night, and they're, whether they turn positive or not, they're reflective of the general population. We're certainly not forbidding the general population to be tested with all of these targeted initiatives. They are still part of the underlying strategy.
Right. I guess I was just trying to get a better sense of, as you're talking about expanding testing and more specifically to healthcare workers and nursing homes and whatnot, just trying to get a sense of what the community spread of the virus looks like outside of those facilities and congregate settings where disease transmission is more likely. So just wondering if this testing expansion is aimed also at giving you a better sense of what generally the virus spread looks like outside of those facilities and settings.
Yes, and the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm hoping to fit both of the remaining two callers in, so please keep it brief. Guy Page. Guy? All right, Scooter, the other paper. Guy or Scooter?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Scooter McMillan with the other paper. We've talked to someone who had seen a USPS, United States Postal Service delivery person taking packages into a senior living facility without a mask. And when they questioned the driver, they said they were not required to wear masks or other PPE. And I talked with a USPS official who confirmed that, although they recommend that their drivers delivering packages should wear masks and gloves, they cannot require it. And he said that changing the contract would happen at the national level and take months, maybe even a year to renegotiate. However, he did say that when local or state ordinances mandate the wearing of masks and gloves, the drivers are required and do wear gloves or masks. So my question for the governor is, are you concerned about delivery people wearing masks, particularly into senior living facilities or other places where residents are immunocompromised? And do you have any concerns about or any plans, thoughts about an executive order requiring for USPS and other delivery drivers to wear masks?
Yeah, thanks for the question. First of all, yes, I am concerned about anyone coming into one of those long-term care facilities without a mask and possibly harming anyone in the building. So we'll take a look at that. It's the first I've heard of that, so we'll take that into consideration, and maybe we'll talk with the long-term care facilities and see if there's another path forward, or whether we should, and we certainly can provide for that if need be. But thanks for bringing it up. We hadn't realized.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Marathon session today. We'll see you on Friday.
And you're live now. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Faith. And I want to welcome everybody to the 1 o'clock hearing of the House Energy and Technology Committee. Today we've got 4 guests with us, and they've brought some folks from their organizations as well who will be appearing on your screen. We have Patty Richards, who's the General Manager of Washington Electric Co-op, Carrick Johnson, who's the Vice President of Strategic Innovations at Velco, Rebecca Town, who's the CEO of the Vermont Electric Co-op, and Brian Otley, who's the Chief Operating Officer for Green Mountain Power. And just to give a very brief introduction of our hearing today, clearly in our state in this COVID time of crisis, we have real issues that have come to the fore in terms of connectivity in our state. And we are looking for near-term and long-term solutions to fix our broadband issues. One of those that I'm really eager to bring to the fore, and it's something actually that our committee has looked at and incorporated as part of Act 79 last year, but how our electric utilities can be involved in solving this issue, particularly in rural parts of our state. And want to congratulate 2 of our guests today for receiving broadband innovation grants as part of Act 79 last year. Washington Electric and Vermont Electric received those. So we want to hear from folks on what some of these electric utilities are doing in the broadband space. And I want to introduce our first guest, Patty Richards. So Patty, you can take it away.
Hi,
Patty.
everyone. Hi, everyone. And thanks
Hey,
for those
Patty.
remarks, Tim. That was great. Hi, Avram. Greetings from Argentina. This is a picture from a couple years ago in my travels to Argentina with visiting my daughter down there. That's the backdrop that you see. So for Washington Electric Co-op, we applied for the Department of Public Services grant to do a feasibility study, and we were awarded the grant, and really excited about that. And we just issued our request for proposals for consultants to help us out in that next phase of taking a look at what is the feasibility of Washington Electric Co-op deploying high-speed broadband in our 41 towns. As many of you know, we serve some of the most rural areas in the state, and certainly during this pandemic, it really shouts out loud and clear the importance of having broadband and high-speed internet for all of us, whether that's for education purposes, for business, just to stay connected socially and to support the human psyche, so to speak, during a time like this. But broadband is an essential service, and we are fully behind it. Our biggest trick is going to be to figure out, or not trick, but our biggest challenge is to figure out what is it going to cost, what are our grant dollars and funding sources that will become available to help us deploy broadband. And I think certainly with a pandemic, this is a game changer. It puts the thumb on the scale for opportunities to open up. So we're really excited to move this step ahead, and we're going to go like gangbusters to figure out how we do it. Our thumb is on the scale of yes, and it's just really trying to find out what are the funds and how do we make this happen. And with the federal government, state government support, especially with the pandemic in place, we think that we're really well positioned to try something out. I'm also going to call out Barry Bernstein and Steve Knowlton, who are in the WEC Board of Directors. They've done a significant amount of work in this space, and I'd like to share the opportunity with them to speak up and chime in on our efforts. And I'd also like this to be just a general Q&A for you folks to ask questions of what we're doing. And obviously Vermont Electric Co-op, and congratulations to Rebecca Town and her group for also getting that grant. And I think between the 2 co-ops, I think we'll make this happen.
Patty, I've got a couple of hands up right now, so I just want to pull Representative Campbell and Representative Chestnut Tangerman in. Scott, if you have a question for Patty, if you wanted to ask it now.
Sure. Well, I'm just wondering whether we should ask sort of more detailed questions now, or wait until the end, or how do you want to do that?
If you have a specific question kind of with regard to the witness, in this case, Washington Electric Co-op, why don't we certainly ask that now? Other than that, I think I'd like to see the witnesses, kind of do their brief presentations, and then we can open it up to more discussion, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so maybe I'll wait then. I mean, my question is more along the lines of how, Patty, you see it rolling, or you see WEC participating in this, running fiber in the electric space, for example, or so it's more detail like that. But it might be really better to do this after everybody's talked.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll definitely get to that, Scott.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
One thing I would like to point out, I have a little bit of a family emergency crisis going on. We have a dog that's she's in the process of delivering, and I may have to peel off this call fairly quickly because we may have to take her down to the vet and have a C-section. So I won't be on the call, but Barry and Steve hopefully can stay on the call for the duration.
Okay, well, thanks for the heads up on that, and best of luck with the new puppies.
Thank you.
Robin, did you have a question?
It's one that I don't need an answer to now, but I'm interested in seeing how the various folks respond to it. And it's really, I was asking Patty because it's such a rural market, low density. If you're slicing and dicing the market for broadband, it just gets harder and harder for everybody. So is it a collaborative, cooperative effort? Yes. That's the direction of my question, and it's for everybody.
So if I can jump in to answer that real quickly and briefly, we do want to collaborate and work with other entities that are in our 41 towns. Our goal is to deploy high-speed broadband, and I don't care who does it. So WEC has no vested interest that it has to be WEC. We just want to see that it happens. So we absolutely want to collaborate and work with others. We don't want to compete when somebody else is in that space because that doesn't make sense for anybody. Certainly, we've been in touch with ValleyNet, CV Fiber. They've many discussions and dialogues with them in terms of what they're doing and what we're doing. So we want to work with anybody that's in that space and who's been already effective. We certainly want to see them continue.
Patty, can you give us a sense, and maybe this is specific to the Broadband Innovation Grant, but what your process is right now in terms of where you are in planning on this, whether it's from a strategic process or mapping where the demand would be in Washington Electric Co-op's territory, what the support of your board and your members are for potentially, dipping your toe or hopping in with both feet into this, what's a slightly different market area than selling electricity.
So there's a tremendous amount of data already available through the state's feasibility study. So we have maps that show where broadband is and where broadband isn't, and we have maps that lay our power lines over the top. So there's a significant amount of knowledge we already have relative to where are the best spots to start and where are the most challenging spots. So we already have a breadth of information in this feasibility study. Our goal of the feasibility study is to have the consultant come in and help us make sense of all this and give us new information to really get going. And whether that's that we are the backbone and the infrastructure and then leave it to other entities to be the interface with the customer, or whether we're the full suite, we want to have the consultant help us through that. So there's a fair amount of data that's already in existence. I would say in terms of the board of directors at Washington Electric Co-op, there's a general air of support, strong support for this to happen. We are all concerned about the money aspect and the finances, but I think if we can figure that out through grants and other financial opportunities that protect the electric ratepayer so that this is not burdensome on the electric ratepayer side, we'll figure that out and make that happen. So I would just say the general sense on the WEC Board of Directors is a sense of support but they also want to know what the financial metrics are and what the financial outlay is and what that looks like economically.
Tim, can I add something here?
Please do. Please, Barry.
Barry Bernstein, president of the board of the co-op, Washington Electric Co-op. You know, we've been talking about this for a couple of years, and because it's taken us so long to get money for a feasibility study, we've already missed and will miss, I think, 4 major federal funding cycles for grants or grants and loans, just the nature of the beast. We did have a meeting with CV Fiber, which is one of the 2, possibly 3 CUDs in our territory, and they're just completing their first phase of their feasibility study. So I'll just give you an example of something that could happen sooner than later if people really wanted to move on this. We are definitely have the most rural territory in the state. To get a good part of the federal funding, you have to get a non-contaminated census block area, so that there's not anybody in that getting 25 megabytes. Okay, that's so we, with CV Fiber's help, have identified at least 3 of those areas to start with, and one of them they've mapped out enough with their, where they are right now to know that for somewhere around $2 million, we could hook up 800 houses in about a year if we started this summer. By next summer, we could have 800 houses hooked up in totally unserved territory, which would give us a base, and that would feed off of one of our substations, which we've been working with Velco to bring fiber to. That's the Moortown substation. We've identified, they have identified 2 other sections of in that same area. They haven't tied down the dollar or the number, but we're assuming it's going to be somewhere in that same period. So just for instance, if of that 1.6 or $1.7 billion of stimulus money that's coming in the state, we could get $4 million peeled off and said, okay, continue your study to see how you're going to roll this whole thing out. But with CV Fiber, we want you to really start to work on the plan to get those 2 areas up in the next 12 to 14 months and get going, and not go through another 2-year process to go to try to find some funds, because we can't do anything if it affects our electric utility funds. We could show 2 demonstration projects within the next, I'll say 16 months at the latest, that would be up and running, that would put us in good stead to go back to the feds, and all of us in good stead to go back to the feds and say, we've done it in the most rural area in the state. We need some cash now to get going. And if you really want to do it, it's not going to be asking all of us to help and get anybody online. I'm hooked up to Fairpoint, and I barely can tell you which day I'm going to have internet service, let alone high speed. So just, I wanted to lay that out on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, did you have a question, Representative Sibilia? Oh, I guess not. I saw Laura's hand up. Great. Patty, did you want to add anything else, or are you all set and want to turn to your canine friends? Nope.
If anybody had questions, I'm happy to take them now. What I'll try to do is bring my laptop downstairs, and I'll just slide the video off, but I'll try to listen in case there's anything that you do want to ask.
Great. Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Carrick, I think we're going to do now, if you can.
Sure. My name is Carrick Johnson. I work for, yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
You're breaking up a little bit, but we can hear you.
Okay.
Tim, for what it's worth, I'm hearing you break up.
Yes.
It might be a connection on your side.
Okay. All right. I'll tell you what. Let me know if
you want to turn off your video, and maybe that would help.
Sure. I would love to turn off my video. Thank you for that.
That's okay.
How's that? Does that help? Does that help? Is that good?
Yeah, the view is much better.
Yeah, it helps.
I'm
It
getting
helps the
a
visual.
signal that says that it.
Okay, good. My name is Carrick Johnson. I work for Vermont Electric Power Company. With me today is Dan Nelson, who is our Vice President for Technology. I think it's fair to say what Dan and I thought would be most useful to your committee, Mr. Chairman, is to do a quick overview of our role, what we are doing right now in terms of immediate, near-term, and mid to long-term work related to delivering broadband services. And then secondly, to kind of bring it down a little bit to the specific. Here's exactly what's going on. So I'm prepared to talk about what I understand to be the federal opportunities, as Barry talked about, but I think we'll put that aside for now. Secondly, though, the in-state, and I'll share with you what Belco is up to. And then lastly, I think there might be probably some of the most specific questions where Dan will shine is those specific things and what exactly is happening now, what can we get done? So with that, want to just start by saying there are a number of roles that Belco plays in the broadband space. One is we're a fiber asset owner. We own about 1,500 miles of fiber optic cable. We pursued and built that fiber optic system for transmission system reliability. It was paid for roughly 80% by the region's ratepayers and 20% by Vermont's ratepayers as a transmission asset. That's consistent with the funding mechanism for that type of communication reliability asset. Our premise at the time was that we're going to need that type of high speed, highly reliable, instantaneous communication for grid reliability given where the rules are going, as well as what we saw required to better integrate renewable energy. That was in 2006. I think it's fair to say that we underestimated the value of that fiber network for all kinds of reasons. So we're an owner, an asset owner. And by the way, we also own a statewide radio system, approximately 60 sites around the state. And that is coming into play. That's coming into play in some instances in terms of delivering broadband services. And lastly, we have a microwave system, roughly 25 sites, not a huge thing. And in fact, replacing that microwave system in some respects, I bring that to your attention, Mr. Chairman, because replacing that will drive us further for broadband for build out of our fiber network, which will have additional value to Vermont. So in addition to an asset owner, we provide lit fiber services. We provide the data services necessary for ourselves, for our distribution utilities, including Washington Electric Co-op, Vermont Electric Co-op, and Green Mountain Power. And also, it's interesting given the news on VT Digger today, but we also have one unique customer that was essentially an experiment where we provide backhaul services and a 2 gig connection between the campuses of Northern University, Linden and Johnson State, which has been incredibly powerful for them, but we'll see what happens there. So those, in addition to an asset owner, in addition to lit fiber services, I think it's fair to say our mission is, and this is important, is to help build a sustainable Vermont. We are very much aware of the criticality of broadband, and in our team's judgment, in our leadership team's judgment, perhaps the single most critical element where we can help, in addition to keeping the lights on, is helping to build out broadband services, given its impact on education, on health, on economic development, effectively on the civic glue, if you will, which certainly comes into play now. Again, I am prepared to talk about federal funding opportunities, but what Dan and I thought would make the most sense is to talk about what are we doing right now. And I will tell you, we have a sense of urgency on this. And Dan and his team, we push other things aside to try and get things done, working with our owners to make sure that happens. So in part, we have served as an information resource for our owners, making our owners aware of the opportunities, for instance, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund at the federal level, that $16 billion auction that's coming up on October 22nd. Can we help our owners decide Where we can, we've tried to provide information that helps Vermont Electric Co-op, helps Green Mountain Power, helps Washington Electric Co-op, BED, others. Do they or do they not want to participate in that auction? I would say I want to give credit to the DPS because of their work on this. They have certainly pushed us, shall we say, encouraged us to seek to go further than we currently have. But I think Patty laid out some of the challenges that are here. There are, fundamentally, it boils down to funding and the risks associated with that funding. Velco will be expanding our network. We need to for system reliability purposes. Two fundamental drivers. One is the emergency federal reporting requirements, data reporting requirements, information and knowledge of what's connected to your system. We need to get broader and deeper and more foreknowledge into our system. Secondly, we have increasing gaps in our ability to plan where to put what asset at what time such that we can ensure system reliability. So two reasons why Velco itself will be expanding our 1,500-mile network. Exactly how much, how many miles, where exactly that is, and how much that'll cost, do not know. But Dan's team is planning that right now. Further, based on the, I affectionately refer to it as the manifesto that the department that Commissioner Tierney issued, we are looking at, can we go even further? And Dan's team is mapping out right now, where could we go a little bit further such that our substations, for instance, near our substations could connect to libraries, schools, other areas of logical congregation, or with big parking lots where people could avail themselves of broadband services. So we're looking at that. Fundamentally, we have our core service we're doing, and then where can there be additions, understanding the funding is not yet, and the restrictions and or requirements that come with that are not yet clear. What we've been engaged with, I would say, at least for the last 3 months, we've had, I think, Barry, you mentioned this, conversations with the communication union districts. Probably the most specific, the most detailed, and I think where we've made the most progress is with the Northeast Kingdom Community Broadband CUD, with Evan Carlson and his team. We have some, probably that's where we have made, again, the most concrete progress in having addresses, bringing solutions to bear, and now we're down to the short strokes on who does what, how do we install that, and who exactly pays. In these conversations, Mr. Chairman, I want to stress to your committee, what we're contemplating doing is making Velco capacity available essentially for the state of Vermont to pursue broadband connectivity. Exactly how that gets allocated and funded, we don't know currently. There's no true dollars that have been clearly established as to exactly what that price tag is, but those are some of the natures. Where do we have capacity to provide backhaul or enable connectivity for someone seeking to serve these unserved or underserved areas? That's effectively what we're trying to do. Leverage that asset we have in place to serve these areas that don't have that. We've also been engaged with CV Fiber. We have a meetings come with EC Fiber, so we have sought to, where it made sense, as we could get information, have those very specific conversations. Again, the most specific and where we can respond, Dan can respond with most detailed answers, is in the Northeast Kingdom. Secondly, we've had conversations with the wireless internet service providers. Here, I would say, keying off of the Northeast Kingdom, New England Wireless, that's where we're down. Again, if you go here, I guess here I just have to add, you know, this is like a Wild West when you put, and when you start, the deeper you get into broadband services in Vermont, what I likened it to Dan this morning, it's like the Star Wars bar when you go in, because there's such different creatures with different interests at different times who have different levels of knowledge. And knitting all this together, getting exactly the right technology to the right address in a way that matches money is incredibly, you know, it takes some unearthing and sleuthing, and that's what has been engaged. For instance, with New England Wireless, very constructive conversations, but in tying them together with Evan Carlson and his CUD, there are people, how do we get to these people when you have a WISP that doesn't really believe or doesn't engage in marketing? And how do you get a just up and running CUD to understand you got to connect these particular addresses with this provider in a way, and how do we affect that? We're just now have set up, like, I guess I would say, brokered that marriage, that connection, and that's happening now. And so, like, much more to do there. A couple other things, last couple of things I would just talk to, and that is existing broadband service providers. We had a initial conversation with Comcast way before any COVID-19, just to get broadband going and understand where the existing participants, the existing players are. Frankly, nothing really came out of that. We had several very detailed conversations, shared all the information we could. To date, nothing's happened with Comcast. AT&T, I would say now we had some initial getting to know you stuff in terms of a sense of urgency and alacrity of action. I think we are calibrated now, and essentially we are now in the midst of their vendor approval process, even as in parallel, we're running down our FiberMax connectivity, and can there be a match where our ability to do backhaul broadband data services, can serve on or underserved areas where AT&T can roll out an asset to help serve. Don't know if that's going to happen. So we're both doing the specific site-specific work, as well as even as we work to be approved by their vendor process. We haven't talked to Charter, so I don't know that. I probably missed a few things, but mindful of time, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would say there are federal opportunities related to the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund auction. There had been some notion, and there's still ongoing option, that some of those funds might be accelerated, consistent with certain criteria. There's additional monies that are ostensibly going to be made available, but again, that's not something over we have very little control. So I'm not sure if you and your committee are interested in hearing about that. Why don't I stop there? I know I've kind of gone through a lot, but let me stop there, Mr. Chairman, and be happy to take questions on any of this, and would invite Dan, if you had anything to add that I missed, would love for you to chime in here, please.
Go ahead, Dan, if you want to offer some thoughts as well.
I don't have anything more to add. I think Carrick clearly articulates the work that we've put into the emergent work to address the disparity, the educational disparity of broadband. Example I have is my children here in the house. I walk into their room and I get shushed because they're on a Zoom call in class. And I can't imagine what's going on in a home where there is no connectivity, and that's happening every day. They're falling behind. So it's close to, this is near and dear to my heart, but we've done everything we can to help connect the people and put our infrastructure up to solve the problems on an emergent basis. What can we do right now? But also at the same time, the relationships that we're developing and seeking to find longer term solutions, recognizing it's quite possible that come fall, we may be in the same situation, and maybe we can have something more permanently in place to solve those problems as fall rolls around for the next session of school.
Yep. So I've got a couple of hands up here in the queue. I'm going to ask a question first, and this is specific to Velco and your ownership as an organization. My understanding is that Velco is owned and controlled by the different electric utilities in Vermont, maybe in proportion to their size and their service area. And so correct me on that, Carrick, but related to that, are there constraints from, how would Velco be an actor in this space? Because again, you've got a number of different electric utility owners, is my understanding, maybe with slightly different agendas. So is Velco kind of a free and active player here? To what extent are you beholden to a strategy that GMP might want to employ relative to Washington Electric or some of the municipally owned utilities. How does that work in terms of what your strategy would be here?
I'm really glad you asked that question. So here's what I would say, just so we're clear, we're owned by the 17 distribution utilities and a public benefits corporation, the Vermont Low Income Trust for Electricity, VLIGHT. VLIGHT has two responsibilities. One, to figure out how to spend how to invest the $1 million we provide them, since they own a piece of Velco, how to invest those dollars to both lower the impact of energy costs on low income people, as well as to advance the goals of the comprehensive energy plan. Their second responsibility as an owner of Velco is to name 3 people to Velco's board of directors, which they do. I tell you that because really we think, having been away and then coming back, to me, this is an incredibly well-functioning board. And when people arrive, and just to be in the interest of full disclosure, Rebecca is on the board, so I'd invite her with your forbearance, Mr. Chairman, at some point if Rebecca would like to point out. But from my perch, what I have seen is people state their case, the respective CEOs of utilities, and there's public power representatives. Ken Nolan from the Vermont Public Power Supply Authority is there as well. They state their case clearly, I guess you could say, on behalf of their faction or their particular company, but all of them to a person understand Velco's role that it has. And I have, for the last 6 or 7 years, I have not seen that type of parochialism you're alluding to. What I have seen is understanding, if anything, the most defining, or I guess you could say constraining factors on Velco relate to, effectively, Velco has no money of its own. It's all ratepayer customer dollars. And so everything that is tied to system reliability is well within our purview. But even when we built a fiber optic network back in 2006, when we got approval for it, that was viewed as a bit risky at the time. Are you sure that, because at that time, the convergence of communication and grid management wasn't clear. So thus far on issues of broadband, I would say our board of directors is clear. What helps system, the best sweet spot for us is what helps system reliability, as well as helps Vermont achieve the goals it has relative to broadband services. I have not seen an instance where there has been, well, GMP as our largest owner wants you to do this, but that would disadvantage one of the smaller owners. In fact, when GMP acquired CVPS, that's when our entire board composition changed, and there were some specific requirements put in about voting blocks and what it takes on a Velco board to make something happen. So if you don't trust, if you don't necessarily, you take for what I'm saying with a grain of salt, the rules are in place to accomplish that. And experience with regards to the smart grid project, the fiber optic project, we did a real cutting edge investment in the creation or initial research and development of software tools that became a startup company with IBM and Boston Consulting Group. We did that with the full support of our board of directors. We just had the full support of our board of directors at a special meeting yesterday to approve a PPP loan that will save Vermont customers money. So in every instance I've seen, Mr. Chairman, there has not been that inordinate or improper, or choose your adjective, exercise of power from, there's always a little bit of tension, there can be, but that Velco board functions as one board for the good of the overall transmission system. And rather than being a divisive force, I've seen that as being a uniting force upon our board. But again, CEO Town, Rebecca is a member of our board, so she may have a different view. I'm not sure.
Great,
thank you. If that's responsive to your question.
It is. That was exactly what I was interested in. We've got several hands up. I want to turn it over to Representative Sibilia, then Representative Pat, then Chestnut Tangerman, then Higley.
So I want to start by thanking you, Carrick. I think the Star Wars bar analogy was absolutely perfect. And I think it's a great demonstration of what happens when you have a deregulated utility system, which is different than, of course, how you all operate. And I really appreciate hearing that all of the DUs have come together with Velco and act for the benefit of Vermonters. We appreciate that and really see that that is what is needed here for broadband. I don't know that everyone understands, and for those that may see this afterwards, one of the biggest challenges and why we have the connectivity holes that we have right now is because the internet is not regulated like a utility. It's market regulated, and the state of Vermont is federally preempted from changing that. So I appreciate all of the effort that you all are putting into trying to operate in that and create solutions in that atmosphere. It's critical, as I've heard you all say. I have two questions, and I'm actually, they're really for all of the DUs, but what can we do to help you help Vermonters right now and in the future? And then I'm really interested in what your all observations have led you to in terms of how we could better or additionally support the CUD volunteers, the Vermonters that are volunteering on the ground. So I'll mute myself.
So first wasn't asked, what can the Vermont legislature do? I guess my response is to that. One, we need to continue to work with the Department of Public Service and others to kind of continue to do our homework. The way I look at it is, you've heard from Washington Electric, they're doing great work. You'll hear from, in my opinion, from VEC, they're doing great work in following their path. You'll hear from GMP, here's a path we're going down. There's some similarities. There's a somewhat different timelines, but they're all kind of following the same path to undertake analyses that will identify, at least in my opinion, some stumbling blocks likely. The kinds of things that occur to me for Velco, at least from off the top of my head, it'd be interested to me understanding the box you're opening, but for instance, to the degree there's any pushback about locating communication facilities, assets in the electric space on distribution poles. My guess is that might be an obstacle. So to the degree that there was clarity, not further confusion, to the degree that's an obstacle, that was eliminated, that would be great. To the degree that it could be that there is unanimity or consistency with regards to the federal opportunities and alignment in terms of the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. I think Barry talked about, look, we kind of missed the boat on a couple federal opportunities. To the degree there's specific things that could be identified where that could be helpful. In terms of setting up Vermont for success there, that would be useful. I don't know, like Vita, if there's any funding mechanisms because there's so many things in play.
Excuse me, Carrick, yeah. I'm not quite understanding that. Could you just elaborate just a tiny bit more?
Right. What we have seen thus far as it relates to the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund auction, you have WEC and VEC and Green Mountain Power are all undertaking analyses on their own within their service territories. Does it make sense for us to participate in a fairly sophisticated auction coming right up? And what is the risk? That's a 10-year commitment on the part of that you're making to the federal government. And it's going to be some, in my opinion, based on what I've read, it'll be some partnership between a distribution utility and an internet service provider of some kind. I don't know exactly, and I don't know, and maybe again, other folks as part of this hearing will have specific answers already. So if I could, I'd love to have a little stay tuned on that, but those are the things that occurred to me. And one other specific policy comes up. I know we've made progress on the 248A reauthorization. I would suggest don't mess up, please. I would invite you to consider really moving on that. and pole attachments, those kinds of complicated, typically thorny issues that can be, if you're looking for clarity and a direction and a signal, go put these poles in. Go put these assets in that space and get this done. And I've been away from the distribution utility world, so I can't cite the specific, I can't give you the specific statute as to where that is. Those are the kinds of obstacles that I think we should consider now and review and get rid of. Because again, what we have decided, the distribution utilities and Velco collaboratively, is whatever the opportunity, do the planning now, have the analysis done, and identify where are the shovel-ready products that identify the greatest amount of value. Get those ready. And from those, I think the kind of obstacles I've talked about, typically it relates to permitting. It relates to, a lot of times, the intersection between the regulated monopoly of the utilities and the commercial enterprise of the telecommunication world. And to the degree that has been something where utilities, given the risk, haven't sought to engage because it seemed like a money rat hole. I guess in general, that could be a place where it could be help. And if I may, Representative Sibilia, Dan, I'm sure I didn't hit that directly. Are there any particular obstacles that you can identify that would be good to bring to the committee's attention, please?
You have nailed them.
Wow. Okay, there's a first. Okay, that's my answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Avram, I think you were next.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to add in terms of the question that Representative Berglund had asked, that I was actively involved in the discussions around the current setup, structuring of the current Velco board as a result of the merger of GMP and CVPS at that time. And I do believe that the structure that was set up, I haven't been involved obviously in a number of years, but that structure has functioned well to address the concerns about one owner being that much larger than everybody else. So I just wanted to mention that. My question for Velco is, in terms of your current fiber assets, could you give us a sense of how let's say, how many distribution utility substations are you currently reaching or very close to reaching? And if you can go sort of one step deeper, how much of that is in rural Vermont?
Dan, you want to take this one, please?
Yes. So the distribution utility substations, we're reaching to more than 250 of those substations. And how much further? Well, we're assessing, that's part of our assessment right now, is what additional assets, utility assets, do we need to communicate with, and where would those be? And then, of course, we plan to add on to that what unserved or underserved area is near that. So we're continuing to look at what that next reach out should be. We're of course, the grid is changing. We're looking to get 90% renewables by 2050, and the dynamics to meet that on the power grid are quite complicated. So our communications infrastructure needs to rise to meet that renewable demand.
The only thing I would add to Dan's comment, Avram, is that these emerging rules I cited from the North American Reliability Council, NERC, at the direction of FERC, will for the first time impact distribution utilities as well, especially those distribution utilities that have high percentage of renewable energy. So here again, Velco and our distribution utility owners' interests are aligned in having the most effective fiber build out we can. So essentially we're partners in this. So Avram, thank you for saying what you said with regards to the ownership and the structure. Quite honestly, all the forces, in addition to the natural relationships and the Team Vermont approach, really foment and strengthen the partnership approach, especially on fiber. especially given what Dan talked about his teenage son. Well, everyone has that. So kind of we're all in this together on this point.
Can
Okay,
I
so
raise-
just
I might just say, Velco has been working with WEC, and we have 2 substations, Moortown and East Montpelier, that now have fiber. And we have a plan with them to go through all of the other 6 stations plus our office and warehouse. So just to let you know that that's moving along. And again, to Laura's comment, when I throw out putting some money into those couple of census blocks that we've worked with the CUD, CV fiber, your guys establishing that is really what's driven a lot of this, to be honest with you. I watched when you made those legal, and we've been working pretty closely with both of the 2 EC and CV fiber. I keep wanting to go back to that one point. If you really want to get some stuff off the ground, if we can get some projects actually built in this next year, it's going to put us in a better position of going after the next few rounds of federal funding, because they want to see who can do it. And there's a lot more people asking for those money than they have before. So just that comment.
thanks. I just want to comment that I find that it's just really interesting and actually great to me that the need for the desire to have more renewable energy, particularly that's relatively dispersed around the landscape, requires us to have a much more sophisticated fiber network, which in turn helps us get fiber out to more people in rural Vermont. It wasn't planned that way. It's just working out that way.
Robin, did you want to get in with a question?
Yes, thank you. And it's, I guess going back to my question to Patty about small operations and slicing and dicing, and what I see in Vermont is a lot of players and an increasing number of players with CUDs forming. And when we had representatives from the CUDs testifying to the committee and asked what they needed, they were saying help, technical help, executive help to get these volunteer organizations going. And I guess where I'm going with this is, we have a lot of utility representatives here who each have their own territories. Velco's the only one that operates statewide and has the backhaul. And I'm wondering if there's a way that Velco can serve as the conductor of this orchestra, as a nonpartisan provider of backhaul and orchestrator of the disparate players. I think it requires a more active facilitation approach than the department is able to provide, or perhaps even should provide. Because what we're looking for is assistance rather than regulation. And so I guess I'm throwing that out there as looking for a structure to enable the state to have all of these pieces unified in some way at some level. So if anyone has a quick answer to that.
Hey, Tim, this is Brian. Can I jump in? So
please do.
Yep. So Robin, it's a good point. So from our perspective, this is the short term, the long term. It's all very difficult. It's unregulated, and there's lots of players involved. So I think one of the things that we think would be constructive going forward is if there was some sort of a, I don't want to use the term mandate, but let's just use that, or strong direction or strong guidance given by the regulator that electric utilities need to make sure that any customer-facing energy programs that they are delivering that require connectivity to the customer's house or their customer's premise in order to deliver the value of that program. For example, GMP has an electric vehicle charging program where you can put an electric vehicle charger in a customer's garage, and we are able to, with their consent, modify the charging patterns and times of that electric vehicle charger to conform with peak conditions or other conditions on the grid that we would like to be able to bring that device into orchestration on. That has real value to the grid. But not all of our customers can participate in that program because those that lack broadband access can't participate. One of the requirements to participate in the program is that broadband connection that allows us to control your electric vehicle charger with your permission. We run that program over the customer's broadband capability. We don't set up a private GMP only communication network to control that EV charger. We do it over their public, over their whatever broadband service they have at their house. Now, the broadband requirements in terms of capacity to control an electric vehicle charger, very small. We don't need a big fat pipe. We don't need lots of bandwidth, very small. But if we're going to require utilities to make sure that any of their energy programs that they offer are available to all of their customers, then you are basically telling the utility, make sure that either broadband reaches all your customers, and those who don't, you have a plan to get it to them. Now we are on the hook then to figure out a partnership with whomever. Partnership for GMP might look like a partnership with Velco for backhaul, a partnership with GMP or ourselves because we have poles that can attach wires to in the rights of way that can reach premises. And we may have a partnership with a broadband provider to either light that fiber or to ride or to deliver their broadband services on our lit fiber to reach the people that we need to reach so that they have access to these energy services programs that require broadband. So I want to plant that seed in your heads. There may be a way, it'll take some discussion and all, but there may be a way if we were to, if there were guidance that said any energy services program that is offered to a distribution utilities customers has to be offered ubiquitously or with equity, then that could put into play a additional guidance that says electric distribution utilities figure out a broadband solution to those that don't have it so that they can gain access to your electric vehicle charging program, your battery storage program, your heat pump management program, whatever the situation may be.
Thank you, Brian.
Robin, were you still looking for a response to your facilitation, I guess, for lack of shorthand? Okay.
Yes.
One, I think Brian's suggestion is excellent. So I think that was among the strongest in terms, I think, Laura, to your question, I think, please, that's a great add from Brian. In terms of, I'm been pondering your question because effectively that's what Dan and I have been doing, talking to CUDs, and you're exactly right. It's who are the players? How do you get in touch with this person? What should our next steps be? I mean, those are the kind of conversations we're having. How do I get to that kind of executive, to the strategy, the policy, as well as the nuts and bolts of making stuff happen? I don't know. I mean, I love, obviously we're kind of doing that. If that would make sense, consistent with our role and our mandate in staying in our lane. I think it would be good for someone to help the communication union districts to do that assistance wise. I'm just mindful that, again, the costs we incur end up going to our owners, they go to ratepayers. I'm mindful of ensuring we don't add to a burden even as we're trying to fix something. So I think we're effectively providing that facilitation of all kinds now. I think it's worth discussing. I'm not sure if we are exactly the right entity, but we're willing to consider it in consultation with our owners and see if that makes sense.
I would love to continue those discussions, and I'm aware of the basic conflict of having entities that operated in a tightly regulated sphere operate in an unregulated market, in an unregulated area. And I'm not sure if Velco is the right entity, but I see there being a need for one. And you're already, as you say, informally filling that role, and also the player, perhaps the largest player that Vermont has in terms of existing backhaul.
True, but maybe it's just my instincts are there's a lot of I think you identified that there's some risks here that I'm probably just not articulating very well, but I just want to be cautious about anytime we add that kind of stuff. Our strength is staying, 10 to our knitting, but keep innovating to be able to do this as we did with this fiber in the first place.
Right.
If we're the most effective way to serve that thing, I think we can, and maybe it's time bound or something like that, but we're willing to consider that.
Great, thank you.
Scott, did you have a question?
Yes, I am wondering about what the future looks like for the transmission and distribution system, for the grid, and how deep into the grid, in other words, how close to every premises some sort of connectivity is going to be required for utilities to manage the load. So, thinking in terms of intermittent generation, thinking in terms of orchestrating charging electric vehicles or battery storage or what have you. How deep into the grid are the utilities going to need to have broadband connectivity? Do you understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah. So I'll take a shot, Carrick. So
please.
It's going to be as deep as the load devices make sense. So if you believe that the adoption of electric vehicles is not going to be a big element of the future, that whatever level of electric vehicle adoption we're at right now will increase incrementally year over year, but we'll never see a groundswell of conversion over from combustion vehicles to EVs, then those at their current levels don't become significant load devices for us to manage. Okay, if you believe the opposite, and if you think 10 years from now EVs will have a place, will have higher adoption level than combustion vehicles, and you're seeing a significant amount of the registered vehicles in Vermont plugging in and charging up, whether at home or out in the community, then the opposite is true. Those become a meaningful and significant load element to the management of the electrical grid. And so the more load gets tied to a certain technology, and depending upon the operating characteristics and the charging characteristics of that technology, will dictate the necessity of broadband to control it, if we're going to be able to allow those adoption levels to happen without having to fundamentally upgrade the grid. We do not, in Vermont, in my opinion, we do not have to do significant upgrades of the grid, even if we see 50% adoption levels of electric vehicles, if we do it the right way, with access to the controlling activities of those vehicles so that we can manage that in real time or near real time. To do that is going to require knowledge and intelligence and connectivity to those devices, and that implies broadband.
Mm-hmm. Are there other aspects besides electric vehicles? It's a sort of prime example right now, but are there other dimensions to managing the load that that would be sort of on the utilities, distribution utilities dime? Something that they would have to do in order to transition to the grid that is coming, that's on the horizon.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things, broadband just being one of the enabling assets to do it. I mean, if I think 10 years out, and if I imagine that we're in a much more fully distributed electrical grid, where we are tapping into, thousands or tens of thousands of small generating assets. We've got tens of thousands of load devices like electric vehicles or heat pumps. We've got storage. We've got tens or hundreds of thousands of storage devices out there that are both consuming and effectively pushing back or generating electricity back to the grid. You need some pretty sophisticated analytical forecasting and control systems to manage the dynamics of that grid environment versus what we've managed over the the last 100 years. So broadband would be at the heart of all of that, of course, because that's what's creating your pathway to get intelligence and connectivity and then dispatch and controls. But there's a bunch of other higher level kind of modeling, forecasting, and analytics that have to go along with that.
Right. Well, thank you. And that's as I suspected. So that's what makes it look like broadband and electric utility management are really converging and really and it's really one thing. Anyway, I'll let it go at that. Thank you very much.
Yep.
I just want to key off of Brian's excellent answer. Just to add, I think, Brian, as you and I have talked about, right? Everything's going to have to be controlled, and everything's going to be orchestrated to some degree. Exactly where the lines of jurisdiction are, what we in Vermont have talked about, if we don't get better control over our data and treat it as a strategic resource that it is, and understand what's going on when and where in your system, someone will be reaching down to help you, or tell you how to do that. So the line between transmission and distribution, we'll see. I think you see now through federal regulations going deeper and deeper into the system, precisely because there's going to be millions more connected devices. We're going to have to orchestrate it more effectively. That means software. And so utilities, and that raises cyber risks. So getting, as we have additional analytics to solve for that, for how you orchestrate that, that's the world we're in. I mean, it's a great time to be in this, but it's exactly converging upon that. And that's what you're seeing. Hawaii, California, and Vermont are kind of seeing that. And you're seeing that need to innovate with a sense of urgency because we have to. And we want to, oh, by the way.
Well, so if I could just follow up with one last
Actually,
thing.
hold on, Scott. I think we're going to move ahead because we haven't heard from Rebecca yet from Vermont Electric Co-op. And I also want to get Brian Otley's testimony in. Rebecca, thank you for joining us. Very interested in hearing some of the things that Vermont Electric Co-op is laying out. And you have a unique territory as well, I think, both because it's so rural, some of the demographic challenges, in terms of the demographics of your customer base and how that might look different than others in Vermont. A conversation that you and I had earlier this week, which was fascinating to me, about some of the things that Vermont Electric Co-op would bring to the table as a partner potentially, or in terms of running your own kind of broadband service, were surprising. There were attributes that I think VEC has that didn't immediately occur to me. So thank you for joining us and welcome.
Great, thanks for having me. So Rebecca Town, CEO of Vermont Electric Cooperative, and it's been great to hear all the dialogue and back and forth, some really good questions. And so I'm going to try to answer a few of those from our perspective as well, as I talk about what we have going on. So first, let me start by just saying thank you to this committee, because you were instrumental in creating the opportunity for the feasibility grants that both VEC and WEC were able to obtain. So we just got news last week. We achieved that grant. We've already selected a contractor, NRTC, had a conference call with them yesterday, and so we'll be off and running in the next couple weeks. To give you a flavor of just what that work looks like, it's going to take us about 2 to 3 months to do the feasibility study, which is the first part of the grant. And if we find a project that's feasible, that has a 3-year payback, then we'll move on to the business plan part. Based on what we've seen so far from the Magellan report from the state, I think we're not that optimistic about finding anything with a 3-year payback. But I do think it will set us up to answer a lot of questions that I think all of you have and that we have as well, with a lot more specificity than what we have today. Just to give you a sense of our vendor, NRTC has done over 170 broadband feasibility studies around the country. They are a cooperative themselves, so we're excited to work with them, and they've found some of those feasibility studies move forward and some don't move forward. And so it was important to us to find a vendor who was able to give us really an honest look at the opportunities and the challenges. We started down this path really asking the question, what is VEC's role in encouraging broadband? And we currently have broadband to almost all of our substations. So from a utility operations perspective, as we stand today, we're good. But what we're looking at is economic vitality, particularly in rural areas. And I think we've all seen over the last couple of weeks, even while technology, the future of technology has accelerated. So telehealth, we used to think was in the future, and now it's here. And it's exacerbating the divide between those who have capabilities to do learning and telehealth remotely and those who don't. And as Brian very clearly explained, that will start to expand to the utility world as well. So there's a nexus there, both in terms of how Brian described, in terms of our programs will rely on that, and we need those programs in order to leverage the current grid, even while certain kinds of load grows. And I would also bring up the idea that energy will be one more way that there will be the haves and haves not around broadband. So currently with an electric vehicle charging program, if you don't have broadband, you can have an electric vehicle, and you can also have a level 2 charger in your home, and you can also charge that behaviorally in the off times. But our programs are set up to provide an incentive payment to people who participate in our programs that allow them to allow us to manage that charger for them. And if you don't have that broadband connectivity, then you're not eligible for A, that management program, or B, that incentive payment that goes to those who participate. And so it's just one more kind of differentiator, and that will simply grow over time. So those are the things that are driving our interest. And also similar to Washington Electric Co-op, we are pretty agnostic about who solves this problem. We're in this space because we think it's a really important problem to be solved. And we've been approaching this very collaboratively and trying to have as many conversations as we can with forming CUDs and regional planning commissions and small broadband providers who've been starting up in our service territory. And I think someone asked the question, which I thought was a great one, and one I have too, which is, how would this even work? How would a utility go into this space? And that is part of what our feasibility study is designed to answer. We'll be looking at who are the people, who are the potential partners, what would those partnership models look like, and how could we structure something that could be sustainable. At the same time, I think already the risks have been brought up. So we have a 12-member board of directors. They're elected from our membership, and so we're really a member-driven cooperative, and their perspective is they see this problem every day in their communities, and they really want it solved. At the same time, there's a lot of risk involved in this, and considering whether that risk makes sense to us, whether our members really want us to do that. I think everyone wants connectivity, but not all of our members do, and not all of us would want to take on some of those risk factors. So those are really important questions that we'll be asking and talking about. And a lot of people in our service territory are great. I mean, they're fine. We've got a much older population. Not everyone needs or wants that connectivity or would be willing to pay for it at this point in time. So getting to just a couple last points and then I'll get to questions. But one of the things I was, we were chatting about earlier this week was kind of what, as a partner, what we see utilities bring to the table. And I think utilities have been asked this question primarily because we are poles and wires. So we have infrastructure. And so everyone sees the poles and wires and says, oh, it makes perfect sense for you guys to just put one more thing on that pole. But when I think about kind of broadband, and we were talking to these CUDs and other folks, I actually think our opportunity and partnership is a little bit different. We have certainly the infrastructure, but more importantly, I think there's a lot of concern around access to capital, you know, and our steady financial status gives us a lot of opportunities that not everyone has access to. I think that's really important. And the other thing is our project management skills. So we know how to manage large capital projects. And as we talk to a lot of these smaller providers and try to work with them and encourage their build out, we're seeing a big gap there in terms of access to really strong project management skills as they're trying to kind of bootstrap a lot of these things together. So we certainly have those skills to be able to offer, but what we don't have to offer is any sort of skills in the sales or competitive world. Those are things that are very foreign to us. And as I think about potential business models, it's actually on my worry list about what it looks like to pair a regulated business with a unregulated competitive business, and how do you do that in a way that really protects both sides. And as one of the questions was asked is, what can you do? And we're not there yet. We don't know what that looks like, but I could see some potential legislative support in that area, helping us define, describe, support whatever kind of models might look like so that both of those models can be successful. And I think those are the big things that I wanted to hit. I think those are the big ones.
Great. Rebecca, you had mentioned at the beginning of your remarks some of the financial analysis that your consultant will work with you on as part of the grant analysis, the kind of the business case study, if you will. Mm-hmm. And you had mentioned a hurdle of a 3-year payback, and I just wanted to understand where that comes from, because that's a very high bar. I think in most businesses, much less kind of the utility sector or the telecommunications sector. Why such a high bar of a 3-year payback?
That's a great question that came through as part of the grant. There's 2 pieces to the grant, a first part and a second part, and that's the bridge that gets you from the first part to the second part. I think, so we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not sure. I think we'll learn a lot more from the first part than the second part anyway. The second part's really a very specific business plan, so it's starting to take you down a very specific path. My view is that this, even just doing this first part of the feasibility study, is going to help us really understand who partners are, and most importantly, help us understand how much money we need and set us up to be able to potentially pursue some of that money. I really think at the end of the day, the biggest hurdle we have to cross is the money problem, because if you can figure that out, then I think you can bring the partners, the skills, the people you need to the table to make that work. So we are looking at the FCC RDOF grant opportunity that Velco mentioned later this year. The timing would be good for us to consider this summer when we know enough about the feasibility study, whether we want to put our hat in the ring for that. And I'm also hopeful, not only at the state level, but certainly the federal level, there's been a lot more interest and excitement. What we're experiencing in Vermont is being experienced across the country. And we're hopeful there'll be stimulus funds or other sort of grant opportunities. And we feel with this feasibility work, we'll be well poised to consider pursuing that or work with partners or in some way be able to think about what it looks like to dive into those areas.
No, thank you. That's helpful. I mean, if with regard to the financial hurdle, if you will, the 3-year payback, if that's something that is kind of government or regulatorily directed, that's something that I would, kind of put in the parking lot as something we ought to look at, because that's a really high bar, and I don't think we should. Understanding we want to be very much on the lookout for the what benefits ratepayers and what kind of risks we should all be beholden to there. As I said, I think that's a hurdle that's not surmountable. So that's something I want to bookmark to come back and take a look at. Laura, I see your hands up if you've got a question.
Just a little bit more clarification, if I could. Rebecca, you talked about your worry list, including the regulated and unregulated relationship, how those two. And you talked about maybe something that we could do would be to kind of define a little bit better about what that looks like. And I did hear you say this was I feel like I heard you say this is something you're still kind of thinking about, but if you could just help me understand, are you looking are you thinking about the relation, like the rules of the relationship, or are you thinking about how a regulated entity moves into an unregulated space?
Yeah, but both of those things. I think the real piece that I think about on an ongoing basis is when the way it would make sense, right, is you have a unregulated, say, subsidiary or a partner in some ways, shape, or form, but you want to share resources with that subsidiary. So you want to share call center or financial resources or human resources or leadership resources, CEO resources. And when you start doing that, then it becomes about where do the costs live and how do you do that in a regulated and unregulated. So that's, I think, where it starts to get kind of sticky. And how do you set it up from the beginning in a way that creates healthy cross-functioning and also boundaries between the two in a way that can be regulated on one side and not on the other.
So just one thing that I would stick a pin in, maybe for this committee or maybe for you all too, is that a lot of the telcos are operating in this sphere where they're operating, the landline telephone service is regulated, but they're also laying fiber, and that's not regulated, the internet. So just sticking a pin there. Thank you.
Tim, can I just mention one thing about that? I think one of the things that WEC is looking at with that is if, for instance, we laid the fiber in our safety area, within our electrical space, and then leased it to a CUD who would pick an ISP, that we wouldn't do that part of the retail part. And then we would at least know, depending on where we got our funds, that we would be able to demonstrate that we could pay those so that we would hold our electric members harmless, financially harmless. When Magellan did the study for us, for the state, they said in WEC's territory, we would need 75% grant funding really to have that scenario happen, just to give you an idea. And that 3-year barrier or that the DPS did, they're the ones who put that into it. And it may have been that they wanted you to be able to demonstrate, to pick projects, not the whole project, but maybe pilots that actually could then get funded from a bank through a Vita loan and a bank afterward. That's just what I think.
Yeah, that's definitely something I want to go back and take a look at. So thank you. Brian, thanks for your patience, and wonder if you could offer your testimony now. Thank you.
Sure, I'm actually going to pop video on too. I've got a house with 3 college students and a high school teacher in it, so we're trying to conserve bandwidth a little bit over here. So I'm not going to repeat anything that's been said already. I think everybody's done a good job. I'll just reiterate what we're doing. We are actively looking in the short term to identify projects that we can get broadband access to any of our customers that are lacking it right now. That includes, finishing up some of the make-ready work we were far along with on any of the projects for the telcos that are stringing fiber and have the ability to connect end-use customers in the next 90 days. So we continue with that work. That's part of our essential work schedule. We're doing that work with proper social distance and with all the proper protective equipment out in the field. And just trying to make sure that the folks that are stringing fiber and need that make-ready work done, that we're getting it done for near-term projects that can actually get customers connected. We're also doing some brainstorming with Velco and others. We've been in touch with a entity out of the Boston area that won a waiver for the 5.9 megahertz spectrum. They've got a waiver up in the Northeast Kingdom in Essex County. We have a couple of towns that we serve up in Essex County, and we're trying to figure out if we can work with them to deploy a wireless solution up there on a short-term basis. And no conclusions yet, but we're hopeful. And then we have had a lot of talks with parties that are trying to put out the temporary Wi-Fi spots and the like, just to get stuff in the short term. Longer term, where the challenge is, I'll just go back to the comments I made earlier. I think Rebecca articulated it very well. And we see it the same way, that we have infrastructure in the ground that can be attached to. Ideally, we'd have the ability to where no entity has plans to string fiber, we would have the ability to string fiber and then offer some sort of an open access tariff access to that fiber, either on a lit or unlit basis for a communications union or an existing telco or some other provider who will bring retail services to those populations. We do not think GMP offering endpoint retail services is the right thing. We would much prefer to do that in partnership. So we think we can be helpful in orchestrating any type of coordination that can be done with Velco and their network. Anything that can be done with our poles and our rights of way, up to and including perhaps having fiber that we own and light, so that a broadband retail provider could ride on that with an open access basis to provide connectivity to customers, either with wires to the home or through some sort of a wireless solution. 5G and even 4G offer a wireless opportunity, which that last mile connectivity decision of what technology to use should be left to the experts. But it's all got to be facilitated by fiber at some point that can lead to those sites. And then I'll finish with just reiterating what I talked about earlier, which is what I call energy equity. We do think it is time to have some guidance and some guidelines on making sure that when we are offering energy service programs out to our customer base, that our entire customer base has access to those. And if that is the catalyst to drive an expansion of broadband to support that, then that's a good thing.
Great. I actually want to draw you out and pull other members and witnesses into this conversation as well, because it's come up as part of a number of witnesses' testimony today, which is, Brian, I love your term energy equity. And one of the focuses, one of the things that this committee has spent a lot of time on in the last year is how rural parts of our state have kind of been left behind in some regards. And actually, I think this is something that other committees have spent time on as well, whether it's rural access to healthcare, whether it's rural access to broadband, whether it's rural access to energy services, you can go on down the line. And the question of how many of your customers have a disadvantage, if you will,
from the type of energy services that they can access relative to other customers. And how important is it to, as a regulated utility, would it be for the state to require that all customers have access to similar or the same energy services, energy programs?
I don't.
And just as an aside, this is a leading question, because if the answer is that all Vermonters should have access to the same energy services, then ultimately all Vermonters should have access to broadband.
Right, right. I mean, decades ago, it was determined that all Vermonters should have access to electricity, right? And that was a nationwide conclusion. I think Carrick and I were joking the other day. I think it was Carrick. Was it Victory, Vermont was the last one to get connected? So
last one in the U.S.
Oh, in the U.S. Jeez, good Lord. So that was a determination. There was a funding mechanism to do that and accomplish that. Right. Fast forward however many decades since, and broadband is becoming the next kind of connectivity point to provide people or to give people the infrastructure they need to conduct their lives. And so I think you can make that conclusion. That conclusion is not supported today formally through regulation or legislation, Mr. Chair, but I think that's one of the discussions on the table.
Well, certainly not for access to broadband, but I don't think it takes a huge amount of imagination to say that we have a different world of just kind of electricity usage, and that's going to change massively in the next 10 years. We have a different type of electric need among customers today than we had 20 years ago.
Right.
And that's also going to require access to different types of services, both for the distribution utility and for the customer, to take advantage of a number of things, whether it's lower costs for using electricity at different times of day, whether it's for storage devices, whether it's for managing load, whether it's for how you charge your electric vehicle. And some of those things are not available to some Vermonters today, probably mostly in rural areas.
Right.
And a question that I have is that inequity appropriate? Should we stand for it? And is there something that we should be insisting upon from a regulatory standpoint that inequity be overcome? And if the answer from the Department of Public Service and from the Public Utility Commission and the governor and the legislature is yes, we're not going to stand for that inequity. I think it's a very short jump from that to we've got to have rural Vermont in order to have energy equity. We also have to have connectivity equity with the convergence of these things.
Yep. I'll leave it to the wisdom of the committee to talk about things, but I will throw one other comment out on that is every utility in the state right now is actively pursuing the Renewable Energy Standard Tier 3 programs, which are providing incentives to reduce Vermonters or their customers' use of fossil fuels and the carbon impacts from them.
Yep.
So we have policy that is actively providing incentives, and the most common way of achieving those Tier 3 targets is by converting fossil fuel use to electric. Okay, whether it's electric vehicles,
yep,
battery storage, heat pump water heaters, etc. And there will be more technologies on the way to do that. So we have active state policy to convert fossil fuel use to electric, and that is only going to make the management of the grid long term more dynamic. It has to be more reliable. It has to have more resilience throughout, whether it's weather patterns or just variations in usage. And to do that, as we talked about earlier, is going to require a level of analytics, forecasting, and modeling and dispatching to be able to manage those load devices in real time in a dynamic way. And all of that to be done has to be underpinned by connectivity, which implies broadband.
Yeah. Barry, did you want to get in?
Yeah, I just want, I agree with wanting to get broadband to everybody, particularly in an area has more rural underserved than anybody. It's just a question of how you're going to finance it. People use the REA, and the federal government came out with a lot of money. But if we're going to take Brian's thing and have us mandated as an electric co-op to provide the broadband in rates, electrical rates, then we're gonna have the problem that we're having already amplified, that we have too many people who can't afford to pay the rates at this level. We all want to get to the same end. It's a question, and that's why BEC and ourselves are particularly concerned, because our member ratepayers are the same people. Brian and Green Mountain Power have a different group of people there. And I just ask you to keep that in mind when you try to figure out how to finance it.
Oh, I want to finance it with federal money.
That's good. Me too.
Federal money is all of our money. Let's not lose track of that.
That's right. That's right. I actually don't see any hands up, but I'm sure there are more questions or comments that folks want to make. So the floor is open right now. I'm going to look at a couple of chat comments that have come up here.
I'll take a minute then.
Yeah, go ahead, Seth.
From an engineering perspective, I've heard from folks that use portable radios, first responders, stuff like that they're specifically resistant to the idea of transmitting internet over the existing power cables. I've also heard from some engineering folks that is less of a problem, and there's been some significant strides in being able to transmit internet connection over the existing power cables. I was wondering if any of the folks on had any additional insight or information to offer to that conversation.
I can take that one. We use actually our AMI system, so our automated meter system, where we get data and connect to our meters, is through the power line system. So we're different than most other utilities. We have a power line carrier system. I will say even with the meter data, we run into traffic problems. And so we have to, the capacity on those power lines is so low that it can barely do the meter data. And we have to be very thoughtful about how we ping it and all that kind of stuff. So it's doable. It's just such a tiny piece that I don't think, because we did have that discussion, I just don't see it getting us to where we want to go in terms of the bandwidth requirements that the modern world needs.
Thank
you. Steve, I see your hand up. Did you want to join in?
Yeah, my name is Steve Knowlton. I'm a board member at Washington Electric Cooperative. I was just AT&T was doing some tests of using power lines for doing gigabit type internet service. I don't know the results of those. I think it's a little bit beyond what utilities use for kind of the 10, 20 kilohertz power line communications, but I don't know the results of the more advanced thing. I was going to respond to a question. I think it may have been Representative Chase who asked at the beginning of the session, how do the boards feel about this? As a board member myself, I don't represent Washington Electric, nor do I represent the chairman of the board. I can say without hesitation, though, that the motivation for WEC pursuing broadband came from the board and correspondingly from the membership. And the board passed a resolution to go search for feasibility study funding, and it's not committed to broadband, participating in broadband, but they've supported the utility the whole way. So I don't think there's any lack of support. In fact, there's a lot of enthusiastic support from the board to pursue this, to see if there's an answer to it. So I think that you can rest assured that the membership of the utility, I suspect other utilities as well, would be solidly behind making some progress on this. We also feel at Washington Electric that participation in a partnership with CUDs would be an excellent way to go. We hope that that meets with, that succeeds in a deeper analysis with our consultant. At Washington Electric, we've had a number of conversations, both informal and formal, with CV Fiber, where we're actually, it's said that the devil's in the details. Well, we're beginning to see a bunch of devils in there, because we're actually getting down to see, well, who would have responsibility for what, and what does that mean? And so I think these conversations are ongoing. We're having them before even the results of our feasibility study are in. So Washington Electric, I think, is pretty committed to trying to find an answer. And I think I just echo what Barry says. It's when you actually look at it at the end, it's not a matter of will, it's not a matter of even technology. It's really finding the resources, the financial resources to do it, so that so the electric ratepayer is protected. And I would again emphasize that we at Washington Electric feel that participation with other nonprofits like CUDs could be a real game changer. I'll just finish up my comment with that.
Great, thank you, Steve. Laura, I see that your hand's up if you wanted to chime in.
So oops, sorry, there's my puppy. With regard to the question of funding, one of the big reasons that we put in the funding for the BIG grants and for the feasibility studies for the DUs was we know that oftentimes in order to get funding, we need to be able to show the planning work that kind of demonstrates here's a winning solution. So I'm cognizant that I think we only had 2 DU grants in Act 79. So maybe this question, I don't know if it's for Carrick. Do we know if, my question is, do we know if there were other utilities that were interested in feasibility funds, A? Do we think that that's coming, B? And to VEC and WEC, do you guys have enough funding to tell us what it would, how much, once your feasibility studies come back, what they will cost? So 2 questions. Are there others that are interested or might be? Do we need more of those grants? And for the existing grantees, is that going to be enough for you to tell us what we need to know about cost?
What I'll say, this is Carrick Johnson with the Velco. What I'll say is, no, not specifically, no other distribution utility. Of our ownerships, there was general expression of curiosity and initial review, but there was a lack of follow through, at least as I understand. Now, this is one of those times where, we offer, look, there's information. If you want us to help, we're glad to help. And if you want us just to stay away, we'll stay away. I'm not aware of another distribution utility that was pursuing funding through that mechanism.
It would be interesting to know if, given everything that's happening now, I mean, if any of that, it would just be interesting to know if that's still the case, if anyone has kind of changed their mind.
If I may, I'll just thank you, Laura. What I would ask is this, and this kind of goes back to kind of where we ended before we need to get other questions, and that was ubiquitous broadband, yes, but how do we pay for it? And to the degree we're seeking to avail ourselves of federal funds, I mean, there are opportunities, and where I think Rebecca and Brian and Team WEC, where we have been successful, or Vermont has been successful in terms of fiber and in terms of smart grid investments has been when there has been a collaborative approach, one clear voice, where everyone benefits, and that is articulated at the national level to secure federal dollars. I believe we'll have an opportunity again, we can help create that opportunity by having a collaborative approach that arrives at that. I'm mindful, what comes to mind, for instance, and then I'll stop, was there was, well, actually it was immediately after Senator Sanders withdrew from the presidential race, he convened that following Monday a town hall with Senator Leahy, Congressman Welch, and Governor Scott. And they were asked the question, what are your priorities? What are the things you're not going to, like the third question, what are you not going to compromise on, I think was the point. And among the points, because I wrote these down, was if there's one thing, not all of them addressed, Senator Leahy didn't specifically, but I assume he would agree. But Senator Sanders voiced support. Congressman Welch certainly has support, and he has a record of support for broadband. But the governor talked about, I think first it was one, just making up the funds, you know, just state coffers in general, which I think was about 200 million. So state funds. Two, he mentioned in passing, he talked workers just in general getting money in their pockets. Secondly, state fund replenishment. Third, there was just a mention about hospitals quickly with no further elucidation on that. And then lastly was broadband. So to the degree, I guess, we have these emerging opportunities for federal funds, and if there was a Senate, congressional, gubernatorial agreement, look, the monies that are coming, let's address these dollars towards broadband, and maybe we can buy down that to that 3-year level that Rebecca was talking about. Maybe we can do that. I think absent a clear value statement with regards to the honest assessment of risk and some kind of pricing out, I don't know that if we don't have our act together better than Washington, D.C. has, then we'll just get what we're getting.
Yeah.
To the degree we leverage our small size to our advantage, we at least increase, I don't say we'll succeed, but we increase our chances for success.
So what if the legislature did something crazy and like passed some law, or DPS, push forward with a new requirement, the equity in energy requirement?
Then we're going to have a bunch of ratepayers at VEC and WEC who are going to be concerned that their rates are going up.
Right. So what is my question is, what do we need to know? And can we support the knowing? Like, is there some way that we can, is there anything more that we can do to support the knowing as quickly as possible about those kind of questions?
So I'll just say, and I certainly welcome other members to chime in, and maybe we shouldn't use this time with witnesses here to kind of have this discussion, but there are lots of places in a civil society that we draw on resources of a broader geography to support areas that are underserved. And I think that's what we're talking about in a broadband aspect. 25% of our state is severely underserved from a broadband perspective. 75, the vast majority of our state is well served. There are plenty of paved roads in Vermont, some of them in the Northeast Kingdom that I've never driven on in my life, but I pay for them as a taxpayer. And that's how we do things in a civil society. So I think this is a broader conversation than maybe we can solve today, but it's something that I'm very interested in digging into.
So if I could just answer Laura's, for WEC, the statewide study that was done pegged, used a figure, I think $47 million for us to wire through our whole service territory into every home in our territory, which is 11,500. Okay. What we hope to have, and CB Fiber is finishing their first part of their feasibility study. So what they have done is identified some pilot projects that would be eligible for potential federal funding because they don't have, like a BTEL, having one person in that census area, knocking them out of getting federal funding. You cannot go for federal funding in an area that has got even one household that's received federal funding before. Hopefully that'll change by 2021, but not now. And
I think that's 90%, actually. I think that's 90%. But
90?
so I think, yeah, I don't think it's 100. I could be wrong.
I won't die on a sword on that. As I said, those two blocks that CV Fiber has picked out so far, one of them they've identified as 800 people and about a price of 1.6 million just to get service to those 800 people working in conjunction with running fiber, most likely through our safety space. And WEC would probably own the fiber, and they would lease it from us to serve those 800 homes. That's just an example of one piece out of our whole territory. Hopefully we'll have the whole territory. We'll know what the cost is to do the whole territory.
Robin, did you have a question?
It doesn't bear a lot of discussion now, but it's in talking about feasibility studies and how do we determine what we don't know. And I'm just wondering about how, so WEC and VEC are doing feasibility studies, and how broadly is the information from that study applicable to other electric co-ops? Is 50% of it true for all electric utilities, all DUs, or is it really tailor-made? And we don't have to have this discussion. It's just a thought that I had, unless someone has a quick answer.
I'd say a lot of it is very specific because both of our areas are very rural, and we're trying to figure out how to get fiber to, in some cases, for members of an average of 8 per mile. In that 1.6 million section, that one is a potential pilot project because it has 13 per mile. If you go to Green Mountain Power, their numbers, they could probably do some of this without, they have enough people who would take the service in a concentrated area that their numbers are going to look very different.
If I could say something on that.
Go ahead, Robert, please.
It goes without saying, GMP serves about 76% of Vermont. There are a lot of very rural areas in our service territory, and they experience the same kind of challenges that we hear from WEC and VEC. We actually see them doing this work as important to all of us as a learning process. So we look forward to hearing what they learn from the work that they'll be doing, because it'll inform what we do as well moving forward.
Yeah. This is Rebecca. I'd like to chime in just really quickly. First, to answer your question, Representative Sibilia, I do think the feasibility dollars we have now will be enough, I think, so as we stand here today. But to go back to the other question, I think, when the Gellin study done by the state was actually pretty well done in terms of financially looking at what we can extrapolate across the state. So that was helpful. I'm hopeful with these feasibility studies, we'll learn a little bit more about some things like how do we do this work? Who are the partners? What are those partnership models? What could that look like? What is the utility role? And I think those things potentially more than kind of the specifics of what's the construction cost per mile. I think those things will be what might be most extrapolated and helpful in terms of applying to the rest of the state.
I would like to second what Rebecca said about this. In the state broadband study that was performed, provided an excellent overview. And in response to Representative Sibilia, we've explicitly asked our consultants not to tell us what we already know. We want them to be grounded in that state study so that they'll start from that and go deeper into questions that either were not done in enough detail, or would be more explicitly relevant to either VEC or Washington Electric. Secondly, we've also asked our consultant, and this follows up a point that Carrick or Brian made, about we would like the consultant to take a crack at telling us what the value of a broadband network providing fiber to the meter would be to a distribution utility running a smart grid or smarter grid. So we'd like to, again, use what's already known to give value to the money that we're asking for. And also, I feel that all the players in this are literally mutually supportive. CV Fiber is making free use. They're sharing with us their ongoing market studies, since CD Fiber towns cover about half of WEC's service territory. And so we're in discussion with them about their ongoing marketing studies, and if they do GIS things that are of relevance to us, they share it with us and we share material with them. So I think there's a lot of synergy going on that would give us reason to hope that that the money that the DPS has made available to the DUs is going to provide sufficient value to get to the depth that you would want.
Avram, did you have a question? I saw your hand up. I'm not sure if you're still up.
Yeah, it was actually a comment, observation on some discussion in the last few minutes, which is just reminding us that in terms of whether we can essentially require that everyone be served, part of the problem is the federal legal problem, both in statute and FCC rulings that prohibit states from regulating the internet, period. And if there's a way to work around it, I'm not a lawyer, but I would love to find a way to do that. But in the electric utility world, in Vermont, the PUC has given each utility a monopoly franchise, and the other side of the bargain is they must serve everybody in that monopoly franchise. That doesn't exist in the internet world, in the broadband world, especially given the fact that you have, at least in some places, multiple technologies available that are competing with each other.
Yeah, and I guess my point would be if the requirement is that an electric distribution utility, given a monopoly in a certain area, is required to serve each customer equally, but they are precluded from doing that because of connectivity constraints of certain customers. How do you solve that riddle? And we're probably not going to in the 5 minutes we have left here today.
There may be an angle. That may be the angle, but I'm just saying that's been an obstacle in the past.
Yeah, just a very high-level question, probably more specific to Washington Electric Co-op and Vermont Electric Co-op. I've done a little, very little research on this in the last 48 hours. Some of it, I want to thank Maria Royal, who I think is on this call, and sent me a great, I don't even know what you call it. It wasn't a webinar. It's called the Broadband Breakfast, but it was some folks who are members of electric co-ops or work with electric co-ops around the country. Other states have electric co-ops that have already cracked this nut. They are in the broadband space. They are serving their customers with broadband. And, just at a high level, to what extent do we have something to learn from other states, whether it's from a regulatory standpoint of how they may have adjusted their kind of electric regulatory dials, so to speak, or from a financing standpoint as to how some of these electric co-ops, and they're all rural, have done things that we might learn from. And just at a high level, I'm wondering whether WEC or Vermont Electric Co-op have looked at models in other states, particularly from co-ops that have gone down this path.
Avram, you were going to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just to jump in very briefly, and I know Barry's been involved in working with co-ops nationally on this issue, but in most states where there are electric co-ops, those co-ops are not regulated by their Public Utilities Commission to the degree the co-ops and the municipals in Vermont are fully regulated electric utilities, and that's not the case in most of the other states.
I will say I have talked to, I'm on the National Electric Co-op Board and I'm on the business technology. So I'm asking this question. I have a number of studies. A lot of them have gone to just doing the middle mile, not going all the way. There were 225 co-ops in the country that participated in the reverse auction last time around, who got money for it. Some of the co-ops, one of the co-ops I talked to in Missouri was able to get a lot of towns that weren't in their service area, the towns of 2,500, that actually came to them because there was no independent service provider in that area. So they were able to make it that way in the numbers. So there have been some different examples, but as Avram pointed, I don't know that any of them were regulated. So they can go into another business with that and use electric utility. And sometimes the generation and transmission, like the Belco, but bigger, that are the generation and transmission for all the co-ops in a state, like North Carolina has 26. Sometimes they have the capital to fund this thing, fund that, and they're regulated. So that's a little bit of the information.
Carrick, did you want to chime in? I saw your microphone go on.
Did it?
Oh, okay. No, you don't have to.
The only thing, I was looking for the notes that I have from a conversation with Dominion in Virginia. There's been a number of states, say there's roughly 12 now in total, that have passed explicit legislation to get utilities deeper into the broadband game.
That's right.
And so we had this kind of conversation, Daniel and I did, with a gentleman, Ed Diggs, I believe his name is. I get the notes from Dominion. Sorry, what have you learned? One is, that's where I go back to the easements, the real specific stuff, where you are, bluntly, where are you competing and seem to be taking market share, even though competitive telecommunication companies are in these places. Candidly, they view it as a competitive threat if there are others going into to serve those areas where there is not being served. So Virginia, much like parts of Virginia, much like Vermont, very low income, lots of challenges. The legislature passed legislation, but they didn't address easement language and the ability for easements to be used for communication purposes. They didn't address the electric space, where on poles and like, are you allowed to, and where there was weaknesses, they were exploited. So I guess that's my punchline. Yep. And there's been some example, I think Barry's absolutely right. There's been, like I said, no fewer than 12.
Meaning they had a payback somewhere in the range of 12 to 15 years. And the rest of them required either significant grant money that then they were positioned to pursue, or some sort of other reconfiguration in terms of service territory in order to be able to move forward. So just to give you a bit of a flavor of kind of what, one, our access to co-op information, and two, just kind of what the market is out there a little bit.
Yep, that's helpful. We've got two hands up, and I think those will be our last two questions for the hearing this afternoon. First, Representative Sibilia, and not Representative Sibilia, Representative Pat. Avram, did you have a question? No? Okay, okay, great. Okay, well, I really want to thank our witnesses on a number of levels. One, for being here with us this afternoon and spending a couple hours. It was very informative to me, and I hope for the committee as well. And two, for all the work you're doing in the middle of this crisis, frankly. I know that the call went out from the commissioner at DPS a week ago to ask people to really step up their game in terms of connectivity. And
I know that a number of the electric utilities in Vermont have been doing a great deal of work there to try and find creative solutions. And I want to express my gratitude for the work that you've been doing there. This is a topic that I'm very interested in our committee pushing forward with, to the extent that we have bandwidth to do that this year, just because of extenuating circumstances, may be difficult, but to the extent I'm involved with this committee going forward beyond this year, this is a topic that I'm really interested in, pushing forward on. So again, really appreciate your help in educating us today, and we're going to be back to you with questions as to how you can push us further to start to solve this connectivity issue that we have. So thank you very much for your time today, and we're going to conclude the hearing there. Thank you.
we as a committee have been, we asked Mike O'Grady to write a letter to the administration in particular regarding the farmers market situation. And we went through a number of options and we all agreed on a third option that I think struck a really good tone and everyone on the committee agreed to. Linda, is that online? Did we,
Yes. It is online. Under the committee
where
today.
to find it? Because I'm having a, okay, yes. Okay.
It's under today's documents.
Okay. Okay. I was having a little bit of a hard time finding it. Anyway, so momentarily, the governor is going to be giving, yeah, Linda, could you put that on screen? Linda just chatted with me and offered to put it on screen. But I will say that in just in a matter of minutes, the governor is going to be doing a press conference. And I heard at his last one, unfortunately, I was on another phone call or Zoom meeting when he was doing his last meeting, but he did, I kind of ran into the room where the radio was on and I heard mention that potentially the governor was going to be addressing the farmers market situation. I know I've gotten a lot of, I haven't gotten a lot, I've gotten a number of emails from people outraged about farmers markets not being open. And I share that sentiment to a degree, but I also know that it's really important for people to maintain social distance, and the administration wants to move carefully, and I really appreciate that. So I know I've gotten emails from people who feel that things should be gone back to fairly quickly as they were. I know that there's concern about people taking money individually, and I appreciate all that. But what we were trying to do is come up with a strategy and protocol. Well, we weren't coming up with the protocols. It's really the administration that needs to come up with the guidance. So we have the letter before us. Mike, I don't know if you wanted to kind of go through that with us for the sake of us as well as the public.
If you would like me to, I can do that.
Okay, that would be fantastic. So why don't you go ahead?
Okay. So the first paragraph is just setting the context. The letter is from the chair on behalf of the committee regarding the guidance that the agency issued prohibiting the operation of farmers markets during the stay home, stay safe order. The committee understands the difficulty that all of the entities, the governor, Secretary Tebbets, Commissioner Levine, and Commissioner Sherling face in responding to the virus in a manner that maximizes protection of Vermonters. However, the committee believes the guidance prohibiting operation of farmers markets is overly broad and could be revised to allow operation in a manner that protects public health. Then the next paragraph is basically excerpts from the stay home, stay safe order on why it was issued and the basis for it, including the fact that people need to stay at home except to leave home for essential reasons. Among the essential reasons is to leave home to shop for groceries, pick up goods curbside, and obtain meals or beverages. And the Agency of Commerce's guidance provides that businesses that provide essential services, including food distribution, may continue to operate. Then it goes on to say that the committee believes that farmers markets are essential services, that a farmers market supply fresh local food, that they also sell prepared meals, beverages, and other goods, and that farmers markets serve as a necessary source of food for persons participating in food assistance programs such as 3 Squares. And then to the committee, farmers markets are more than essential. They are necessary services that should be exempt from the stay home, stay safe order. Then goes on to reference the Agency of Agriculture's guidance about farmers providing food from their food stands with appropriate social distancing, and that the committee believes farmers markets can implement similar appropriate protective measures. Then you ask the relevant agencies to develop clear guidelines or practices that farmers markets can implement to protect public health. We believe that with such guidelines, open air markets can operate as safely as indoor food providers, if not more so. Then you reference the difficulty that the state is facing. It's extraordinary times. People are anxious. Unemployment is high. The economy is suffering. You, as a committee, recognize and respect that the state is making difficult, novel decisions every day. And the committee understands that the state must take unprecedented action to protect public health and safety. You applaud the state's work. However, the committee requests that you revise the policy prohibiting the operation of farmers markets and allow farmers markets to operate subject to appropriate social distancing guidelines. Such an action would provide an essential service, protect public health, and avoid additional negative economic impacts on farmers. In addition, the operation of farmers markets with social distancing could signal a return to relative normalcy and comfort that all Vermonters currently would appreciate. And then you repeat your request to revise the policy as quickly as possible so that farmers markets and the farmers that participate in them can work to implement the social distancing guidelines so that markets can reopen quickly. And then there's the ending paragraph, thanking them for their work, appreciating their efforts, thanking them in advance for their time in reviewing and responding to the request, and an offer to contact the chair if they need additional information or have questions. Allison Eastman emailed me yesterday and said as soon as the governor's proposed revisions to the policy are public, she will send them to the committee. I'm kind of expecting them as we speak, but I have not received them yet.
Okay, thanks. And I really haven't been able to check my email to see if they've come yet. So I understand, and Mike, you can feel free to report to us because you may have been on at the meeting yesterday of the Senate Agriculture Committee. They did, Senator Polina had asked me for a copy of the letter, which once all of you had approved, I did give my consent to Mike or me. I can't remember who sent it to Anthony, but at any rate, he did have a copy of it. And I understand, did they discuss this yesterday, Mike, in committee?
They discussed the concept of sending a letter. The letter was on their website, but they didn't actually walk through it because Senator Starr had a conversation with Secretary Tebbetts either on Wednesday or late Tuesday regarding the policy and whether it was going to be revised. Secretary Tebbetts, according to Senator Starr, Secretary Tebbetts had indicated that the policy was going to be revised today, and Senator Starr said he wanted to wait and see what the governor proposes before writing a letter.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'm wondering if we as a committee, and we can do this just, I think, with thumbs up. I don't think we have to do any roll calls or anything, but would we as a committee want a half an hour or so to see what happens and to have the letter ready to go? Mike can email it to folks, but to wait and see if the administration does revise the guidelines and move forward with allowing for farmers markets to function, knowing that there are probably going to be some serious restrictions, that farmers markets are not going to be social gatherings, there's not going to be music, and there'll be some restrictions that some vendors are not happy with, but that it may be a start and an opening of the door so that our farmers markets can move forward. So I would entertain any comments from folks or nodding of heads or whatever in terms of waiting for that strategy. We might need to have another conversation. Vicky's thumbs up, Sharon's thumbs up. Any other? John O'Brien's hand is up. John.
Just getting back to that, what you said earlier, Jackie, about the Shelburne Farmers Market canceling for the whole season. Did you hear reasons for why that happened, even if there were revisions of the governor's order?
I did not. I think that came up during the Senate Ag meeting, and I think Maddie Kempner was the person that made the comment that Shelburne was closing for the year. So I don't know why they decided to do that. There was no explanation, unless Michael knows something else.
So Grady?
Could you repeat that question?
Do you know, do you have any idea why Shelburne Farmers Market decided to cancel their season, basically? Was that brought up in the Senate at all?
No, I don't recall that it was.
Okay. All right. It might have been at a meeting that you were not attending. I think Maddie Kempner might have said something about it, according to Jackie.
She may have mentioned it yesterday. I've got like 3 screens in front of me right now, and I'm getting bombarded with stuff, and sometimes I get distracted. So
Understood. I know exactly how you feel. I've said it before. I feel like an air traffic control person here between chat and chat thingies and trying to keep I've got 3 devices going right at the moment. So, and Sharon, what is that you're using? Because you're half blocked off. Is that little slidey thing that we got in the mail? Yeah, right. Yeah, you were half blocked, not completely. So watch what you're doing over there when you're only half blocked. Any other feelings from committee members as to whether we should wait to see what the governor has to say today? Sharon?
I think it makes the most sense to wait and see. And you know, why would we send it if we know he's going to say something about it? And then we don't know what he's going to say yet.
Okay. I'm getting a thumbs up from Terry. Vicky's hand is up. I saw Rodney's thumb up as well. The thumbs up only last for about 20 seconds. So Vicky, you're up next, and then John Bartholomew.
I was just thinking that being that our constituents are contacting us quite upset about the guidelines so far, and that they may change today, hopefully, but maybe we can still issue a letter, just revise it to just kind of more or less say thank you. We've really been having a lot of discussion about this issue. We really want to see the ability, for our farmers to keep functioning and selling and making their products and produce available, but maybe just have a revision of the letter. So it's letting our constituents know we've been working hard on this and trying to advocate for them.
Yeah, thanks, Vicky. I think folks know that we've been working on it because I've been hearing from them. What I'm not 100% clear on is whether or not we should wait until the governor says something and then decide whether we feel that it's adequate or not, and then potentially move forward one way or another. And if the governor issues guidance similar to what the Bennington Farmers Market used, which, as you will all remember, remote pre-ordering either by phone or online, and then curbside pickup, and they had an incredible protocol in terms of keeping people in alphabetical order, and everything was boxed and one person took the money. They really did a good job at that. If it's similar to that and we feel that these farmers markets can move forward, then maybe we don't need to send the letter at all, but it is on our website. So the farmers who have been concerned about this will know that we've been working on this, that we've been trying to push for guidance on this for at least a week. John Bartholomew's hand is up.
I'm wishing we'd been able to get this letter out a couple days ago, so we wouldn't be wondering if it is too dated. But I'm wondering if we wait and we're not happy with what the governor comes up with, our delay is too long. How can we get out a response more quickly?
Well, I think a part of I appreciate that, but part of the problem was getting our committee members to agree on a draft of this with that struck just the right tone and what have you.
Oh, I appreciate that and I understand, but if in the normal course of events, if we were waiting, we would meet this afternoon and come up with something new. But now we're talking, it might be next Tuesday before we would do anything again. And that seems like the delays are really long.
Well, would it be inappropriate for me to ask that folks, hold on one second, that we listen to what the governor has to say, that we maybe hear from Mike O'Grady, and this of course would have to be offline because we don't have a Zoom meeting scheduled for this afternoon. I don't know if we could have an emergency one scheduled, but that we wait and see, we hear from Mike O'Grady, and then if we feel that it doesn't address the situation to the degree we would like, that you all could give me a thumbs up or whatever, authorizing me to send it in any case. All right, I'm seeing John O'Brien's hand is up. Vicky, is your hand still up or did you? Okay. All right, John.
Oh, to be clear, Carolyn and Mike O'Grady, I just wanted to know who say at AAFM saw the third draft of this letter, because if Allison Eastman saw it or Anson, it seems to some extent it's done its purpose as far as the administration certainly knows that House Ag had these feelings and wanted to apply pressure to have them change the guidelines.
Mike?
So the agency has been listening to your meetings and has reviewed, as everyone who's been listening has reviewed the letters when they've been posted. Allison Eastman just emailed me to say she's listening to the House Ag testimony and wanted to let the committee know that Secretary Tabbitt's plans to email the guidance to you as soon as the governor is done speaking. Apparently he is speaking right now on the issue.
Okay. Maybe I should put the television on and listen to the television. Yeah, a fourth device. No, I'm not going to do that. John Bartholomew's hand is up again. John?
I guess the point I was trying to make before is, depending on what he says, we might have to completely redraft the letter. And again, there'll be a delay until next week before we can deal with a new letter. It's not just a matter of send it or not. It's, does it say the right thing after we learn what he says?
Well, unfortunately, this is one of the drawbacks of us all being in many corners of the state instead of being in our cozy little room 32 with a beautiful view, and having to do this all remotely and observe open meeting laws as to the best of our abilities, and et cetera, et cetera. So let's, and I'm going to apologize to Mike in advance if we have to have yet another version of this letter, but yeah. You are such a good sport.
It's what I'm here for.
Yeah, I know, but you seem to have unlimited patience, and for that I am very thankful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Vicky's clapping hands. I appreciate that. John, your hand is still up. Do you want to speak again? Okay. All right. So we have another 13 minutes until 11:30. I don't know. Mike, did you get the idea that Allison was going to email you after the governor was done with the entire press conference, which sometimes these things go on for quite a while, or just after he addresses the farmers market issue?
There really isn't that type of detail. It just says after he's done speaking. It doesn't
Okay.
really kind of parse it that way. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm trying to find channel 3 here to see if I can. Oh, no, they don't have his thing on. It's The Price is Right. Oh, no, he's on, guys.
Who are on that list. So with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Pichette.
Oh, sorry. All right, I feel weird watching television while I'm on here with you guys.
Yeah, I've been watching it on my other computer, and he hasn't talked about farmers markets yet. He's in unemployment insurance right now.
Oh, okay. All right. So why don't we potentially leave it like this? We'll hear from Allison and Mike. Mike, would you be willing to? I might get it as well. You all might get it. But once we hear what the governor has to say, would you all like to email me individually, not reply to all or anything, and let me know how you're feeling about us sending the letter or not? Does that work, Mike? Is that okay?
Yeah, so basically it's an individual communication between a member and you, and then if you want to convene the committee again to make another decision, you can do that.
Okay. Do you think that we could potentially have a very quick meeting this afternoon if necessary? Maybe this is a question for Linda as well in terms of setting this up.
Yes, I'm checking right now with the leadership of the Legislative Council to see whether we can schedule a meeting this afternoon. I have not yet heard back.
Okay. I just got the from Anson. It says farmers markets will be allowed to open May 1st. Final guidance pending and will be sent along when complete. This will allow markets to plan for spring and summer markets. So I guess for the next 2 weeks, they will still be not allowed to operate, but May 1st, they can start subject to guidance that the state will issue, but is not yet complete.
Okay, folks, how do you feel about that? Tom feels good. Vicky feels good. A thumbs up. May 1st, John O'Brien. I'm seeing thumbs up everywhere. John Bartholomew, was your thumb up?
Are you asking how we feel about what he's saying or what we should do with the letter?
I'm asking about how you're feeling about what was said May 1st.
I'd be happier if things were moving along a little faster, but yeah, that's fine. But I still don't know. Does that mean don't send the letter? I'm guessing it means wait.
Yeah, that means send the letter. Knowing that they have already seen the letter, it's on our website and they know how we feel about this.
So send it. That's what you're saying.
No, don't send it.
Don't send it.
Right.
Okay.
How do the rest of you feel?
Could you be more specific? Like the question is, should we refrain from sending the letter?
That's correct.
Okay, good.
and refrained from sending the letter at this point. I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. All right. One of the things I like about this is that I've also heard from folks, in particular, Alice Emmons reached out to me, and they're concerned because Mother's Day is coming, and it's a huge opportunity for our farmers markets and farm stands in general. I know that there were times when we'll off if we were meeting around Mother's Day just to be able to meet the demand of, and of course, a lot of that is hanging baskets, but I think as long as folks are providing the proverbial potato, food and vegetable starts, they should be okay in terms of selling their ornamental baskets. Mike, is there anything additional or any guidance on that? The ornamentals?
No, and I think that is probably, let me step back. There's going to be a lot of detail and probably some nuance in the final guidance that they issue. So I think you will probably want to review that when it's issued, because it may address things like that markets can only sell food, or markets can only sell starts and not ornamentals. So I think you still have some questions for the agency and the state, because it's still a little unclear what they're going to allow.
So, okay, so Linda has chatted with me to say that we can call a meeting for this afternoon if we want. Like, you don't need to, but Ledge Council said it's okay if we want to. Now, so Mike just brings up something, another thought, and that is perhaps we revise the letter yet a fourth time and suggest some of the things that we've just been talking about regarding ornamentals, regarding what can be sold, and the fact that the hanging baskets are important. We understand you can't go wandering through greenhouses picking them out, but you could pre-order them. John O'Brien's hand is up, and then Sharon. John.
Just three quick things. One, I think the letter, by being out there, sort of did its purpose, whether we get complete credit for it or not. Certainly the administration heard about it, and I think that may have helped change their plans. Another is that, right, maybe it would be in this future letter or just back channels that
like she wants to say something. And
I know, oh, sorry, I was going to say, John, I know that Arcana is, where we get our hot starts. I know that they're in operation. So I know at least for the agricultural piece of it, for food items, that greenhouses have the full go. But I don't have the answer for your ornamentals or trees.
Now, Sharon, what do you mean by a hot start? And I know that we not had a meeting.
Hots, the anything that needs heat, like, so our peppers, tomatoes, eggplants. So that's what I meant by hots. But they're food, they're produce starts.
Yes, right. So Jackie's hand is up. Jackie.
This is so strange. Thank you. Just on behalf of the greenhouses and nurseries, I know you had that great discussion with Will Stevens, and I would like to give you folks credit for keeping the pressure up to get the farmers market resolved. And I think it would be a wonderful idea if as you discuss whatever is going to be in the next iteration of this letter, that you go the next step and talk about ornamentals and greenhouses, because they are working right now. The Houghton greenhouse is actually, they've got an ad up that they're opening April 25th, God willing. Obviously, that's not going to happen. but people are itching to get those plants and farmers are growing them. And I think if you could just remind folks that you are also, now the next step, we've got farmers markets somehow. Let's see how we can get the ornamentals and nurseries open. The Vermont Flower Farm down the road here, Georgia Africa, with all of his lovely lilies and hostas, he has been sending out Facebook posts every day that we're salivating over at the beauty of these things that he's growing. And I think that the next step is logically greenhouses and nurseries and ornamentals and landscaping. I think that's a good way to go on behalf of our farmers.
Yeah. So I know that as long as you're selling some vegetable starts and potentially produce, you can create a pre-order curbside pickup. And I think that that's what Will Stevens was in the process of doing. He and Judy had worked out some specific protocols. So if some of these other garden places are selling vegetable starts, it would seem to me that they would be permitted to set up a pre-order curbside pickup sort of scenario. Am I wrong about that, Mike?
I think that I'll confirm this with the agency, but I think that that's what the agency was providing as an option. But I can confirm. So if a nursery can implement appropriate social distancing, that they can still be selling their goods.
Yeah.
But I thought it was if they had food, because Georgia Africa is only flowers. So that, I know he's doing pre-orders and mail order, but I'm not sure. I guess I would need clarification that if he's doing pre-buy, somebody could still go to his place and only buy the flowers. He doesn't sell starts or plants or anything else.
I will
And
confirm my understanding with the agency.
Okay, thanks, Mike, and thanks, Jackie. And maybe he should get some tomato plants to sell.
Nasturtiums, right? I remember saying that.
Nasturtiums. Put a nasturtium plant in every hanging basket. They're edible and delicious. So Terry has his hand up. Sharon, is your hand up still? Or okay, so Terry, why don't you go and then Sharon?
I'm not going to mention any names, but in case they're illegal, but my nephew has a large garden center, and I know they've been putting on Facebook that they're taking orders for hanging baskets for Mother's Day. So I'm looking at their website, and they said we are open for no contact curbside pickup Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. They have all kinds of mulch, topsoil, things like that, and high mowing seeds. And you can order the hanging baskets right through there. So I know he was very concerned back about a month ago when they had to order their landscaping trees because that's a huge part of their business, and they decided to not do any landscaping this year, but they built another greenhouse, and so they're already got their plants already started, so anticipating being open eventually. So I'm guessing that since he was so concerned, I'm sure he double checked before they had the no contact pickup.
Okay.
I'm thinking they're fine.
Okay. Thanks, Terry. Sharon?
So a quick thing for Jackie. Lilies and hostas are edible. In Japan, they eat hosta. And I've certainly enjoyed lily flowers, but something that John O'Brien had said, I think in our last committee meeting, or maybe the one before that, if we're going to send a letter advocating for farmers markets or the protocol, I think I I really latched onto what John O'Brien said, that there should be consistency for what we are asking from our grocery stores, our dollar stores, and our farmers markets, so that if we shouldn't be asking for more or less from any of them, because the virus behaves the same way, regardless of what the name of your or what type of retail operation you are. And I think that consistency is parity that's really important. And I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, so we've actually run out of time. I thank everybody for being here, but just to sort of circle back around, should we ask Mike to do option 4, which thanks the administration for allowing this to happen, but then also requesting in their guidance that some of these other things be included, as long as there can be social distancing, limited person-to-person contact, and curbside pickup, whatever you want. Should we do that?
I think so. If we can express that we want parity between what we're asking of them and what we're asking, or what the administration is asking of them, as well as grocery stores and the dollar store. Like and I guess
I think that that's going to be maybe a bridge too far, in that grocery stores are not doing curbside pickup, and that may be a necessity for this to start with. It may not seem fair. I've heard that.
I thought grocery stores were doing curbside, but I haven't been to a grocery store in 3 weeks.
Yeah. Well, Hanford may be doing curbside, but that's not how you can go in there. You can wander around. I understand there are now one-way aisles, although not so much in Brattleboro. So I think there are a variety of modes of doing business at the various stores. So,
yeah.
Rodney's hand is up. Rodney?
Yeah, I was just thinking about this letter. We don't even know what the guidance is for now. I mean, it may cover all these things. So should we wait till we know what? If it doesn't cover everything, then have Mike write the letter, or just go to write a letter anyway, even if it's already been covered?
I think that my impression would be that we would be, as Jackie said, we would just be encouraging that they consider some of these different situations, because there are a lot of different situations, and do it. I mean, we're not telling them what to do. We're just asking in a respectful way. And as Mike pointed out 2 or 3 weeks ago, greenhouses are agriculture. So, things that are produced in greenhouses are agriculture, even if they are hanging baskets. So, and this is important because many farmers, like Will Stevens, for instance, he makes money on produce and vegetable starts, but I think Mother's Day is huge with ornamentals. So by the time this guidance comes out, and in preparation for May 1st, it might be, we've seen how long it took to get to this point. I would just say, very respectful way, we ask them to consider these other things.
I understand, but I make my money selling milk and call animals. We're not sending a letter to anybody asking them to open up those markets.
Open up what markets? The milk markets, Rodney? I didn't quite, you dropped out a little bit. I couldn't quite hear you.
I said, I make my money selling dairy milk and call animals. And we're not sending a letter to anybody to encourage slaughterhouses to open back up or for dairy processing to make more products.
Well, actually,
But we want to encourage everyone to open up farmer markets and flower shops and all this other stuff. I mean, I don't think we're treating the economy fairly.
well, I would just, I see Mike O'Grady's hand is up and I'm probably going to go to him, but I would say that so far, everybody's been doing their thing. We don't like what's happening with dairy. We don't like the fact that people that, Smithfield got COVID and that there are other packing plants that got COVID. But I think we actually have been trying to do our best to get the word out about dairy and buying more milk and getting milk into more people's hands. Jackie was just talking about the voucher program. So I don't know, I would respectfully disagree a little bit, Rodney. Mike?
So I emailed Allison to ask about the whether or not nurseries are providing could sell subject to remote distancing. And she emailed back that she was listening to your discussion and she knows that the guidance that the agency is going to issue will provide clarity, that the agency is aware that this is still an issue that needs further clarity. I then emailed her back and asked for a timeline for the guidance. So the guidance is going to address these issues and hopefully provide clarity. And I can let you know the timeline of that whenever Allison gets back to me.
Okay. All right. So why don't we leave it this way? We will wait until Allison gets back to Mike. We're gonna have to wrap this meeting up because we're already 10 minutes over. And if, we've gotten the word that farmers markets can start on May 1st. And if we find that the guidance isn't, or there isn't total clarity for us about what's going to happen with ornamentals, which I suspect that we won't, then maybe at our meeting on Tuesday, we can bring this up again and talk about potentially sending a letter, just asking, first of all, thanking them for responding to our concerns and our requests, and then asking them to also consider other options here in terms of folks who are not necessarily selling things that are edible, even though we all know now that hostas, lilies, and nasturtiums are edible. Mike, your hand is up. You just didn't lower it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So do we want to leave it that way for now, folks? Can I have a thumbs up or a shaking of a nodding of heads? Yeah. Yeah. Are we good? Okay. All right. I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. All right. Excellent. Terry? Everybody's practicing thumbs up. Yay. Okay. All right. John O'Brien, this will have to be the last question.
Carolyn, can you or Mike or somebody, and I'm sure this has already come up with advocates, but just articulate to the agency the sort of incredible gray area that you run into with rules on is it edible or is it ornamental? Because it seems like why a tomato start or an apple tree is okay and something that's inedible, another plant is not. An ornamental crab tree, for your mother is not a go. And so if it seems like they should just once again say all nurseries and flower farms are open as long as they can meet these safety protocols. It would just be a lot easier than having, say, the flower farm sell a 1-inch tomato start with flowers just to beat the system. If we could convey that to them, I think that would be great.
Okay, well, if we do a letter, then that would be part of the letter.
Okay.
All right. Do people feel good about that concept? Yeah. All right. I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay, good. Vicki, you have that nod down. Thank you. All right, I think we're going to wrap this up. I want to thank everybody for being a part of this. I want to thank the agency and the administration for responding to us and making some progress on farmers markets, because we know they're really important to our economy. And now more than ever, farmers need the income. They're trying to get the seeds in the ground that are going to feed us this coming year. So thank you all. And we're going to exit. I hope you all have a good weekend. You stay safe and get the word out about this voucher program once it gets going. All right. Thank you. We're done.
Let's call this to order. We're going to discuss changes that we made at the last meeting. Tom had redrafted that up for us and sent that out. So we've all had a chance to look at that. I did get an email today about a few other changes, and if I can figure that out, I will bring that up. But in the meantime, why don't we start with Sandy and your thoughts on those changes and kind of where you see things going from here?
I think the changes were good. I would like to see the capitalization inconsistencies cleaned up. And maybe using bullet points instead of just running things together, like under essential duties and responsibilities, E, instead of just running that, you could actually do like develop and maintain sound and efficient office management procedures for presentation approval by select board, which include, but are not limited to, and then compiling and updating a procedure manual, personnel policies, job descriptions, permanent employee screening, professional development, evaluations, recommendations for hiring, recommendations for discipline and or firing to select board, negotiations. A lot of the other things that we hit later on, we could all put in a bullet point under that E.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
You know, Sandy, I was having a hard time following you as I was looking at my budget information for my school. So give me a moment to catch up here. I was looking at the wrong stuff altogether. So what section were you in? I'm sorry.
Under essential duties and responsibilities.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
And it was letter E especially.
Yes.
Where you could just lump so many of the others things under there in the bullet points, and it just be easier to see and know what you're doing if you're the person applying, or if you're the board and you're evaluating. And from that, you could make out your evaluation form.
Sure.
So that's pretty much like putting the things in letter N into that one, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Sandy, I'm going to interrupt here for a second. Jeff, you have missed absolutely nothing other than Sandy has requested. Well, on the first page under essential duties and responsibilities, Sandy has asked under letter E that some of that go into like a drop-down bullet point type thing. So at that, you are all caught up.
All right, thank you.
Yep. So Sandy, did you have anything else there?
Sometimes like provide administrative support to town departments. Maybe we should add when requested. You know, maybe some departments don't want the administrative support.
Jean?
Okay, so K in that same section.
Right.
Looks like it was going to be deleted, but I think we were just going to delete supervise.
Yes.
Somebody's got to coordinate that stuff. What else did I have? I also had noted, like in the last meeting, if more should be addressed, like, you know, that they'd be required to attend all select board meetings, take care of the select board correspondences, and make sure anything that we've asked to be done gets done. And I have a different way of wording that, but a lot of, I don't know, that's a lot of the duties that go on.
Right.
And I can kind of write that out and send it to Tom.
Yeah, I think as far as with where you're headed with the information and stuff, the packets and all of those things need to be, somebody's going to be,
I thought of that, but then we talked about having a secretary doing that part. So I said, okay, maybe that doesn't need to be in there now, because this, we're also talking a drop in the hours on this position. So I said,
Yep.
their job anymore. And the thing that I felt was lacking when I read this was the grant writing. See, the researching and grant writing, which also could go under qualifications like knowledge and experience in grant seeking and grant writing.
That
And
was
somewhere
addressed
in the duties.
under financial. It said research and present findings on grant opportunities.
Oh,
Right.
there it is. Okay.
Because that's important.
Yes, okay, I missed that there, but probably qualifications, maybe it could get mentioned in there too.
Yeah.
You may want to put it right in your advertisement as well, of course, so people know right up front when you're advertising for the position that that's a big piece of it.
Right.
Right. I think that's it.
Okay. Michael,
Nothing else to add.
Jeff,
I'm satisfied with what we've got so far.
okay. So I had sent this out to Tim and Seth, Cindy and David, and just asked for some feedback from them. The only one that I got any feedback from was our treasurer. And so I'll go down. I told her that I was going to read this evening. So under administration, letter F, provide the select board with information for the town's annual report. She is saying here, information in the town report is provided by the treasurer's office, department heads, and committees. So the town report is put together by the administration, but the information, so I'm not sure if she's asking that that be removed or amended. Does that make sense to anybody?
Maybe amended.
Okay.
Maybe collect the information to present.
Yeah, I agree, Sandy. I mean, somebody still has to be responsible for rounding up all the information and sometimes hounding people that are responsible to get information in for the report.
Okay. So how do we think that should be worded there? Provide, gather information to present to the select board for the town's annual report.
Yeah.
Tom, did you get that?
He's got his mic turned off.
Gather information to prepare, to present to select board for annual report.
All right.
Is that close enough?
Yep.
Okay.
I think so.
Under knowledge and skills and abilities, point number 4, that looks like, wait a minute. Oh, possess a positive attitude and be an effective team member able to manage and resolve conflict and to direct and supervise staff as needed. The supervise word is a cause of contention there, and I'm not sure how anybody else feels about that.
Yeah, that's, I can see that would be a problem.
Yeah, but will this person oversee the administrative assistant or the secretary that comes in under? Maybe you can delineate just that person.
Well, you've got as directed by the select board. So if we just tell him to supervise, the secretary, that's as directed.
As directed by, okay.
Well, yeah, because, yeah, well, that would be fine, but that piece is missing. So,
right.
Direct and supervise staff as directed by the select, but that sounds funny to me. What are we missing there?
There's a conflict and.
Is what am I trying to say? Is that last part even necessary?
Maybe not.
The and to direct and supervise staff as needed. Does that have to be in there somewhere? I don't really see, I think you're kind of talking about two different aspects. You know, the possess positive attitude, conflict, blah, 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 and to direct and supervise staff as needed. Either, I don't know, either that should be a separate bullet point or just plain deleted from the whole section.
I would agree with taking it out of there as long as the other stuff remains. Because somewhere in there, it's also, and maybe it's not in here. No, it's good.
Well, I mean, it's not really a knowledge, skills, or abilities. It doesn't fit into, to me, under any of those three. To me, it's more of a responsibility, or I just don't see direct and supervise anywhere under those three categories.
And when you have provided administrative support to town departments when requested or whatever, that kind of covers that.
Yeah.
The only thing somewhere on here, should it clearly state that there is, you know, kind of what we were talking about at the end of that, as directed by the select board? Should there be something else in here that says that, you know, this is kind of what we want of you, but there's always more that could be asked of you? And am I missing that in here?
And other duties as assigned?
Yeah, should always put that into any job description.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't I know it?
Yeah.
So the next thing she was just pointing out to us that if we dropped it to 29 hours, we would reduce the cost of medical and dental insurance. So from 32 to 29, I'm not sure that I understand what she's saying. I'm not sure that I agree with offering 29 hours and expecting to get anybody that, yeah.
Yeah.
Under 30 don't provide benefits.
Right. No.
I think town policy is 32 hours to get those benefits.
Right.
Oh, so it would just be, well, she's specifically said 29 hours here, so I'm not sure. Either way, I don't think that we would get anybody that, I don't think we would get what we want at 29 hours.
Right.
I agree.
So we appreciate Cindy's feedback on that, but, and then she says, I think there should be wording that the person needs to be accountable for hours they are paid for both in and out of the office. And I know that this has come up previously, and I know that there was mixed feelings on this. So I'm raising that question. And Jeff, I'll start with you on your thoughts there.
I mean, I think everybody should be. I don't think we need to single out one employee to be accountable. I mean, I think I understand where she's coming from, but that should be unsaid for every employee to be accountable. And I mean, by accountable, does that mean that the person has to list everything they're doing every 5 minutes?
No. What our town policy right now is that, you know, you could put in the hours that you're like at your workstation in your office. But if you're gone from there, you need to indicate those hours and where you were. So it's not detail of what you're actually doing. It's just when you're not in the office, you have to show why you weren't in the office.
Wouldn't that just be to the select board? This week, you know, maybe you get a weekly report from the administrator saying this week I anticipate, I used to have a form that I'd fill out. I anticipate I got to go to the county. I got to do this. I got to do that. And I'll be out of the office for that. But The administrator is not accountable to the treasurer.
No.
The administrator is accountable to the Board of Selectmen.
Well, but it's a personnel policy. So that's why it ends up on the timesheets.
So,
And
But does every town employee, do
So-
they
so-
list where they are?
exactly.
I don't believe the road crew does.
And I think that's where it became a cause of contention previously, was that we were singling one person out when that, so it wasn't fair across the board. So yes, I think that everybody needs to be accountable, but we also need to make sure that we're tightening up that same accountability on everybody, or that we're expecting that same accountability from everybody. And I don't think that everybody is doing that. And that's not to say that anybody's trying to pull a fast one. I just don't think that it's ever been anything that was enforced. I think a lot of, Sandy had mentioned that we've been through multiple payroll systems that have never been used. And there's always an attempt to try and put something in place, but then it never carries out. So I see what you're both saying. And Jeff, I agree that everybody needs to be accountable. Gene, I understand what your explanation there is, but we need to make sure that that's true for everybody that's in those offices. I mean, that would mean that we would be asking Tim to let us know, or I guess that doesn't, because he's elected, so that's a terrible.
Elected officials one.
Right.
It's still, but even the elected officials function under the town employee policies.
So, so if that was the case, then
usually, he does note when he's gone, spent a day at a training or a meeting or such. That is on his timesheet.
That makes sense, but if you just run into Brattleboro to go to a commission meeting for 2 hours, I don't know. That's what you're hiring a professional person to do. Do you have David write down on his time card if he's running up to the auto body shop to pick up parts, to work on a vehicle?
Well, that's what we're saying, Tom, is that is the way that the policy is written, that yes, they should be filling that out on their timesheet, but they're not. So it would need to be, it needs to be fair across the board. Sandy?
I think you need to document it someplace. I'm not sure on the timesheet. Maybe you have a diary or something, because Tim's going to get a call to run down to the nursing home to notarize something. Should he put down on his timesheet, I was gone from 9 to 10:30 notarizing something? Well, that's part of his job. He's to be expected. I almost think we're straining at a gnat here.
Well, I think, the problem arose because we never knew where the previous town administrator was. And there was just a lot of empty office time. So, and the other employees see that, the residents see it when they come to try to speak to someone. So, and none of us could justify what was going on, so we didn't know.
Yeah.
So like maybe a diary would be helpful.
But isn't this as easy as just putting in here that you are accountable to the select board for everything that's in this document, which would include your town's personnel policy? I mean, that kind of covers us, doesn't it, by saying that you're held accountable to or by the select board? And I don't know.
And maybe you're accountable to the select board and not to a lot of other. I remember Sally saying, she would go to the bank and to do the town deposit. And if she stopped to get a gallon of milk, she felt guilty because someone's going to see you in the grocery store getting a gallon of milk on town time. It's kind of like really pushing it.
So
I
do
know
we
what
think-
she means, because I've felt the same way.
I bet you have.
You
You know,
know?
you do.
We used to have a common sense approach where the
No
employees
such
would
thing
ask me,
anymore.
I
Yeah.
know, you know, I want to stop at X to pick up an order that's coming in. And I'd say, that's okay. But if you're stopping at X to do your Christmas shopping for the afternoon, that's not okay, you know?
Right.
Right. Right. I think we need to trust and to, if someone comes to us and says, okay, Jean Carr is supposed to be in the library, you know, for all these hours, and I know that she was at Brown and Roberts, I think we need to say, if she was at Brown and Roberts, she had a reason to be there. Now, if she does it every week, we might want to check and see if she's doing another job up there. But I think we need to start trusting and giving the town residents the idea that we're on top of things, but we do trust. And if you break the trust, that's bad.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like with a kid, if you plan on them doing something bad, they will. I don't know.
So because that's in the town policy and they, or the personnel policy, they would be given that at the time of employment anyway. So it doesn't need to be listed in this. It's
Right.
just part of the town policy and we have that to fall back on at any time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, one would think.
That's their employees.
Yeah. We've been wrong before, haven't we?
It worked for me before. Let's put it that way.
All right. So is everybody all right with, of course, after Tom types these up, but the few changes that we've made in addition to the changes that we made last time, everybody's feeling like we're in a decent spot and probably time to start looking towards the next chapter of this search, which would be what? Are we reaching out to VLCT? Tom, did you reach out to them at all? I thought we were going to check with them to find out.
Yeah, I've got 2 emails to Mr. Gunn up there. And they've been kind of busy with COVID, so he hasn't gotten back, but I imagine he will. I don't have any messages on my machine that they've called back, so, but I can check with them again tomorrow, but I do have 2 calls into them since our last meeting. So.
Do you?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have ideas of other routes to seek out?
I think Chris had a really good idea. I think that the board could probably do this themselves. If the board wanted, I could assist. I've done some recruiting. I'm not going to charge you for, and that's not what I mean, but I could help with that. And I do have someone that could do more extensive background checks than just a query or a sorry. You know, query really doesn't tell you anything other than they don't have any trouble in Vermont. It doesn't go national. It just really does in the state. But there are some other things. And then, you know, you can do the reference checks. I could certainly help with that. But you probably could do this. The advertising is going to be what the advertising is. It's going to cost you whatever the ad is in VLCT. You're going to want to put something in probably the Rutland Herald. You know, maybe the Commons or the Reformer. The papers get expensive. I'd put it up on Indeed because that's free. There are ways to, you know, there's some ways to market. The other municipal associations, Maine, is $90. At least the last time we advertised for something with Maine, it was $90. You know, MMA, Mass may not get much from them, and they're not expensive either, but probably Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont. in the local ads. If you want to put something in ICMA, that's going to get a little pricey, and I'm not sure that's in the same, given the number of hours and what the salary schedule will be for this. I'm not sure ICMA is a real worthy expenditure. It would be if it was a full-time, 40-hour position at X amount of dollars, but 32 hours a week at $45,000 or whatever it may be. It may not be a good place to put your advertising money. But I leave that to you. I think the board could do it themselves.
And I had mentioned that to Tom previously, that I'm just not $6,000 to have somebody else collect resumes for us and send us the cream of the crop, then that just seems like an awful lot of money to me. However, I did not go through this the last time, but I don't, did it go through VLCT last time, or did they do it?
Yeah.
It did?
It did. I think they got back like 10 candidates for the select board to filter through and interview.
And do you remember how long of a time that was? I guess
I wasn't on the board then.
All right.
I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm just looking at the calendar and where July is, and that we're, call it 2 months away. So
Yeah, pushing it.
And Tom brings up another point that I don't think we ever fully decided on the 32 hours and what salary would be for that. And that kind of needs to be hammered out before we put an ad out there. So thoughts on that?
We have a range for the salary depending on qualifications and experience.
Good point, Michael.
The budget line item is $50,000, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the figure Tom threw out, 45.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I would say between 35 and the max, depending on experience qualifications.
So the guy up in Grafton's making what, Chris, did you say $26.75 an hour or something like that?
$26.01.
Okay, he was getting, I knew, all right, so we'll call it 20.
32 hours a week is what he's at.
You get benefits?
So at $50,000, that'd be $29.50 an hour.
Yeah, so at $27 an hour times 32 hours a week times 52.2 weeks per year, because that's how it averages out. The way the payrolls work, that's $45,100.80, just in case you needed that. But so if you advertise 42 to 48, 45 to 48.
Depending on experience.
Yeah, depending on qualifications and experience, yeah.
Is that commemorate? Oh yeah, whatever. Oh, never mind. We do have that. Okay. So roughly $27 an hour. So yeah. I'm sorry, I was trying to read at the same time. We're between 42 and 48, or 45 and 48. Is that what you said, Tom?
Right, and that's just something the board's got to decide. I think 45 for 32 hours is
about
that is okay. Is okay.
Yeah, about $26.50 an hour. 48,000 is about $28.30 an hour.
Got to remember, you're in Vermont now, Tom. Not in the big cities of Mass. I mean,
yeah. Well, if we were in the big cities of Mass, this would be paying 70.
Right.
Ashfield just advertised, and it's 35 or 37 hours at 58 to 63.
In Ashfield, is that what you
Yep.
said?
Yep.
Woo. Wow.
So it looks like the Grafton salary at the 2601 is coming in at 43,447. So I think that 42 to 48 is, I think we're in there. You're between $26 and $28 an hour. And that gives us a little bit of wiggle room as well as the potential candidate. I don't know. Is everybody else all right with that?
What does that leave you for administrative secretarial money?
Well, that was a separate budget line. Did we scrape that all together, or is that still in there?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember what we did with that.
I believe it's still in there. We didn't expect to have things change.
Oh, that's right, because we were planning on hiring one, and then we said we would hold off until we did this anyway. So
We
that's
did
still got to
reduce-
be in there.
We reduced it to 3,000.
Right. So at that point is 3,000, because Michelle Miller, she was not doing our correspondence and she was not doing our packets. Michelle was doing that.
Right.
So is $3,000 enough for that position to expect that added work to be done? And I'm not sure that it is.
So let's say 10 hours a week times 13.50 an hour times 13.5 times 10 times 52. 70, that's 7,500 roughly.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a weekly thing. It should be a bi-weekly since we only meet every other week, right?
So you want to hire somebody for 5 hours a week, roughly?
I mean, I don't even, when Michelle was here, she was getting $50 a day unless it went over a certain amount of, unless our meeting went for a certain amount of time. Is that correct?
$50 per meeting?
I think
Per
that's
meeting, like $13.50 an hour to type up the minutes.
I'm just not sure that a $3,000 budget leaves enough for that person to do the correspondence and the packets, which we had talked about putting on to the secretary.
Well, you know, I would kind of think that the town administrator would have to develop like a packet.
Right.
That would be the person that would be deciding what goes into it. She's doing the correspondence. The secretary would just be making all those copies, getting them into our mailboxes, just that.
The correlation.
Secretarial.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought, you know, I visualize that.
Or does it make, and I know that we've touched on it before, but does it make more sense to leave that at a 40-hour-a-week position and they do it all, the town admin? At the $50,000, but they do it all. Thoughts?
I guess I worry about in meetings, sometimes it just being too distracting for the TA to be trying to make
Yeah, you
help
miss,
us, whatever we're dealing with.
you miss stuff.
Yeah.
Jeff, what do you think?
Oh, I guess I could probably see it both ways. I understand the part about missing stuff, but the flip side, meetings are recorded, and if there's something that a TA misses, could review the video at a later time though. So
That's true.
I mean, I guess I originally I kind of thought 40 hours, and the TA would try to take minutes and you know, do more of the administrative stuff and have 40 hours. So, but I mean, I can see either way. I don't have a problem with 32 hours or 40. I guess if I had to have a preference, I'd say 40, and the TA does the minutes, and what he or she misses, review the video afterwards.
Michael, what do you think?
I agree with what Jeff's saying. Do we have minute taking as a qualification on there, if that is the case?
No, because we had started to plan this around a 32-hour, I believe. So we started to skim some of that out of there. I don't think it was in there. It might have, there was something in there in the previous one, I believe, but, and I could be wrong.
I'm not adamant either way. I mean, but like I said, if I had to have a preference, I'd say 40 and doing the minutes and some of the administrative stuff.
Because I think even Michelle was, like, she was still recording with her phone for those meetings, specifically for in case she missed things, if I remember correctly.
Right. Some towns, your job description for the TA does include the minutes.
Yep. And, you know, I watch, well, Jeff, you've got experience from your planning commission meetings. Martin sits right there with his computer and he knocks those notes out. I can only imagine it's with a lot of abbreviations and things that he would only understand, but he goes back and corrects it into something that's legible for the rest of us. Sandy, what are your ideas?
He gets the minutes out that night even.
Yeah. Sandy, what are your thoughts on this?
I agree with Jeff and Mike. As far as making the packets up, they could probably find a high school kid that needs some community service, as long as there's no confidential stuff to do the packets. Because that should take more than, if the TA has the stuff, the master's ready to go, it shouldn't take hardly any time at all to make those copies and pop them in the boxes.
Right.
Yeah, like no time.
Yeah, right.
You know, because you make it copy, so it's each packet's already there, just clip them together.
So if that's the case, then we're gonna scratch everything that we just talked about for the 42 to 48. We'll keep it at our budgeted $50,000. We'll keep it at a 40-hour benefited position. And somewhere in there, we just need to make sure that we are putting that the minutes, and along with the minutes, that it says very clearly in there that they need to be out by a certain time.
Yeah.
Right.
Follow open meeting law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's gonna have to go in there somewhere. And I want to make sure that correspondence and packets, that we really spell that one out so that there is no confusion on that one.
What I have, Chris, is prepares select board meeting packets for select board meetings. I'm just jotting stuff down here. And assures minutes are drafted and
follows
posted.
open meeting law.
Posted according to Vermont law.
Okay.
Vermont open meeting law, fine.
So everybody's all right with that, and then we don't have to worry about a separate secretarial position. Look at us, we just saved $3,000 right off the bat, right there. Look at us go.
And if we put it in 45 to 50,000, so we have, maybe someone's gonna come in at 45. I hesitate to put the 50,000, that the only figure there. I think we should have up to.
I like it, Sandy. $45 to $50,000, dependent on experience, education, whatever. I like it. You cut down, Tom, 45 to
Yeah,
50,000?
I've got 45 to 50, depending on qualifications and experience.
Okay. All right. So I think that we're to a point where we need to decide, are we doing this with VLCT's help, or are we going to do this on our own? Sandy?
I think we could do it on our own. I think we should still advertise in VLCT News and on their board, but I think we can do it on our own.
Jean?
Oh. Well, that sounds good, that we could advertise with VLCT without, paying the $6,500.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can do that.
Oh, yeah, we should definitely do that.
Jeff?
Do it on our own.
I'm sorry, Jean, I cut you off. What was that?
Definitely do it on our own.
Okay. Jeff, your thoughts?
Generally, I'm a big believer in professional assistance and paying for it. I think we probably could do it ourselves. I mean, Tom would be of great assistance, I'm sure. Advertising, I think it definitely should be very focused and not just, just put it in the local paper, but the most cost-effective and most focused advertising possible. Well, I don't know. I guess if, like I said, I'm a big proponent of professional assistance, and I would spend the money, but if everybody else feels comfortable in us doing this ourselves, then I'm fine with that. It'll save a little bit of money too.
Michael?
I agree with the not spending on a VLTC. I think we can make some calls to the BDC and Department of Labor and see if there's anything they can do to help as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the BDC has really been almost itching to help Vernon, but at the same time, they obviously want things from us in return. But I think that if we did reach out to them for this, that that could prove to be the start of a great relationship between Vernon and that organization as well, that we may see some extra support that we didn't have. It's a different setting. It's a different group. It's, I think that I'm glad that Michael brought that up. I hadn't even thought of that. And I think that that is, would be beneficial to us. So, so it sounds like we're okay to go ahead and do this on our own. I think that the five of us have a clear idea of what we're looking for, what worked, what didn't work previously. We've heard the comments and the concerns from the town employees, and I think that every one of us has taken those to heart and really taken those into consideration. So I think that we're in probably the best place that we could be to move forward and do this on our own. Certainly knowing that we have the VLCT there, should we all of us say, hey, this just isn't working out. We've got them there. They're not going anywhere. So we have that ability. So let's go ahead and we will still advertise with VLCT. We'll do the Indeed. We'll do whatever, the couple of papers. And Michael, do you want to reach out to the BDC, or do you want Tom to reach out to them?
Tom probably has more time to do that. If he needs help, let me know. I have lots of contacts there.
No, I'm in pretty good shape with the BDCC. My question is, I guess, is what can they offer you as far as the recruitment is concerned?
We don't know. That's why we're reaching out to them.
Okay, I'll call Adam.
What about Sevens?
Seven's run by the BDCC. I used to be on the professionals. They have a recruitment program that helps bring professionals into the area. I'm not completely knowledgeable on it, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, the young.
Good.
All right. And then I think that we need to decide on I mean, it's what, May 1st is Friday, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think that we really need this typed up and ready to go into all of those formats by, pick a date, but I think it needs to be soon. Tom, what do you think the soonest that can be taken care of is?
Let me draft up an ad for you in the morning. It won't be that hard to do. I will pass it by all of you for wordsmithing. In additions, detractions, and once I get concurrence from the 5 of you, we can put it out. I think, you know, if you advertise the first week of May through, let's say, the 21st of May or the 25th of May, depending on when the publications can get them out, the print publications, indeed, you can go up right online. You should be able to have somebody on board, interviewed and checked out for July 1st. You put a July 1 start date on that, and you should be well within a good time frame for that. If you want to move it faster, you could probably push it up 2 weeks. But 6 weeks, 6 to 7 weeks is generally your turnaround time for advertising, going through the resumes, getting reference checks, getting interviews done. Maybe there's 2 rounds of interviews that you end up doing.
Yeah.
You know, and working through other people's schedules as well. It's 6 weeks is pretty fast to do that.
So the first is this Friday. The 22nd is the 3rd Friday of the 4th Friday of the month. And then we have our last meeting would be on the 19th, wouldn't it? So that would put us into the 2nd before we would be able to, or we would have to hold a special meeting that following week.
I think we should hold a special meeting, because if we're going to want to interview, we don't want the names out. That should all be an executive session.
Right. I was certainly going to suggest an executive session just to go over the applications that we had. So Sandy, do you have or anybody have a calendar in front of them so that we could look at these dates and decide when we want to have that deadline and when we might all be able to come together in executive session, either at a regular select board meeting or at a special meeting to discuss these things?
I've got May and June in front of me.
Yeah, I've got them here. I think we should do it at a special meeting.
Okay.
Personally. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Right.
So if we closed that on the 22nd, which is a Friday, and we had a special meeting on the 27th, which is a Wednesday, does that give us enough time to?
Well, you could perhaps on the 27th be weeding things out.
Correct. Right. That's all I wanted. That original special meeting was just for us to look at, because we're doing this without the recruitment help.
Right.
That would be our chance to kind of look over everything and try and come up with 2 piles that we could then make some decisions on. Does anybody think that that's too ambitious, that we need to go further past the 22nd?
No, that's fine.
No, I think you can do it in that time frame.
Okay.
Sandy, you all right with that?
Yeah.
Michael?
Yep.
All right, so it sounds like we have a plan. We are going to post this position for between $45,000 and $50,000 based on experience. Tom's going to draft up he's going to make the changes to this, and then we will draft up the the actual ad that would run.
Yeah.
And you will submit that to all of us so that you can get an approval on that. I would ask that before we end this, Tom, give us a realistic time when that could be done so that everybody could check their emails around that time. Then we will go ahead and post it. We will have a deadline of the applications for the 22nd of May. We will hold a special meeting on the 27th, and that will be an executive session to go over the applicants that we have and try and wean those down. Does that sound right to everybody?
My only question is that is a Friday, and the building's closed on Friday, and that is Memorial Day weekend.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Hey.
Sorry.
Good point.
So if we ended it on the 21st with a special meeting on the 28th, does that work?
Yeah, that's for me.
Yeah.
Jeff, you all right with that?
Yep.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
All right. So application.
I got that changed. Yep.
Okay. Deadline the 21st, special meeting the 28th.
So to answer your question, Chris, I should be able to have an ad for your review, for the board's review. I have to meet with, I've got 2 meetings in the morning with Dave Emery. We're going over stuff for FEMA. I should have this to you before I leave for the day tomorrow. And if you can have it back to me with your edits and suggestions, I can get it, I can get it done over the weekend. It's not heavy lifting. And send it back out to you over the weekend, get a final blessing and get it up online Monday.
Sounds great.
Okay. Now, what I'll do on the 21st, when the mail, you got to really give it till the end of the day on the 21st or 5 p.m. on the 21st. So you're not getting something at 11:59 p.m. Because that happens too if it's electronic. I'll come in that Friday. And I will scan them all into one big PDF and send them out to you electronically. I will also have hard copies made so that you can, play with them a little bit on Monday or Tuesday of that week. If you can come in and pick them up, or we can drive them around and deliver them if you want.
Yeah, if you, whatever we get, if you want to print those off, put them into sealed envelopes, I would be happy to drop those off for everybody.
Okay, we can do that. Then when you meet, you'll have them for a couple of days anyways, that you can, read them to yourselves, and then you can come together on the 28th and figure out, where there's agreement and how you want to move forward with interviews.
Sounds good.
Everybody good with that?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Awesome. So I think we've got a pretty clear idea of what we want to do.
Could I ask one more question, Chris? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would it be okay with the board if I asked Sandy, to work with me perhaps after you figure out who you're going to interview on an initial set of questions and reaching out to the board on what you want to ask, because you have to ask everybody the same thing. And then you'll have a list of questions that you can go through when you go through the interviews, and that would give you a couple of weeks, to hone those down too, like on grant writing ability, or how do you work with elected staff, elected people that are fulfilling major pieces of the town, the treasurer and that type of thing. All of the questions that you want to ask, we want to get down to be sure that you're not missing anything.
Maybe we should all just send you questions.
Well, that's a good way to do it too. But I'm going to send it to you anyway, Sandy.
I know. That's okay.
Okay.
But we're all gonna have to think of something that someone else didn't think of. So I think we should all put them together.
Okay.
That's just something to start thinking about because you're going to want to be ready to go on the 29th. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, that 29th would be, or the 28th rather, not the 29th. Right?
Right.
Right, Tom, the 28th?
Yes. Well, you're going to meet on the 28th, but you're going to want to, my point is, after the 28th, you want to move forward quickly. That's why I said the 29th.
Got it.
Because you'll have all your people done the 28th.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any other questions, concerns, thoughts? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Awesome. I think that we're in a good spot. I'm looking forward to this. As our governor continues that quarter turn, as he likes to say, I'm excited for things to start coming back around, for the town to start getting back to where we should be. The gray t-shirt thing, I think, is going to be a lot of fun for the town. I think we're going to get a ton of support out of that. I certainly hope I'm not wrong, but I think that people are looking to get back to it. So if that's kind of the first break of that and gets people headed in that direction, I think that we're in for a good couple of months coming up here. So
yep.
Hopefully. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Good night. Sandra, I'm going to call you because I may have missed some of the things that you were asking early on. I want to make sure I get those into the job description correctly.
Okay.
Thank you, folks.